in the utter failure to provide the rent relief that we passed this year in the budget. It has now been 4 months since the ERAP program was created, and everyone here around us can attest that they have not seen the relief that they deserve.
Not at all.
Tenants, New Yorkers deserve better than this. We as the legislature also have a responsibility. We need to return to session. We need to extend the eviction moratorium. We must do our part. And additionally, when the Assembly drafts articles of impeachment and votes to impeach the governor,
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, August 5th, 2021. Hope you guys are all having a great morning so far. Thanks for choosing to wake up with us right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody. Well, I brought up my graphic a little bit early, but my name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for tuning in. I do have your morning brief ready to go for you. The top stories that you want and need to know about from across the country. First and foremost, we're going to head on out right now to Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. The sunrise out there. Oh, I'm not quite sure exactly what happened there, everybody. I'm going to try to take you back to the Capitol.
With just days before Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer expects to...
All right, let's see what I can do for you here. Oh, our system is having a little bit of an error here, everybody. I'm going to continue to work on it for you here on Live Now from Fox. But we are going to be looking at infrastructure here in just a second. Hopefully, I'll be able to get it for you.
Children in up to 400,000 schools and child care facilities are at risk of exposure to lead. For kids, high exposure to lead can negatively affect academic performance and can lead to cardiovascular disease later in life.
On Capitol Hill, the deal is dividing Republicans.
I'm going to be a no on this bill.
This is a really important bill because it takes our aging and outdated infrastructure in this country and modernizes it.
To drum up support, the Biden administration is highlighting the impacts the bill would have. Texas alone, for example, could get more than $3 billion for public transportation over 5 years. Florida could see $100 million for broadband. And Utah would receive $225 million for bridge replacement and repairs. Still, the figures are not enough to sway some senators.
It would be yet another inflation bomb in an economy that's already been carpet bombed by other inflation bombs.
The Democratic caucus needs at least 10 Republican votes in order to avoid a filibuster. Some senators are expressing optimism after 17 Republicans voted to advance the bill last week. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much for that. All right, everybody, thank you so much for your patience and understanding this morning. Certainly not the way that we wanted to start the show, but I think I figured out what's going on with the system, and hopefully, fingers crossed, things move a lot more smoothly this morning. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. We are so happy that you are here. Madeline Rivera getting us all up to speed with the latest on Capitol Hill. Now we are going to head on out to New York, the fallout from the Governor Andrew Cuomo investigation. A lot of reaction continuing to come on in. Let's get the latest right here on Live Now from Fox.
The people have spoken. The leaders have spoken. It's time to go.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio adds to the growing calls for Governor Andrew Cuomo to resign after a months-long probe found he sexually harassed nearly a dozen women. Pressure now mounting from both sides of the aisle for the governor to go.
He continues to say that he is the victim and not all those that he abused.
Do the right thing. Resign. And if you do not,
impeach you.
District attorneys from Albany County, Westchester, Nassau, and Manhattan have made formal requests for evidence obtained by the Attorney General's office to help with ongoing criminal investigations into Governor Cuomo. Included in that AG report are allegations of unwanted touching from a now 30-year-old state trooper who Cuomo allegedly personally asked to be on his private security detail. The governor denied all of the allegations in a video released yesterday, but former aide Charlotte Bennett says she doesn't believe the apology.
He clearly cannot accept responsibility for any of his behavior.
New York State Assemblyman Ron Kim says some of his colleagues are pushing for immediate impeachment.
The top prosecutor in the state of New York had claimed that he broke federal and state laws. We have, as a legislative body, an ethical and legal duty to remove him from his position of power.
The state assembly speaker says they'll be moving quickly to finish the ongoing impeachment investigation. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Taking a live now look, everybody. This is Cleveland, Ohio this Thursday. I really like this vantage point. You're right on the water there. You've got the downtown skyline and the sunrise. What a better way to start a day for sure. Again, regardless of where you are across the country, thank you so much for tuning in. We're continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories that you need to know about as you start your day. We're going to head on out to Illinois now. People wondering, could the vaccine requirements that are going to be happening for a lot of settings in New York City happen in their cities? Now let's take a look at whether it become a reality for Chicago.
This was the moment at which we needed to stand up and say, listen, everyone, do the right thing.
Before you grab a drink at Meeting House Tavern in Andersonville, you'll be greeted by someone ready to check your ID and vaccination status.
Our entire team is vaccinated, and so you should be too.
The bar is among the latest establishments to require proof of vaccination. Popular Chicago music venue Metro implemented a vaccine requirement for entry, and Diaz Tequila Company, a restaurant and bar in Lakeview, started doing so on Sunday. But some feel requiring proof of vaccination to get into a bar or restaurant infringes on their personal rights. The ACLU of Illinois says that's not the case.
Because limiting access to people who've had a vaccine is part of helping to stop the spread of a disease which is affecting the public health. And in that instance, what the courts have consistently ruled is that one's personal desires can be outweighed by the needs of the public.
So with COVID cases on the rise, could Chicago see a vaccine mandate similar to New York City?
We'll be watching to see how this plays out, but we don't have a current plan to do something like that at the city level.
Some students across the country, they are already back in the classroom. And for those who are not, they are preparing to soon return. Back to school shopping season is heating up, but before you get ready to make that list and check it twice, you may want to clip some coupons. I'm a couponer if you guys didn't know. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more on the price increase consumers are seeing at the stores and what some Good Samaritans are doing to help students in need.
I'm excited to see my teacher and do lots of fun things.
Back to school season is getting underway, and experts say it could burn a hole in your wallet. The National Retail Federation predicts Americans will spend $37.1 billion this year on school supplies, up more than $3 billion from last year.
We just started and I see that everything's empty.
The massive migration from learning remote to being back in the classroom is prompting parents to wipe out stock at many major retailers.
They're missing pencils, folders, everything is not here.
With the pandemic causing some families to face financial difficulties, communities across the country are coming together, like this Florida group of bikers donating hundreds of backpacks to local children in need.
Regardless of what their family's financial situation is, can come to school with a new backpack with supplies and have everything they need to confidently start their school year.
Meanwhile, one thing on the back-to-school list for a growing number of kids: face masks, with Illinois now joining at least 8 other states in enforcing mandatory indoor mask policies.
All P-12 schools and daycares in Illinois must follow the CDC guidance of universal masking inside, regardless of vaccine status.
Experts say the cost of most school supplies will likely be higher this year, with the pandemic affecting supply chains and manufacturing centers. Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
We are live now in Charlotte, North Carolina this Thursday morning. Take a look at this vantage point, everybody. It is beautiful for sure. A lot of clouds in the sky out there as they are beginning to see the sun out here on the East Coast. Wow, such a nice downtown area out there. I have never been. Hopefully I'll be able to get out that way soon. All right, everybody. Well, speaking of North Carolina, it appears there's an increase in demand for COVID testing and vaccines.
The lines for COVID testing and vaccination at the StarMed site on Tuckasegee Road have been getting longer and longer lately. Testing has quadrupled in recent weeks, and statewide vaccinations have nearly doubled.
We're definitely seeing a lot more stories of people coming in saying, you know what, I should have gotten the vaccine before, I'm getting it now.
That includes Kenneth Prather, who just got his second dose after he spent 3 months in the hospital battling COVID.
That was the bad part. Being in critical condition, not knowing you're in critical condition, not even knowing you're in the hospital.
Notice how he still has the oxygen tubes? That wasn't the case before he got sick. He told me he's lucky to be alive, and he wishes he got a vaccine months ago.
I wish I'd have had it before I got it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But now I got it, and thank the Lord I'm here.
StarMed tells me they had to rehire several staffers due to the increased demand, and there are some days when more people are getting tested now than during the height of the pandemic. Prather has a message to anyone still on the fence about getting a vaccine.
My advice, come get it quick. Get it quick. Get it while you can.
All right, everybody, that was the latest there from North Carolina. Good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. We have lots of coverage from across the country to bring you. Our goal, our hope here on the show is to reach the communities that you are watching us from. Don't forget, Live Now from Fox is now a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com. Again, it's livenowfox.com to see all the different ways you can watch us, and you can always take us with you. If you happen to be watching on YouTube, please be sure to like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here. The more, the merrier. We really appreciate all you viewers worldwide. Continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories you want and need to know about as you start your day. Unfortunately, we are hearing of more and more scams in terms of the coronavirus. So many state and local governments are changing their COVID policies, like in New York City. We've talked about that, where a new vaccine requirement is creating worry regarding the possibility of fraud. Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni reports.
Do you mind showing me your vaccine card?
As New York leads the nation in requiring proof of vaccination to get into public indoor spaces, some are wondering how the city will enforce the new rule.
People fake screenshots. All the bars have to do is say, well, I saw they showed me something.
Authorities across the country are facing a growing problem of counterfeit COVID vaccination cards, like this stack selling for $40 on OfferUp in Texas. And right now, the FBI is reportedly investigating a fake vaccine card scheme in Chicago. We found there's a whole marketplace on the dark web for these dupes, driven by demand from people who are still hesitant to get the vaccine. Cybersecurity experts say it's incredibly easy to scam our system because, unlike some other countries, our vaccination cards are simply on a piece of cardstock with black ink. That's why they're challenging states that launch vaccine passport apps to cross-check with state records.
If the applications or these digital passports do not have that back-end connectivity, creating a QR code of a paper card is actually very, very easy to duplicate, or very easy to actually just, sort of evade the system.
New York State's Excelsior Pass does that, but tourists who are not vaccinated in the state will still have to show their physical cards, leaving room for fakes to slip through.
And a reminder for anyone interested in one of these fake cards, federal law states creating, buying, or selling a fraudulent government document could land you in prison for up to 5 years. In New York, Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Taking a live now look, everybody. This is Houston, Texas. If you're waking up with us in the Lone Star State, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. It is about 6:13 in the morning here on the East Coast. I'm going to take you down south to the U.S.-Mexico border, and that's because Madeline Rivera is going to be showing us a look. The battle over border security is heating up. Law enforcement officers and health officials are at odds over what to do about the surge in migrants, particularly as COVID's Delta variant continues to spread. Again, Madeline Rivera, she's out in Washington with what lawmakers have to say about the growing debate.
The fact of the matter is, from January through July, approximately 1.3 million people have been apprehended coming into this country without documentation.
Law enforcement officials at the southern border confronting a surge in migrants not seen in more than 2 decades. In a new court filing, a Department of Homeland Security senior official says Customs and Border Protection likely encountered 210,000 people in July, the highest in 1 month since the year 2000.
We need the short-term solutions as well as the long-term solution to addressing this immigration.
Health officials are also struggling with a rise in COVID cases at the border, prompting Texas Governor Greg Abbott to issue an executive order allowing state troopers to stop cars suspected of carrying migrants. Abbott said it would help stop infections from spreading. A federal judge blocked the order on Tuesday, saying in part it could actually exacerbate the spread of the virus.
The election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was a super spreader.
The White House, however, is defending its COVID-19 response, slamming states that have banned mask or vaccine mandates. At least 9, including Texas, have rejected masking requirements. President Biden telling governors unwilling to impose mandates to get out of the way.
That's not meant to be partisan. It's not meant to be political. It's just meant to convey that more action is needed in some parts of the country.
The Biden administration will reportedly begin offering coronavirus vaccines to migrants in U.S. custody, as the Department of Homeland Security says it will continue to reassess its COVID-19 protocols. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Meanwhile, everybody, we do have some updates of another story at the border. We have learned a van full of suspected illegal immigrants crashed in South Texas, killing as many as 10 people and injuring at least 13, authorities said yesterday. The incident occurred on US 281 in Encino, which is about 55 miles north of the border town of McAllen. The van had 30 people inside and veered off the road and crashed into a utility pole. That is according to a spokesman with the Texas Department of Public Safety. The driver was also killed. There was no pursuit at the time of the crash. Investigators still have to notify the Mexican consulate and the next of kin of the victims out there. So this is footage. Again, Texas authorities say multiple dead after van carrying suspected illegal immigrants crashed into a pole out there in McAllen, Texas. We will continue to follow everything from the U.S.-Mexico border for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of being live now, let's go back out to New York, because when you have stunning views such as this of the Big Apple, you certainly want to appreciate them in all their glory. Most of you are about to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Again, thank you so much for tuning in this morning. All right, everybody. If you're wondering what is going to be coming up here on Live Now from Fox this morning, as we take a Live Now look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, across the street from Radio City Music Hall, Rockefeller Center, essentially the heart of Manhattan. In about, well, less than 30 minutes now, we're going to be talking about how Atlanta, Georgia students are going back to school. At 7:05 this morning, we're going to head on out to Wisconsin. The state fair is kicking off, and a lot of people have some COVID-19 concerns. And then at 7:30, we're going to get the very latest on infrastructure and politics by speaking with Mike Herodopoulos. He is a repeat guest here on the show, and we certainly appreciate his knowledge and insight. Meanwhile, let's continue on with your morning brief, the top stories you want and need to know about as you start your day. We're heading out west to get the very latest on the wildfire situation and the severe drought that continues to plague the region.
96 large wildfires scorching almost 2 million acres across 14 states, prompting the Biden administration to pledge more aid to impacted states. As roughly 20,000 firefighters and support personnel battle these wildfires amid escalating heat waves and severe drought.
I'm here to tell you we are prepared to do a better job if we have the resources to be able to do this.
This following last week's meeting between President Biden and Western governors. Agricultural Secretary Tom Vilsack visiting Western states to discuss the administration's support with key funding for wildfire management and drought relief, coming from the president's infrastructure bill, which is being debated in the Senate.
Instead of hundreds of millions of dollars, now Congress is talking about billions of dollars, which is what it's going to take.
Officials hoping to use those federal funds to hire more firefighters and increase their pay, update firefighting equipment, and improve forest management.
I pledge to you and commit to you that will happen.
The heat waves and historic droughts across the region being tied to climate change.
The reality at the end of the day is we need to approach things differently, and we need to acknowledge that the hots are getting a lot hotter, the dries are getting drier.
Warmer and drier conditions over the last 30 years, creating more frequent and more catastrophic fires and making the fight against them even more difficult. And scientists expect that climate change will only continue to intensify these extreme weather conditions. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live now look at XRAD radar, currently showing you all the watches and warnings in effect out there. You see a red flag warning. That's the teal out there that has to do with fire advisories. You've got lake wind advisories and warnings as well. Excessive heat warnings. I know the yellow just off the western coast there, that has to do with a small craft advisory. And then you do still have air quality alerts out in the west as well due to wildfires raging on and the like out there. A lot of stagnant air out there, unfortunately. We will continue to follow any and all developments for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We also have this footage right here, everybody. You saw some of it in that story we just showed you, but the largest wildfire burning in the state of California destroyed homes and businesses as it ripped through the town of Greenville in Plumas County late last night. New evacuation orders after the blaze reached 428 square miles and was 35% contained, according to fire officials. The fire had destroyed 45 structures, 22 minor structures, and damaged 5 others as of yesterday. This dramatic footage released by Plumas County Search and Rescue shows large flames scorching trees along Highway 89. The first clip taken at Wolf Creek Road shows a strong blaze fanning against trees at 6:15 p.m. on Tuesday. The organization wrote in a caption. The second clip right there showing similar conditions in Greenville where mandatory evacuations were ordered. Wildfires are no joke regardless of where you live across the country, but they have been extremely severe in the western U.S. lately, and we will continue to follow right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, let's continue on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. We're not going to be too far away from Northern California. We're heading on out to Tacoma, Washington to take a look at a pretty well-known structure that has been removed. A famous century-old totem pole is taken down. Its removal comes after city leaders found it inauthentic. Fox's John Hopperstad has the story.
Crews placing the last piece of the Tacoma totem pole on the back of a truck here. It's taken them a couple of hours to dismantle what was once deemed the tallest totem pole in the entire world, more than 70 feet here. We can show you what it looked like just as crews began cutting it into pieces today and carefully lowering them down to the trucks here. Again, more than 70 feet tall, so it did take them a while. This was commissioned by local businessmen back in 1903 to compete with the totem poles up in Seattle, and there was a rush to complete it in time for a visit to Tacoma from President Teddy Roosevelt. This quickly became a tourist attraction here in Pierce County, but over the years, the City Arts Commission has looked into it and found it is considered an inauthentic totem pole. They're not even sure it was carved by Native Americans, and the Puyallup tribe has pushed to have it removed as well. It's brought out people, though, from around Tacoma to watch its removal.
And I consider it a part of Tacoma history, being unmade, and I wanted to come see.
And what do you think about the idea of taking this down after so many years?
I think if it's not legitimate and authentic and wasn't made by the indigenous peoples of Tacoma or this area, then I think it should be removed.
There is a discussion about taking a portion of the totem pole and putting it in a local museum with an explanation about the history behind it. The plan is also to commission an original work of art by members of the Puyallup tribe and put that here to replace the totem pole that's been in place now for more than a century. In Tacoma, John Hopperstead, Q13 News.
Taking a live now look, everybody, at the airport in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Spirit Airlines this week. Unfortunately, they have seen a lot of unhappy customers out there as flights continue to be canceled throughout the system. But it's not just Spirit that is struggling. Post-pandemic summer travel is really heating up, but patience is melting. Again, hundreds of flights canceled, some at the last minute for thousands of travelers nationwide. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has the story.
It's like a nightmare.
Passengers losing patience as Spirit Airlines cancels half its flights on Wednesday, stranding thousands at airports across the country since Sunday. The same-day travel reached its highest number since the start of the pandemic, with more than 2.2 million flying.
Just gotten canceled, no reason for why it's been canceled, and now we're just trying to figure out how can we get home.
Travelers waiting in hours-long lines just to change their flights or speak to customer service agents.
This line, I started back there last night at midnight. I got to the front at 9 a.m. this morning.
Frustrated by the loss of money from flight rebookings and missed car rentals and hotels.
Like, y'all just take. Nobody got no money like that after the year we've been through.
The discount carrier blaming the travel nightmare on weather, operational issues, and staffing shortages. Even though airlines received $54 billion to keep employees on the payroll. Spirit Airlines apologizing on Wednesday, promising the number of scrub flights will, quote, progressively drop in the days to come. Meanwhile, the travel tension is bubbling over at 30,000 feet, leading to a spike in in-flight incidents. Over the weekend, Frontier flight attendants duct taping an unruly 22-year-old passenger to his seat after allegedly groping two female flight attendants and punching a male attendant. The FAA receiving more than 3,600 reports of disorderly passengers since January, the highest number on record. Most of those incidents involved a refusal to wear a mask. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Christina, thank you so much for that update. We are taking a live now look, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are looking at a Disney cruise liner right here at Port Canaveral, Florida, not too far away from us here in Orlando, about an hour drive. Depends on how quickly you drive and how much traffic there is along the way. We're going to head from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast, and that's because new polling shows voters are split on whether or not to recall California Governor Gavin Newsom. And the talk right now is all about the governor hitting the panic button. Fox 11 LA details.
All right, let's talk about the recall election. New statewide poll showing a virtual dead heat on the question of recalling Governor Newsom.
That poll coming one day before our Fox 11 recall debate from 6 to 7:30 p.m. That's tomorrow night. Phil Schuman, he joins us now live with more details on this poll. Specifics, Phil.
Well, we'll break down the numbers. Governor Gavin Newsom certainly not hitting the panic button yet, but he has to be concerned when you see these results. Let's take a look. 1,000 likely voters polled over the weekend, and this is the key number. And this is getting more and more worrisome for the governor, because 46% of those polled are now in favor of the recall, 48% against, 6% undecided. That's well within the margin of error. The Republicans, no surprise there, the majority in favor, 16% against. Among independents, 54% in favor, 34% against. And again, this is what we expected with the Democrats, only 23% in favor, 73% against. Among whites, it's 48%, 49% evenly split. Blacks, 41% in favor, 57 against. Asian, 30, 49. And here's a number that's causing a lot of concern in the Democratic Party. Among Latino voters, 54% in favor, 41% against. I had a discussion with Loyola Marymount University's Professor Fernando Guerra about those last numbers.
And you think these Latino numbers will shift as we get closer?
I'm willing to bet on it. After observing politics in California for the last 35 years, it's not unusual for.
And the main reason for that would be what?
It's the Latinos have a trust and take things at face value when presented to them. So when you say, hey, things are going wrong, we need to recall, they're, yeah, okay, you're right. Just like back in 1994, when people say there's a problem with immigration, let's pass Proposition 187. They say, yeah, let's take a look at that. And the more they looked at it, the more they got educated, they said no. And so I am willing to bet that the same dynamic that I've seen repeated time and again in every election, that Latinos will swing more to the Democratic side, as they have for the past 30 years. I have no expectation that this will be any different.
Bottom line, will Newsom be recalled?
At this point, I'm willing to bet not, because of the financial advantage that the Newsom campaign has and that the Democrats have, and the little time that the Republicans have to raise more money and run effective campaigns.
Well, Alex and Marla, Professor Guerra says that as we get closer to the election, that we expect to see the Democrats blanketing the airways with expensive TV commercials. They have a lot more in the war chest than the Republicans do. A couple of the key findings of that poll, in addition to the numbers, Larry Elder, talk show host, is leading among the replacement candidates, and the number one issue that Californians say they're concerned with is homelessness. Alex, Marla?
Yeah, Phil, Governor Newsom with tens of millions of dollars in the bank to spend on an ad campaign. Joining us now to expand this conversation is Carla Marinucci. She writes the California Politico Playbook every day. Read this if you want to know anything about California politics. Trust me, guys, it's free. It's great. She's going to be in the spin room tomorrow night for our big recall debate at the Nixon Library. Carla, great to see you. Where do you see the governor right now? Because we've talked a lot over the years. A few months back, it seemed like he was riding high, had a very different energy than he has right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've watched this guy for 2 decades in California politics. He's been a golden boy, but this time around, he is facing a moment here. Those numbers on the polls are jaw-dropping when you're talking about a sitting governor of a Democratic state where the voter registration is 24 points to the Democrats' advantage. For this to be even at this point, they should be hitting the panic button, Alex. I mean, look, the Democrats and Newsom have more money, yes, They have big names like Elizabeth Warren working for them. But one thing they don't have is what money can't buy, and that is passion. The Republicans, these polls are showing, are more than twice as likely to want to vote, to get out. They are energized about this election. Democrats, not so much. And this debate tomorrow night, where you're going to be asking some of the questions, is going to be a platform for Republicans to juice up their base, to get them excited. Millions of them are going to be watching up and down the state. And this is going to be an evening where Gavin Newsom is going to be bashed from one side to the other. That's their message is going to get out. At this point, Newsom's team needs to do some really aggressive stuff and call out the wartime consigliere, I think.
Yeah, because here we are. It's a Tuesday, September the 14th. That's the last day. That's when people can actually physically go to the polls. It's 6 weeks from tonight. In just a couple of weeks, the ballots will begin to be mailed, so they'll be in people's home to actually fill out. When is it going to be too late to hit the panic button? Because we're seeing the gap here get smaller and smaller for Newsom.
You're absolutely right, Arla. I mean, look, 6 months ago, many of the pundits, myself included, were calling this a fantasy, an impossibility, a long shot. It is reality now. It is very, very possible that California could have a Republican governor after September 14th. So the Newsom team may have to do some retooling in terms of the way they've gotten him out there. As Alex says, I mean, look, you're starting to see some nervousness on his part. You're starting to see a call for change in the way he is addressing voters. He's out there with elected officials. He's taken sort of a fly above the fray mode, not really recognizing the recall. And at this point, people are saying he needs to get out with real people and put those elected officials and those staged events behind and actually talk to voters about what this recall would mean, what a Republican governor would mean, and what he's done. The COVID situation, there's no doubt about it, has taken a huge toll on Gavin Newsom. He's got to turn that around, and in a very short order.
And, of course, the COVID numbers going the wrong way at the wrong time for Governor Newsom, Phil.
Well, I'll be interested to hear from Carla, since she knows more about the governor than probably we do. Who tells him what to do? Does he listen to anybody, or is he his own counsel?
Well, you know, Bill, let's remember he's never lost a major election. This is a guy who knows how to run elections. He can be very, very good. He's got some of the best campaign strategists, Ace Smith, a whole team in San Francisco that has just about every major elected official in California in their purview. So Newsom knows politics, certainly, and he's gotten good advice, and he certainly has connections around the nation. But the fact is, when it comes to actually addressing average folks, this is where people like Larry Elder may have an advantage. It's that, like, have a beer with the guy, able to talk to him. Larry Elder is a great communicator on radio. And that is being able to talk to average folks. We saw that with Donald Trump, somebody who never was elected to any office but knew how to talk to average voters. Right now, California voters are angry. They're frustrated with COVID. They're worried, and somebody's got to address that in a very personal way.
And that's where the French Laundry thing was so hard for Governor Newsom, because it played into the stereotype that a lot of people had. Not only the idea of the hypocrisy with the COVID regulations, but that the guy goes to one of the most expensive restaurants in the entire country and dines with lobbyists. That creates a barrier from the way that the average person was getting through COVID. And there is this perception of him as an elitist who hangs with rich people and drinks great wine, because he does. And, you know, I mean, that's part of who he is. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this debate, if we can, Carla, tomorrow. We want to show some video of the room. This is the first time that we've shown any of this, which would be, this is the Nixon Library. It's a replica of the East Room of the White House. This is where the debate is going to be tomorrow. We're in the process of setting up. It's a beautiful setting there. Carla, everybody not named Larry Elder is going to be there tomorrow. Kevin Faulconer, Kevin Kiley, Doug Osee, also John Cox. These are folks that have struggled sometimes to get their names out there What are you looking for as a reporter covering this? What do those candidates need to do tomorrow?
I'm going to be looking for who is in, who is in main position to be bashed. Is it going to be Gavin Newsom or Larry Elder, who is now, I think the main candidate, the lead, even Newsom's team, as you pointed out on Twitter, Alex, are calling him sort of the potential next governor. So will the Republicans go after each other, Kevin Faulconer, or will they go after Larry Elder, or will they keep their focus on Gavin Newsom? That's one thing I'm going to be watching. I think you pointed out that the most important person right now in the GOP field, Larry Elder, will not be there. And why should he be? He's leading in the polls. He got in late into the race, so he hasn't had to be in all the fray that the rest of these folks have had to be. He sort of skated in and took the lead almost immediately. And he can just lay back and watch this thing happen tomorrow night. But the fact is, tomorrow night's going to be very, very important in the sense that those Republican voters out there, they're going to watch, they're going to get energized, they're going to want to sign those ballots. And that's where the Newsom team, we're going to see how they're going to react. And are they going to be there with rapid response? Because Newsom is going to be on the hot seat tomorrow night, no matter whether he's there or not.
All right, let's talk about the recall election.
All right, big thanks to Fox 11 Los Angeles for that segment there. Well, back to school season, it is already underway. The Biden administration is making a major push to require all students and teachers wear face masks, and the military could be the next group to face a vaccine mandate. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more from Washington this morning.
Well, the good news for parents, it looks like most kids will be returning to in-person instruction this fall, but the White House wants to ensure that all of them, vaccinated or not, wear face masks. It was back to school for the U.S. Secretary of Education, who visited a classroom in Baltimore yesterday talking COVID.
We cannot let mask fatigue, pride, or politics get in the way of doing what's right for our students.
And that puts the administration at odds with states like Florida that have sought to ban face mask mandates.
If you're coming after the rights of parents in Florida, I'm standing in your way. I'm not going to let you get away with it.
For the U.S. military, it's not just about masks. The Secretary of Defense is expected to announce tomorrow that active duty U.S. service members must get vaccinated.
He's not going to let grass grow under his feet, so I think we'll have more to say in very short order here.
The administration may also be considering new rules for foreign travelers entering the U.S. The Associated Press reports that visitors could soon be required to be vaccinated. At the southern border, though, there are growing COVID concerns. McAllen, Texas, has declared a local emergency, claiming that more than 7,000 immigrants with COVID have entered their city since February with no end in sight. Some potential good news, though. The quickly spreading Delta variant could soon run its course.
The models that I trust, the modelers who have been correct, show that Delta will peak in the next few weeks, and then we'll see a decline beginning at the end of August or in early September.
And that would be right around Labor Day, about the same time that the FDA is expected to give full authorization to the Pfizer vaccine. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Big thanks to Doug for that update. We are taking a live now look, everybody, at downtown Atlanta, Georgia. Look at the gorgeous sunrise out there, lighting up the sky for sure. Well, hopefully it is a very happy, good morning for a lot of people out there, and that's because students in Atlanta, they are returning to classrooms today. But like many other school districts across the nation, handling COVID-19 is at the top of the to-do list. Fox 5's Lindsay Tuman joining us live outside an Atlanta area middle school this morning. Lindsay, school leaders are juggling the excitement of getting back inside the classroom today while handling surging cases in the community.
It's a lot to handle, and one of the things that the school district is really trying to implement is a layered approach to COVID-19 mitigation strategies. That way they have a number of different ways of slowing the spread of the virus while really working to make sure students and staff are safe throughout the school year. More than 50,000 students with Atlanta Public Schools will be walking into their classrooms this morning.
We've taken into consideration that, first and foremost, that there's a natural expectation of a little anxiety and apprehensiveness from everyone, and so we've been thoughtful about that.
Lisa Herring is the superintendent for the district. She says the school district has been focused on the best strategies to handle COVID-19 this school year. That includes a mask mandate for students and staff in the buildings and on the buses.
We will also be doing surveillance testing every week. We launched that last semester. We did it throughout the summer. We will continue so that at each school every week there's an opportunity to be tested on top of the other mitigation strategies that are in place.
On top of that, there are daily health and wellness check-ins for students and a continued push to get students and staff vaccinated. The district is reporting 18% of eligible students and around 58% of district employees are vaccinated. The district is also offering vaccines to students and staff with the Fulton County Board of Health. The biggest goal as school gets started, addressing students' social and academic needs.
As we start this school year, we've been intentional around a schedule that allows for more time for academic interventions with a specific focus on literacy, because we've had a chance to assess that, but we want to also do that more strategically throughout this year.
Now, the district will be relying on assessments for both literacy and math to really help make sure they're able to catch students up from last year. But they're also going to be monitoring students' mental health and well-being. That is a big priority as well. In fact, the district onboarded several school psychologists and school counselors to help as well. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Lindsay Tuman. Back to you.
All right, Lindsay, thank you so much for that update. It is great news to see that Atlanta schools, they're doing all that they can to essentially chart this new path. Now, essentially, what is it, the second, third school year that COVID-19 has severely impacted students' lives? So we really appreciate the update there from Atlanta. All right, everybody, we're back out at the White House in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here on Live Now from Fox. We've got much more coverage for you from across the country. Again, big thanks to all of our Fox-owned and operated stations for providing us the live coverage. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Doctors are telling parents that the COVID-19 vaccine should be on their back-to-school lists. Good morning to the Chief Medical Officer at Parkland Health, Dr. Joseph Chang. It's been a while. Kids as young as 12 can get the shot. Are you confident it's safe?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, we have known that this set of vaccines has been safe for quite a while now for adults. There was no reason even at the beginning to believe that that would be any different for children. But of course, the FDA demanded in its usual rigor that the study actually be done. That data has been done. Now we know that it's been cleared down to 12, and we expect fully that this fall we get cleared all the way down to maybe 5 years old or so.
I had a Tell Us Tim call this week. You'd love listening to these with me. From a lady who says, Tim, you must be tired of lying and telling people that this is serious and that the vaccine is safe. Actually, I'm kind of tired of hearing from people like her. How about you?
Well, it's really frustrating, as frontline healthcare workers, and I certainly don't consider myself one. I lead the frontline healthcare workers, but I speak to them daily, literally daily when I walk around the hospital floors. The frustration is palpable when we don't even really need to talk about it anymore. I see it in their eyes. In a fully preventable disease now, we've, as a society, much of us decided that that is not important. And of course, that is frustrating. If we were able to get folks vaccinated up to that herd immunity level of 80% and we wouldn't be dealing with this at all. And the other thing that people really, really need to remember is that the variants are caused by infection. If we can prevent the infection to begin with, we wouldn't even have variants to talk about, and we wouldn't even have to talk about further eroding of the effectiveness of these vaccines. I mean, it's just one of these things that we have really gone past common sense in a lot of these situations.
Interesting, you just used for herd immunity, just used 80% level. I mean, early on we were talking 70%. And my understanding that is, if early on we had reached 70%, we wouldn't now be talking about 80%. It's because of this Delta strain that's happening.
Well, Tim, you're exactly right. And it's actually a little bit worse than that. But let me talk about your first point first. And that is exactly right. It is always the level of herd immunity that is necessary is always a balance between the effectiveness of the vaccine against whatever is floating around out there and how many people are actually infected, right? So that's the first part of the issue, and you're absolutely correct. However, the second part of this particular situation that makes it more complicated is that the initial numbers were all estimated based on the original Alpha variant. Now that we have the Delta variant as the predominant variant here in North Texas, well over 80 to 90% of all of our cases are Delta, according to county figures. Now it makes it so that we need more of the population to be protected and vaccinated before we can reach that herd immunity number, because the Delta variant is more active. And see, that's the point I've been trying to make across a lot of these talks that I give, is that we are creating our own problem by not protecting our community. And that is the only way out of this. I would remind all of our viewers that I still don't have medicines to treat COVID-19. It seems like, a year and a half has gone by. We must have something now, but we really do not. All of these things that you've heard about, antibodies or convalescent plasma or whatever, all have been proven to not work very well. The only thing that works, Tim, and you know this, is prevention.
Doctors are telling parents that.
All right, big thanks there to Fox 4 News Dallas for that update. All right, everybody. Well, we just talked about it here at Live Now from Fox, exactly how many school years the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted students. We're talking the 2019 to 2020 school year. It was essentially March of 2020. A lot of students across the country went on spring break and never returned to the classrooms. There was coronavirus impacts in schools all of last year, 2020 to 2021. Some students chose in-person learning. Others, they decided to stay at home. Some did a mix, some did hybrid. And now here we are, starting the 2021 to 2022 school year, and things still are not quite back to normal. So think about that. Our students across the country, I'm talking grade school, elementary, middle school, high school, all the way through colleges and universities, they're still not quite back to how we were before the pandemic started. So there could be a lot of anxiety about returning, about what is this new normal, about the uncharted territory, and that is what Fox 5 Atlanta is breaking down next here on Live Now from Fox.
Summer break is over for thousands of Metro Atlanta students. Children will be heading back to school, where the classroom may look different as we continue to navigate learning while still going through a pandemic. So, how can we help our children cope with back to school anxiety? Joining us right now with some insight on this, psychotherapist and author Angela Budemer. Angela, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Sharon. It's wonderful to see you.
Wonderful to see you as well. So let's just dive into this, because, I mean, with the start of school year, there are going to be a lot of kids out there who are anxious, probably even a little bit stressed out. So should this be a concern, or is this kind of normal?
Well, I think we have to keep our eye on it. You know, it is normal to be anxious at the beginning of the school year for the kids and the parents. And especially now with this new Delta variant around, that brings up the fear of the unknown for so many people. But even beyond COVID concerns, you know, there are just some children that are more predisposed to stress and anxiety, some that are a little bit more shy, a little less confident about navigating, making new friends, new teachers, new schools, and all the changes inherent in a new school year.
So now that we know that it's a normal thing, how can parents look out for some of the signs?
So, what I encourage parents to do is look for behavioral changes when it comes to things like emotional outbursts, like anger, irritability, and crying. Also, looking around for complaints of physical symptoms, headaches, or stomach aches, maybe being a little bit more clingy or withdrawn than usual for the child. Also, it can manifest as fidgetiness, restlessness, or difficulty concentrating, and of course, sleep disturbances. So, looking for the changes in those patterns with the children.
And are there any specific strategies that you would suggest parents use, probably to help their children cope with some of this anxiety?
Absolutely. So, some broad strategies to start with. You know, I encourage parents to first be able to keep their own anxiety in check and project that calm, confident attitude because the kids are looking to the parents for their cues. Also, I encourage the parents to really keep a open communication dialogue with the kids so that they know that whatever their concerns are, the parents are going to help normalize those feelings and address them. And finally, I suggest that parents be around a little bit more physically here at the beginning of the year, just to reassure the child that they're not on their own.
Angela, just wondering too, before you leave, is there ever a time when a parent may look and say, my child probably needs professional help?
Absolutely, yes. And so when you are, you know, utilizing some of these strategies to help support your child, if you're not seeing them get better, it's better to go ahead and be safe than sorry. Go ahead and get them checked out by their pediatrician, a child psychologist, and see what's really happening there.
Thank you, Angela, for your insight. Definitely want our kids to have a successful school year.
Yes, absolutely, Sharon.
You take care.
You as well.
And for more information on today's segment and Angela, head over to our website, fox5atlanta.com. Summer break.
Taking a live now look, everybody, at gorgeous Clearwater Beach, Florida out here. You know, it always amazes me how you get stunning sunrises from a beach that essentially faces west, which is where the sun sets. But still, the cloud coverage out there, the sun rising, beautiful shot. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will actually be in Hillsborough County with Sheriff Chad Cronister talking about a new non-lethal weapon that his department is about to start using. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, back here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to depart Clearwater Beach, Florida, head on out to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, where we heard from Chad Chronister talking about a new non-lethal device that his deputies are going to be using.
I have remained focused on providing the latest resources and training to ensure deputies can safely and effectively protect and serve our community. When answering calls for service, the ideal resolution is to de-escalate, which reduces the likelihood of a violent physical confrontation that can result in injuries to individuals in crisis, suspects, innocent bystanders, and even our deputies. To further this objective, in addition to the extensive advanced training our deputies receive, I am pleased to announce that we are expanding our de-escalation capabilities with the addition of a new restraint device, the BolaWrap. The BolaWrap is a less lethal tool that may be used to restrain a non-compliant individual. On a daily basis, our deputies encounter people who are experiencing some type of mental health crisis, and to make matters worse, a drug-induced mental health crisis. They may also be non-compliant for some other reason, posing a danger to themselves and others. By adding this new, less lethal resource to the menu of options for our deputies, we can quickly and effectively de-escalate and gain control of an individual. Through our pilot program, which began this past April and involved 20 deputies, we tested the small handheld device, which can be deployed from a distance of up to 25 feet to restrain individuals at the early stages of a confrontation, before it is able to escalate and may require or necessitate a higher degree of force. Using the device is fairly simple. With the built-in laser, deputies aim for the torso or leg area. And when the Kevlar tether deploys, there is a loud distraction noise, and deputies are able to quickly move in and restrain the individual. During our pilot program, we deployed the BolaWrap on a number of occasions, and body-worn cameras captured these encounters, which demonstrates the effective use in restraining someone. If you would, please turn your attention to the television screen. On May 27th, when deputies were called to the report of a domestic battery, you can see in the body camera video, as our deputy is getting out of his vehicle, the suspect throws a chair, quickly turning this into a violent encounter. In this tense and unpredictable moment, the deputy was able to successfully use the BolaWrap. In another instance, on June 14th, deputies responded to a call involving a person experiencing some type of mental health crisis. From the video, you see the individual poses a threat to himself and those around him. Deputies quickly deployed the BolaWrap and were able to immediately gain control of the individual and get him the help he needed without anyone getting hurt. As you can clearly see,
all right, everybody, again, we've been listening in to Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister there. They are demonstrating a new non-lethal tool that they are going to be using for suspects out there. But now we're going to head on to Milwaukee, and that's because the Wisconsin State Fair is kicking off today, and currently joining us is Fox 6 News' Brian Cramp to talk about all the excitement out there. Good morning, Brian. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's a wonderful day here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I have to tell you. Year 170 for the Wisconsin State Fair. It feels good to be back here because obviously, as you know, there was no fair last year. But what do you want to know about this wonderful space that we're in? Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, a lot of people are wondering. We were having some conventions that were planned out here in Central Florida. They were canceled due to the surge in coronavirus. So, obviously, this is one of those highly attended events. What are organizers planning? What's going to be different?
Well, one of the things that's different is that this is outside, and as you can see, there's plenty of space. The other thing is that they do have recommendations in place for anything that would be indoors to mask up. You know, it's not a required thing, but they have put that recommendation out. There are so few places actually here on the State Fair grounds that are indoors, so there doesn't seem to be too many of the mass gatherings in those areas. But as you can see here in the Central Mall, they have a lot of the benches spread out throughout the entire area. And I just got to take you around a little bit to just show you how beautiful this place is. Because because this is Wisconsin at its finest. And one of the things that you're going to find here in Wisconsin is right there, those cheese curds, right? You got to have a cheese curd if you ever make it to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The sky gliders are in the back, and then down to the north end of the grounds, we got that giant slide. These are all the fun family events that you're going to be able to do here. And up there, high in the sky, that is the Wonder Wheel. And to be honest, this fair is one of those family-friendly events that we look forward to every single day here. So it's just good to be back. It's good to have the food ready. It's good to have the rides ready. And it's just an overwhelming sense of joy out here in Milwaukee.
Brian, I love state fairs. I'm a huge adrenaline junkie. I love rides, not necessarily like those zipper ones where you repeatedly just twirl while you're also twirling in the ride. It's like the double twirl. But I do love roller coasters. I love log rides. I love slides. And I'm hearing something about not just cream puffs, which caught my attention, but cream puffs as a vaccine incentive?
I guess that's the understanding that State Fair released the idea to get a free cream puff with the vaccine. So, you know, we're going to find out. I bet you things will probably be changing, you know, every day down here as far as that goes. But really, it's about the fun and it's about the gathering, and this is going to be a good time in Milwaukee. I can't believe that there's no rain. That's the best part by far. So the weather looks great. I don't know how it looked in the last shot that you had, but here in Milwaukee, pretty much perfect weather.
Are we hearing anything about staffing issues? Are there going to be longer lines?
Well, you know, the staffing issues is something that they've been working hard on out here, which is really nice. So they did have some events to get staffing in early back in June, I believe, as well, and they've been prepping for that. The lines are probably going to be long. You know, patience is what they're asking more than anything else. We talked to the CEO yesterday, and she said, you know, fairgoers just need to be really patient with the lines, especially the beer lines, because that's really important here in Milwaukee, the food lines as well. But yeah, one of the things that they've been practicing is, you know, the patience as well as being prepared to spend a little bit more time in those lines out here.
Absolutely. So how long does the fair go on? Is it a week or two?
Sure, we're out here for 11 days. It kicks
Wow.
off at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time this morning. Yeah, I know, and we're going to be reaching probably 90-degree temperatures coming up in the next couple days. So this could be really interesting, really hot, really sticky. And speaking of sticks, the food on the stick, I don't know. I'm not really a fan of food on a stick. It sounds like more like a dare than anything else to me, in all honesty. But they have everything from deep fried cheese balls that are covered in cinnamon and frosting to burgers that are actually in between donuts. So plenty of food, plenty of fun, and plenty of obnoxious things on a stick as well.
All right, Fox 6's Brian Cramp joining us live out there. You're in Milwaukee, but it's West Allis, right? You're like right nearby, neighboring?
Yeah, you know, as a homeboy over here, I keep saying Milwaukee because everything feels like Milwaukee, but actually we're in West Allis, and that's where State Fair Park is located, yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate that, and have fun and enjoy all the fair food and the rides for me. I'm a little jealous.
Thank you.
Take care, Brian. We'll see you soon.
Have a great day.
We're back out live, everybody in Cleveland, Ohio, and that's because the sunrise out there, it is continuing to put on a show. I hope you guys are all having a great morning. If you happen to be in Milwaukee and you are going to head to the state fair, it seems like there's a lot of outdoor activities in place out there and protocols to make sure that everybody stays safe and healthy and has a great time. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We're going from city to city across the country. We just very quickly went to New York, and now we are out in Los Angeles, California. Here's a Live Now look at LAX, Los Angeles International for short. Well, Fox 11 Los Angeles, they put together this next segment. At least 11 women have accused the governor of inappropriate comments, forced kissing, and groping. But he continues to deny any wrongdoing after the Attorney General says he is guilty. Fox 11 LA's Araskia Karaptian chats with Angela Rose, the founder of PAVE, a nonprofit that educates people on these issues. I believe this is in response to the investigation findings against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Is joining the growing list of officials calling for New York Governor Andrew Cuomo to step down after the state's attorney general found he sexually harassed several women. Since December, at least 11 women have accused the governor of inappropriate comments, forced kissing, and even groping. But he continues to deny any wrongdoing. He says the facts are different from what was presented in the attorney general's report, and he refuses at this point to step down. The report is sparking some new conversations about sexual harassment and assault in the workplace. Angela Rose is an activist and the founder of PAVE, which is a nonprofit that educates people on these issues. Angela is also a survivor herself of sexual assault, and we welcome her to the show this morning. Angela, hi.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us. We'll get to your personal story in a moment and talk a little bit more broadly about workplace sexual assault and harassment. But going off with what's happening in New York and Governor Cuomo, you heard his message where he basically addressed what the report had indicated. He singled out Charlotte Bennett, who happens to be a former aide, and he basically said that she had misinterpreted what he was trying to do. As a survivor yourself of sexual assault, I want to get your thoughts on this, because in a way it was almost like insinuating someone who's gone through trauma like this can't tell the difference between leadership, mentorship, and sexual harassment.
I think it's very re-traumatizing for survivors to hear that type of language. It basically just gives an excuse for that type of behavior. And I think it also is a very important conversation about consent, which is a freely given yes and not the absence of a no, and the importance of a workplace that is free from abuse, harassment, and intimidation.
For someone like Charlotte Bennett and the other women who have come forward, why is it worth going out there, putting your story out there, perhaps even jeopardizing your job? It's intimidating, of course. Why is it worth it?
Well, I think it's worth it because it gives so many other survivors that are suffering in silence an opportunity to see that they're not alone. You know, these issues of harassment and assault and abuse can feel extremely isolating. But when you look at the statistics of millions of us that are out there that have dealt with unwanted, whether it be harassment in the workplace or sexual violence, even domestic violence, every person knows someone who's been impacted by these crimes. But unfortunately, there's still so much perceived shame and silence. And one of my big messages is there is no shame in being a survivor, and it is not your fault.
It is not your fault. I think that is a big message. You are a survivor turned activist. You just mentioned you have, in the commercial break, you're celebrating 20 years of PAVE, the organization that you have started. Talk a little bit about your story, what led you down this path, and what you do as an organization.
Well, when I was 17, I was kidnapped from a shopping mall parking lot. And when I went down to report what happened to me, the detective didn't believe me. And I was really re-traumatized through that process. And I made a vow to myself. I said, if I can try and do something to make a difference, to help survivors thrive after their own trauma, but also help in prevention. So PAVE actually works across the country with a really innovative K-12 prevention program talking about consent, talking about healthy relationships. We do a lot of work on military bases, as well as in corporations and in businesses. And I think people don't want to be against something, they'd rather be for something. So we really promote, again, healthy relationships, consent, and a healthy, happy workplace and school environment, which is so critical.
You know, you mentioned this. I want you to talk about the importance of being believed, and why is it that as a society, we still tend to not believe those who have stories to tell?
So unfortunately, we still live in a very victim-blaming society. All too often, survivors are blamed for what they were doing to ask for what happened to them. And even though we've seen a lot of movement moving forward with Me Too and Time's Up, but we still have a long way to go. Survivors are still not being believed, even by well-meaning loved ones. So another important piece of our work at PAVE and really across the country is helping survivors' families and loved ones know what to say when someone discloses. And so that information is on our website to always start by believing and reassuring that person that it wasn't their fault.
Angela, what is your advice to someone who may be experiencing something like this in their workplace, or maybe they know someone, a coworker or a friend who is?
Well, it can feel very isolating. I can speak even to my own experience in the workplace, beside what happened to me at 17 when I was in my early 20s. There was a lot of sexual harassment in the workplace where I was. I was the only female. It was in a mortgage company, and I felt extremely silenced. And so some advice that I have is to write down everything that you can about the exact time, date, what was said, speak up, make sure that everything is documented. That's so critically important during this process. And to reach out for help. There are so many wonderful organizations and also attorneys that can help navigate the process. You don't have to do it alone.
Angela, thank you so much. Really important information. Thanks for being with us. And again, congratulations on 20 years with your nonprofit, PAVE.
Thank you.
Back out live now, everybody in New York. I'm going to keep going to this live picture because it is so stunning. Hope you guys are all having a great morning so far. We are jumping from coast to coast and everywhere in between, bringing you all the top stories and updates that you want and need to know about as you start your day. So again, we are now about 7:20 on the East Coast. We're going to continue on with all of our top stories and updates. I do want to wrap up. There's only about 5 minutes left of Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister. His remarks about the new non-lethal device they have implemented. Let's watch right here on Live Now from Fox.
As you can clearly see, the BolaWrap is an extremely effective resource. With such positive results and our continued pursuit of de-escalation training, techniques and resources, we will be strategically deploying 165 BolaWraps throughout the Sheriff's Office in the coming weeks, to include members of our uniform patrol districts and our Behavioral Resources Unit. Implementing this new de-escalation tool is another example of your Sheriff's Office evolving. I am excited and proud that our deputies have another less lethal resource to avoid those physical confrontations and gain control of non-compliant, combative, and violent individuals without anyone getting hurt. This is smarter policing. I'm now happy to take any questions.
The whole goal is to avoid a physical confrontation where you have to approach somebody closely. You want to have a distance, in other words.
100% our goal is to de-escalate a situation and avoid any type of physical confrontation. And this resource, this less lethal resource, now affords our deputies the ability to do just that with those subjects that may be suffering from autism, maybe some type of mental health crisis. These individuals aren't individuals who need to be arrested. These are individuals who need help. And this tool will allow us to do that by deploying this without anyone getting hurt. The individual, a violent suspect, I envision this if a deputy is able to have time, has time. Can you imagine an individual wielding some type of blunt object or a knife, and from 25 feet, if we were able to successfully restrain that individual and not have to deploy force, this resource is going to save injuries, but it's going to save lives. That's what I envision this evolving into. Like I said, and let me clarify this, if a deputy has that opportunity, has the distance and has the opportunity to do this, here's another resource. This is better policing.
Can you explain, it's kind of hard to tell on video, can you explain exactly what it does?
Yes, absolutely. The device, the deputy turns it on and is laser focused for accuracy. They can point the laser towards that lower torso leg area and press the button, it deploys. It's almost, it's like something out of a Spider-Man movie, how the tether comes out with hooks and quickly wraps around an individual's legs and is able to subdue that subject. Maybe prevent that one video you see from going back into the water and maybe harming himself or putting a deputy in harm to have to go retrieve that individual. How about someone who wants to walk out into traffic? I mean, the scenarios, I think, are limitless, that this resource will be helpful.
And that first video, it seemed like he deployed it, and then it seemed like immediately went up to him to arrest him. Did he shoot higher and go around the arms then?
No, that was still in the lower area. There's certainly some margin of error when being deployed. The goal is before they're able to figure it out and maybe try to undo it, when it's deployed, is to go there and again gain that immediate control, again to avoid some type of violent encounter where there's always injuries to somebody.
This wouldn't replace, obviously, a taser. Like, what would be the different scenarios where you want to use this over a taser or other non-lethal?
Great question. I think all of them have different applications. Sometimes you may see them both deployed at the same time. It's another great resource that will complement each other to avoid that lethal use of force. And again, all of this, whether it's the taser being a less lethal tool, now complement it with the bowler wrap, all of it is to target it at that one singular goal, to de-escalate a situation and bring that physical, that combative, that non-compliant subject under control without anyone being injured.
Do you see deputies down the road having both of them as well as a weapon, or just one of them?
Oh, absolutely. The 165 individuals that we'll strategically place around will have both. Absolutely.
Can you talk about the cost and how it's being funded?
Sure. It's $1,000 a unit. The replacement cartridges are $100, and us being good stewards, being conservative with the taxpayer money, we had the funds available and we used those funds to purchase this. We wanted this to be a priority, another resource, again, in our smarter policing approach to our community.
Do you have to give out a warning when you fire these?
We absolutely will. Yeah, no different than taser. It'll be bowler wrap, bowler wrap, to let everyone around know that we're deploying it. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe. Stay healthy.
All right, but again, you're watching Live Now from Fox, taking another live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. It is Thursday, August 5th, 2021. Hope you guys are all having a great morning so far. Going to pull up XRAD radar so you can see what weather is like where you are watching from. Perhaps you're traveling for business or pleasure. Now that millions of Americans are vaccinated and it is the summertime, they are getting used to heading out to the skies and the roads again. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break before we have a live guest. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Again, we've been taking a look at XRAD radar. You see a lot of lightning off the east coast there, out here in the southeast, across Florida as well. You got Texas as well. You've got lots of warnings and watches out in the western portion of the U.S. But it is live guest time here on Live Now from Fox. Currently joining us is Mike Herodopoulos. He is the former president of the Florida Senate. He is also an political analyst. He joins us pretty much every week to break down some of the stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. So good morning, Mr. Herodopoulos. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Good morning to you, Pilar.
All right. So we want to ask infrastructure. It's expected to be discussed today on Bill. Are we going to pass this thing? We've been talking about it for months. What's the latest?
Well, it's Washington, D.C. You never know what's going to happen for sure. But it looks like definitely the Senate will pass something this weekend. Over $1 trillion spending focused on primarily roads and bridges. But there are a lot of other elements. Bill, $42 billion for ports, $39 billion for public, $66 billion for Amtrak, meaning rail cars. Another $5 billion for water projects, $65 billion for broadband. There's a lot of things in this package, and it's going to cost over $1 trillion. And of course, this has a bipartisan support, meaning Mitch McConnell at this point, this bill, saying that this is vital and necessary for the United States to continue moving forward. It includes improvements to our energy grid, etc. It's going to be an interesting scenario to see what happens, more importantly, after this weekend's vote, in my opinion, in the House of Representatives, because Nancy Pelosi has said, that's fine, you all want to pass the infrastructure bill. I want to spend another $3.5 trillion on free community college, free basically free or expansion of Medicare, free child care, Family Leave Act. So there's a lot more to go. But the good news is, if you like this program, which a lot of people do, including now 17 Republican senators, is this bill will likely pass this weekend after they go through the questions and different amendments that they'll work on during the remainder of the week.
We already heard. Why do you think it is that West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin is such a supporter of it and says that, yes, it should pass today?
Well, I think he's part of that bipartisan deal. There's all 50 Democrats are on board. At least 17 Republicans at this point are on board because they think the infrastructure bill is important. When you go through that list, there's some common sense ideas there. That means roads and bridges, water infrastructure, broadband access, public transportation. These are all things that have not been passed out of either the Trump nor the Obama administration over the last decade. And a lot of Republicans and Democrats say, hey, we need to improve that public infrastructure and just make it a better place to do business. Where the problem is going to occur is, will they get this bill with the second bill? And that's the one that the Republicans say, heck no, we're not going to do it. That's over $3.5 trillion. And that's for what a lot of people would say was simply either the Green New Deal or a massive expansion of social welfare programs, as I mentioned earlier. Free community college, free daycare, expanding Medicare in a big way, family leave programs. And with that, most likely comes, at the very minimum, a lot of debt. More likely, it means a lot of tax increases, especially on your retirement accounts.
That's what's being called the reconciliation bill, right?
Exactly. So what will happen here, so everyone understands, that there's two bills that are out here. And one is infrastructure. That's the $1 trillion bill. That's the, quote, inexpensive one, right? The real big one, and the real one this I think is going to make it really tough to pass, is this $3.5 trillion bill. And the way that the Democrats are trying to work this out is they're trying to get both bills passed in both the House and the Senate. They have to be identical. But the way they get around the filibuster, which is a 60 vote margin, as you mentioned, is that they have to have what's called budget reconciliation. And the only way they get budget reconciliation is if the House and Senate bills are identical on both the infrastructure bill and let's just call it a more massive big spending bill. That's what they're trying to get to. Where Republicans are only going to go along at this point is on the infrastructure bill. But the Democrats are trying to use that power they have now, 50 senators with the vice president. If they get budget reconciliation, it looks like they have a chance to pass both. But let me add one more wrinkle if I can. Right now, 2 United States senators, one of them you just mentioned, that being Joe Manchin, saying, hey, I'm okay with the infrastructure bill, the $1 billion, But I've got some concerns about this $3.5 trillion, because that $3.5 trillion is just a massive number, and how are you really going to pay for it? And the other Democrat senator, Senator Sinema from Arizona, also has reservations about that bigger $3.5 trillion bill. So there's still a long way to go. But what I would predict with confidence right now is that the Senate will pass the one bill, that being the infrastructure bill, and they're going to pass it with bipartisan support, maybe even Mitch McConnell. But as Nancy Pelosi has said, she wants all or nothing. And she wants to get it in a posture, if you want to use that term, where she can pass both the infrastructure bill, $1 trillion, and the bigger government expansion program, $3.5 trillion, with just Democrat votes using the process you discussed, that being budget reconciliation, their way of getting around the filibuster in the Senate, and of course, using their only 3-vote margin in the United States House.
You already talked about it, the hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he won't let senators go on an August recess until there is a vote. Anything the Senate passes will still need to go to the House for a vote. But like I said, I feel like we've been talking about this for months. Every day we're like, is there a deal? How are infrastructure talks? They've had the bipartisan groups. What essentially were the setbacks and negotiation issues throughout this whole process?
Well, we'll talk about one bill at a time. The big setback in the first one was, in order to get this done, the Republicans are saying, look, we've got a lot of money left over from COVID relief that we never spent. Why don't we use the money there instead of creating new spending? And so that was kind of worked out. That's why the infrastructure deal, I think, will be worked out, because, again, the things we're talking about, a lot of people are okay with. That means, again, ports, public transportation, railroads, even electric charging stations, which are becoming more popular today with more electric cars, roads, bridges, and water infrastructure, broadband access. These are kind of bipartisan ideas where these are the common roles of government. We've not made massive investments in those in years, and some people say that's logical. Thus, you have the bipartisan support. The real problem here has been, of course, the other bill, that being the $3.5 trillion bill. I don't think you're ever going to get the Republicans to sign off on it. The question is, can the Democrats ram through this and use, as you put perfectly, budget reconciliation to get it done? And then the last thing, if I could just add one element, is a reason why we don't have a deal at this point, in my opinion, on infrastructure exclusively, is because Nancy Pelosi, if you want to use the term holding it hostage, she's saying no infrastructure deal unless I get my $3.5 trillion on all those new spending programs. And on those new spending programs, what Joe Biden has said is the way to pay for the $3.5 trillion is a massive increase in what's called the capital gains tax. That means when you and I make our money off our retirement accounts down the road, we got to pay higher and higher taxes on your investments. The other way he wants to pay for it is by increasing the corporate income tax. And again, that sounds good on paper, but remember, whenever a business gets a tax, they're going to pass along those costs to you and I, the consumer. And finally, one other thing, whenever the government spends this much money, you and I and Regina and others have been talking about inflation. When the government spends this much money, you're going to put even more inflationary pressures out there because there's a lot of money floating around for only so many services. And so that's going to be the problem. So to answer your question in a short answer, there's still a long way to go, because Nancy Pelosi either has to say, you know what, I'll take the infrastructure alone, and then we'll have a separate vote on the other. Or the Senate's going to have to capitulate and say, okay, Nancy Pelosi, we're going to give you both bills. I just think that's a really hard lift for the Democrats at this point, especially since they're lacking 2 of their own U.S. senators to support the big one, the $3.5 trillion bill.
Mr. Herodopoulos, you or viewers may have noticed I've been looking up here while you've been chatting, and that's because I'm monitoring a bunch of different news feeds, like literally in front of me here. There's a ton of monitors. And if this question catches you off guard, please forgive me. But we were talking before I introduced you here on the show. You were saying that infrastructure and the situation at the U.S.-Mexico border kind of coincide. And right now, I just saw a report that said that the administration, the Biden administration, is planning on offering vaccines to migrants, COVID-19 vaccines. So can you talk about the correlation, if any, of the two, and just briefly on the situation that's happening at the U.S.-Mexico border?
Sure, I'll do my best on that short notice. And first and foremost, you have a border for a reason. You want to make sure that the right people come in, the wrong people don't. And that's been just absolute chaos, as we know, since the start of the Biden administration. A lot of people are coming over the border, and beyond the increasing pressure with the Delta variant, with COVID, we have this massive issue with things like fentanyl, guns, other drugs coming over the border because it's just such a massive move towards the border, and we can't handle the numbers that are coming in. That's why you want to build the wall. That said, again, where we're at, where Republicans have also said for months now and saying, I don't get it. You're telling American citizens they've got to do X, Y, and Z. You got to get vaccinated, and yet they're letting hundreds of thousands, and by the middle of this month, there's the expectation that 1 million new people have come over the border illegally. You need to do something. But that's the reality, where I think what they need to do before they start changing policies is secure the border. Make sure the people that are getting in are those who are playing by the rules. You can imagine the frustration of a person who's been waiting for years to come to the United States legally, and then someone else is just kind of cutting in line. And not only that, but they're getting services, they're getting vaccines and so forth. And it seems like a double standard, if not hypocrisy. So I'm not surprised to see that the Biden administration has said, we're going to give these people COVID shots, which is obviously a good thing because the Delta variant is real. And so we need to handle it. But this is something they should have been thinking about when they took office on January 20th. This is a real health crisis. We know it's real. And yet they're setting one set of standards for American citizens and masks and all these restrictions, but then people coming over the border since January 20th have been coming in, spreading COVID if they have it, and there's no real, again, plan for it. I think it's the frustration and why the Biden administration is so unpopular on this particular issue, that they really feel, what the American public does, that the Biden administration has failed in this accord. But I think it is a good, positive public health step that they are going to give vaccines to whoever they're letting in, though I think it's a bad policy because, again, you're undercutting those legal citizens that are trying to do it the right way.
Mr. Herodopoulos, another top talker of the week, the New York Attorney General investigation findings against the governor, Andrew Cuomo. What are your initial thoughts on that? And now what is the fallout? Calls for him to resign, including from the president, from the senator, Chuck Schumer there from New York, from other politicians, and essentially what is next for his political future?
Well, you saw much the same thing happen in Virginia when the Virginia governor got in some trouble as well, but they eventually backed off despite calls for him to resign. That said, this is an avalanche of Democrats who are finally saying to Andrew Cuomo, look, we gave you the benefit of the doubt. We gave you this month to have this investigation when the initial allegations came out. But now a fellow Democrat, the Attorney General, has come out with this, to put it lightly, explosive report about the governor and his behavior, which is, you talk about out of line. And Democrats have called for his head as well, to tell him, you got to resign. Cuomo, as you probably saw from the comments, he put his head in the sand and said, I don't think I did anything wrong, which is pretty unique. In this circumstance, he'd probably come out early in the crisis and said, I made a lot of mistakes. I apologize. Instead, he's taken an aggressive move towards these multiple women who have accused him, now verified by the investigation, that he acted in a malicious and not exactly correct way. And so my guess is that he's going to hold on as long as possible until the Democrat House and Senate call to impeach him in New York. The Democrats have a massive majority in both the House and Senate in New York. They should have the votes to remove him, especially considering this vote. But short of him knowing he's going to be impeached, kind of like Nixon had to go through back in 1974, will he resign? I think Cuomo has dug in. You saw the comments, you heard the comments. They were, to put it simply, arrogant. To put it in a strong way, he has dug in his heels and said, force me out. And I think that's the only way he's leaving that office. If the Democrats and the House and Senate in New York say, we're going to impeach you if you don't resign, and show the governor that they had the votes to impeach him. Short of that, just from the initial behavior we've seen from Governor Cuomo, I don't think he's going to resign. But I think the bigger issue in New York is what he did with the nursing homes. Here he went on national TV and said he was doing such a great job. And what we found out is that his decisions led to many deaths in New York. That's the bigger issue. But this issue on sexual harassment will be the one that eventually removes him from office. And I think it'll be the benefit of New Yorkers if he is removed, because his behavior is completely unacceptable. And this is, for those folks who have been aggressive on this issue for the right reasons, this is the way where you look, if you go outside the bounds of your office, there's going to be a penalty.
I want to thank you for reminding our viewers that he has denied any and all allegations. He has said that he has not acted inappropriately since this news first broke months ago until the AG report came out. That was his most recent public comment, saying that he denied the allegations. Is there any way that he could face any criminal charges for any of this?
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion that he has clearly gone over the line, and he's tried to use his powers in office to demean different women, etc. It's just a gross case of arrogance. He came off in the same way during the COVID crisis, how he was doing such a great job and made all these maneuvers, and the truth was he wasn't. He's just not been really honest about what's going on. He's almost in denial about it. And here's a guy who's been elected governor 3 times in the state of New York, who's going to run for a 4th term. But now my guess is his political career is over. And I would guess that also that the Democrat leadership in the legislature of New York, I think they're going to move forward and say, you know, enough is enough. The opinion polls that have been sticking with Cuomo, saying it could have been a he said, she said situation. Now with this massive investigation done by a fellow Democrat, the Attorney General, I don't know where else Cuomo turns, because Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the other New York United States Senator and others have said it's time for you to go. And I think it might be a good time for the governor to exit, just because the report is just overwhelming. And the credibility of the governor has been diminished, not just on this issue, but on the nursing home prices during COVID as well.
All right, former president of the Florida Senate, author and political analyst Mike Herodopoulos joining us again here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate the time you take with us each and every week to break down these top political stories from across the country, and hopefully we'll be seeing you again soon.
I look forward to it. Have a great week, and thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye. We are showing you a Live Now look, everybody, just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, New York. If you're just waking up with us here as we approach the top of the 8 o'clock hour, thank you so much. If you've been with us all morning, we are certainly very happy about that as well. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Keep businesses open, and it's easy to get. It's the vaccine. For those of you who are still sitting on the fence about getting vaccinated, I urge you to talk to your own doctor about your concerns. Or listen to Dr. Ezike and the world-class medical professionals that I've invited here over the past year and a half, all of whom now will tell you that the vaccine is safe, effective, and it prevents serious illness or death, even from the Delta variant. Every Illinoisan who is eligible should get vaccinated as soon as possible. In the meantime, we cannot delay taking action. Today, I am announcing our initial actions to combat the fast-moving Delta variant. We are taking 3 key steps to protect our state's 1.8 million unvaccinated children under 12 and their families, residents and staff of long-term care facilities, and those highly vulnerable people who rely upon state employees for their daily care. First, far too few school districts have chosen to follow the federal Centers for Disease Control prescriptions for keeping students and staff safe. Though I want to commend the districts in Edwardsville and Champaign, in Peoria and Springfield, in Elgin, in Chicago, and others for already doing the right thing for their students. Given the CDC's strong recommendation, I had hoped that a state mask requirement in schools wouldn't be necessary, but it is. The Delta variant is highly transmissible, more so than any other previous forms of this virus. Because of the lower rates of vaccination among teens aged 12 to 17, because the vaccine has not yet been approved for children under 12, because there are many people who are reluctant across some of the districts to adopt the CDC's guidance, effective immediately, all P-12 schools and daycares in Illinois must follow the CDC guidance of universal masking inside, regardless of vaccine status. My goal has always been to safely bring all kids back into the classroom at the start of the school year and, crucially, to keep them there. Without these measures, we would likely see many more outbreaks than in the latter half of the last school year. Preventing outbreaks from the start also prevents kids from having to stay home because they're sick or in quarantine. This requirement extends to P-12 sports. Face coverings will be required for all indoor recreation, whereas outdoor, where transmission risks and rates are lower, athletes and coaches will not be required to mask. We will continue to encourage school districts to make sure their athletes are tested regularly to catch any potential outbreaks early, and to ensure that schools have what they need to adhere to the new mask requirement. My administration is ready to supply masks to any school districts that need them. That's on top of the free COVID-19 testing supplies we're providing to all of our public schools statewide. Throughout this pandemic, we've shifted public health protocols as circumstances have changed, and will continue to do so. We'll continue to watch for things like a significant reduction in transmission, the availability and utilization of vaccines for school-aged children under 12, and additional guidance from the CDC. And as we see developments in those areas, we will adjust our requirements for schools accordingly. Again, our goal has always been to make sure that every child can go to school this fall and that the school environment is safe for everyone. Today, I'm also announcing that Illinois will require vaccinations for all state employees who work in congregate facilities such as our veterans' homes, our corrections facilities, and the Department of Human Services developmental centers and psychiatric hospitals. Our most vulnerable residents, such as veterans who can't live on their own and adults living with developmental disabilities, have no choice but to live amongst these workers. By and large, residents of these state-run facilities have done what they can do to protect themselves by getting vaccinated. For example, residents of our state's veterans' homes have vaccination rates of 96%, 98%, and even 100%. And yet, many of the long-term care facilities' employees have themselves not been vaccinated. They run the risk of carrying the virus into work with them. And then it's the residents who are ending up seriously sick, hospitalized, or worse. It's a breach of safety, it's fundamentally wrong, and in Illinois, it's going to stop. We already require masks for everyone entering state facilities, but if we're going to fully protect our vulnerable populations, the most effective infection control measure is vaccination. It's our obligation to exercise due care in protecting the health of those residents, and so we will. We've notified the unions about this necessary safety measure, requesting that they come to the negotiating table to work out the details. Our state agencies will continue to make the vaccine readily available for employees, including hosting vaccination drives at work sites and offering paid time off for receiving the vaccine. This directive takes effect October 4th, 2 months from today, leaving ample time for employees to get fully vaccinated. If I could do it sooner, I would. Until then, all employees will remain masked up. Finally, I'm announcing a universal mask mandate in all long-term care facilities, across Illinois, including those that are privately owned and operated. This means everyone, vaccinated or not, must wear a mask when in a facility with long-term care patients and residents. This is already standard practice in much of the industry, but while the Delta variant rages on, I want to leave no doubt on the need for compliance.
One more commercial break before the top of the hour. We'll see all of you live nowers when you return.
Experts to evaluate any and all necessary action to protect children, prevent death, and support our healthcare systems. I'm asking private employers to do the same. Already we've seen companies with Illinois operations like Tyson and Google announce vaccine requirements for employees. I applaud those employers who have taken steps to protect their employees, their customers, and the public from the virus, and I hope to see others join them. Most crucially, I'll be putting out a call to all long-term care facilities and nursing homes in the state of Illinois. Your workers are on the front lines of protecting thousands of our elderly loved ones. But across the state, staff vaccination rates are dramatically lower than those of your residents. At a troubling number of facilities, staff vaccination rates are below 25%. I want to end with a message for our vaccinated residents. I know this is hard. You did the right thing for yourself, for your family, for your community, and now, because of the new Delta variant and the high number of unvaccinated people in the United States, it feels like we're going backwards in this journey. Please remember that the vast majority of vaccinated people are safe. No vaccine is 100% effective, and hearing about breakthrough cases on the news can feel scary, even when breakthroughs are rare and mild. But the likelihood of a vaccinated person testing positive for COVID-19 remains extremely low. And most importantly, these vaccines are doing what they're designed to do, essentially to eliminate the risk of hospitalization and death. Again, to all of those who are already vaccinated, I'm going to ask you to do one more thing. Talk to someone in your life who could get the vaccine but hasn't yet. Please share your story with them. Share why you got vaccinated. Let them know that the vaccine is free. Let them know that they can go to their doctor, to a pharmacy, to a clinic. And if they're homebound, someone can come and vaccinate them right there at home. Let them know that they'll still be eligible for the $1 million Illinois vaccine lottery, and most importantly, that they'll receive the life-saving benefits of the vaccine. We'll get through this all together as Illinoisans, as we have in so many other circumstances, by working together. And I want to thank everybody, and with that, I'll turn it over to our IDPH Director, Dr. Ngozi Ezike. Doctor?
Good afternoon, and let me start by thank you, Governor, for taking these decisive steps to keep our state safe I join millions of Illinoisans in saluting you. I wish the circumstances were more favorable, and it's not news to anyone. We are seeing an increase in COVID-19 cases, and even more concerning, an increase in the COVID-19 hospitalizations, including among our youth. In January of this year, about 5.5% of the cases were among those who were younger than 10 years of age. Last month, that increased to nearly 15%. Similarly, approximately 13% of cases in January were among those 10 to 19 years. And in July, that increased to 23. We are seeing the same trend for hospitalizations. The percent of hospitalizations among those younger than 20 years old tripled from 2.5% to 7.8%. And yes, while most children who get COVID have fewer symptoms than adults, they absolutely can still get COVID-19, and they can absolutely spread it to others. We have clearly witnessed that spread this summer throughout Illinois. Numerous cases of COVID-19 have been linked to youth camps, including cases that occurred after the child, including those who were eligible to be vaccinated, returned home with the virus and unintentionally spread it to others. And among the youth camp cases that have been sequenced, the more transmissible Delta variant has been the predominant strain. From the information gathered, vaccination status was not checked at many of these youth camps, and masks were not worn while indoors. Masks are a critical tool to interrupt transmission of the virus. There is an abundance of epidemiological data that support community masking to reduce the spread of the virus. But there's more that we can do. There is something even better than masks. Vaccination is our even stronger tool. It's our best tool. And unfortunately, there are people under the age of 12 who don't have access to this life-saving tool. And the clinical trials for those younger than 12 are underway now. Even with the Delta variant that we've all been talking about, the vaccines have been proven to be effective at keeping people with COVID out of the hospital and preventing death. There's been a lot of coverage about breakthrough hospitalizations, breakthrough deaths, when someone who is fully vaccinated still ends up in the hospital or succumbs to the virus. But please understand that these instances represent only a fraction of the people who have been vaccinated. More than 6 million people have been vaccinated in Illinois, and congratulations to those of you who made that important choice. And of those over 6 million people who have been vaccinated, there have only been 714 hospitalizations. There have been 180 deaths, but that's roughly 0.01%, 1/100th of 1% of people who have been fully vaccinated who have been hospitalized, and 3/1000ths of 1% of people who were fully vaccinated who have perished. The overwhelming majority of cases, the hospitalizations, the deaths, are among those who are not vaccinated. And the majority of transmission is also among the unvaccinated. Thus the phrase that it has become a pandemic of the unvaccinated. But the key is that we actually have the tools to turn the tide on the next wave. And that next wave wants to threaten us if we don't avail ourselves of these tools. Let's do what's right, not just for ourselves, but for our neighbors and our entire communities. Now I'll repeat the comments in Spanish. Buenas tardes. Aunque es un placer volver a verlos, hubiera deseado que fuera por razones más agradables. Estamos viendo un incremento de casos de COVID-19 y también un incremento de hospitalizaciones, incluso entre la juventud. Este año, en enero, 5.6% de los casos eran entre niños menores de 10 años. El último mes incrementó casi 15%. Similarmente, aproximadamente 13% de los casos en enero eran entre jóvenes de 10 a 19 años. En julio, el número incrementó a 23%. Estamos viendo las mismas tendencias en hospitalizaciones. El porcentaje de hospitalización entre personas menores de 20 años ha triplicado de 2.5% en enero a 7.5% en julio. Aunque los niños que contraen COVID-19 tienen menos síntomas que los adultos, los niños aún pueden contraer COVID-19 y contagiar a otras personas. Hasta con la variante Delta se ha comprobado que las vacunas son efectivas en mantener a personas con COVID fuera del hospital y prevenir muertes a causa del virus. Ha habido mucha cobertura sobre los casos de hospitalizaciones y muertes entre personas completamente vacunadas. Pero estos casos solo representan una mínima fracción de personas vacunadas. Entre las más de 6 millones de personas completamente vacunadas, aproximadamente 0.1% de personas completamente vacunadas han sido hospitalizadas y 0.03% de personas completamente vacunadas han muerto. Estamos hablando de una pequeñísima fracción de menos de 1%. Hoy, la abrumadora mayoría de hospitalizaciones y muertes han sido entre personas no vacunadas y la mayoría de las transmisiones de virus han sido entre personas no vacunadas. Estos son los hechos. Tenemos las herramientas para cambiar el curso de la pandemia. Muchísimas gracias. And with that, I will turn it back over to Governor Pritzker for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. T. Happy to take questions.
Governor Pritzker, Carla Leal with Telemundo Chicago. Are there any additional steps that will be taken for students that are up maybe from 6th grade or 5th grade and below, because those are probably the under 12-year-olds, to protect them in the school environment and with this COVID ambulance right now?
Well, to begin with, there is now universal masking for all of those children and for everybody in their schools. And so that's a major step forward, at least in mitigations and keeping them healthy and safe. But each individual school district and school can, in addition to that, place their own mitigations in their schools. Examples being, you've seen plexiglass in certain circumstances or distancing within the classrooms. Although we are not requiring that, they're making those decisions within each school and each district.
Governor, is the requirement the equivalent of a mandate? Would you explain the difference? And what happens with the special education kids and the kids with respiratory problems? I mean, what's going to happen to them? We have parents asking us that question. We would like to
Sure. Let's just to take the last half, and then I want you to repeat the first half. Children with medical necessities, where there are reasons why they can't wear a mask, situations like their own respiratory issues that are beyond, apart from COVID-19, where they wouldn't be able to have anything obstructing their breathing. Those are obviously situations in which a doctor's note or, there's the ability for the school district to get reprieve for those children.
And the first question was the difference between the requirement and the mandate. Is it still a mandate?
This is a mandate. This is a mandate across our K-12 schools, our P-12 schools, and childcare to make sure that we're keeping those children, the unvaccinated as well as the vaccinated, safe, and their families, importantly, because this, as you know, this virus can be taken home fairly easily. We now know more from the CDC from their reports.
Governor, there are a number of parents who are asking, what has taken so long for you to act? You've seen the problems that have gone on at school district meetings. They're wondering what's taken so long. and others apparently are maybe preparing to file a lawsuit to challenge the legal authority for this mandate. Can you address that?
Sure. Well, first of all, there has been substantial spread across the state. And, you know, it's important that, you know, as I watch these numbers, as the IDP.
Good morning, everyone. You are streaming live now from Fox. We do have a breaking live event internationally coming to the Live Now from Fox desk. It looks as though Belarusian Olympic sprinter is holding a press conference after seeking refuge from her home country. We're going to go ahead and listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Да, я слегка удивлена, что вся эта ситуация стала таким политическим скандалом, потому что это была лишь ситуация, которая касалась только спорта. Была совершена ошибка, из-за которой не смогли две участницы Олимпиады приехать на Олимпийские игры. И все, что я хотела высказать, это только то, что кто-то должен понести ответственность за эту ошибку. И я никаким образом не пыталась связывать это с политикой. Поэтому то, что произошло, для меня стало большим удивлением.
Yes, indeed. The situation turned out to be a political scandal, and it was absolutely sports related. Basically, a mistake was made, and owing to that mistake, two athletes couldn't come to the Olympic Games. And all I said was that someone should be held responsible for making that mistake, and somehow that sports-related situation was suddenly turned out to be a highly political issue.
Hello, Kashmate, Czech Television. I would like to ask you if you already decided to apply political asylum here in Poland, or if you have done it, and why you decided to come here to Poland and to possibly live here.
Добрый день, чешское телевидение. Вопрос, вы уже приняли решение о том, будете вы подавать прошение о политическом убежище в Польше, и почему, каким образом было принято решение о том, что вы приедете именно в Польшу?
Я не думала сейчас по поводу политического убежища. Все, что я хочу, это остаться в спорте, продолжить свою спортивную карьеру здесь. И мы выбрали Польшу, потому что я также общалась с родителями, которые сказали, что, возможно, Польша будет наилучший для меня вариант, потому что у них, возможно, получится также сюда приезжать ко мне, чтобы мы могли встречаться иногда.
Well, frankly speaking, I haven't thought about seeking political asylum. All I mean to do is to continue my sports career. And the reason I decided on Poland was because I talked to my parents and they said they didn't have an issue obtaining a visa to come and visit me here. That's why I decided on Poland.
Да, пожалуйста.
Hello, my name is Magdalena Podacz from Polish television and I want to ask you how you feel in Poland and what's happened with your husband. Thank you very much.
Хотел бы задать вопрос, как вы себя чувствуете в Польше и что происходит сейчас с вашим мужем, как он, что он, где он?
So I feel myself much better here. I feel that I'm in safety, and a lot of people support me here. And my husband, he's already in a road by car to the Poland. So I will wait him today in the evening. He will be here, maybe with me. So I just waiting to him.
Yes, please.
Скажите, пожалуйста, как вы уезжали из Беларуси на Олимпийские игры, вы представляли себе, что это может случиться? Вы думали, что это угрозы или чувства, что это может случиться? И как долго вы замечали, чтобы посмотреть это?
Just one question. When you were traveling to the Olympics, have you ever thought that there will be possible such a situation that you will be under threat, and how long do you intend to stay in Poland?
Нет, я вообще не могла представить, что такая ситуация может произойти. Тем более я активно веду свой Инстаграм, я делюсь своей жизнью, и перед Олимпийскими играми я делала пост о моих планах по возвращению с Олимпиады. Мы планировали, что я закончу свой соревновательный сезон. Также у меня должны были быть соревнования 15 августа, и я общалась со своим менеджером по поводу того, как я буду из Беларуси лететь на соревнования. По окончании сезона мы планировали полететь на отдых, я планировала закончить свое обучение, которое я начала, а также планировали дальше заниматься работой, которую мы начали в Минске.
No, I definitely did not imagine such a situation. I'm a person who's fairly active on Instagram, and I share whatever happens in my life on Instagram. In fact, after the return from the Olympics, I was planning to have an event on the 15th of August, and I was talking on the phone to my manager about the preparation for another competition. And we were intending to do so after a short break and rest after the Olympics, so definitely this was nothing that I would have envisaged.
Yes, please.
Кристина, добрый день. Александр Бороденко, телеграм-белсат. Атака на вас началась в государственных СМИ, в провластных телеграм-каналах. Как вы это восприняли? Какие-то, может, наиболее яркие примеры атак на вас? И все ли ограничилось просто информационными сюжетами, или вы все-таки получали какие-то еще сообщения в лично?
There is an attack in media upon you, Christina. So, how do you feel? How do you accept these threats and this hate wave? Probably some most outrageous examples, please.
Attack in Belarusian propaganda media.
Да, мне рассказали мои родители о том, что по телевизору уже говорят обо мне и говорят очень плохие вещи, о том, что я не воспользовалась шансом пробежать на Олимпиаде в том виде, в котором никогда в жизни не принимала участие, и что я недоспортсмен и что-то в таком роде. Также мне прислали фото из телеграм-каналов, где оставляли ссылку на мой аккаунт в Инстаграме и с просьбами писать мне какие-то плохие вещи. Да, мне поступало очень много плохих сообщений, но уже в тот момент намного больше поступало слов поддержки от людей, поэтому я читала намного больше позитивных комментариев, чем негативных.
Yes, my parents told me that on the television they were talking a lot of bad things about me, and first of all that I didn't take the chance to run at the distance that I was never even trained in, and they sent me some screenshots from the television. Where they showed the link to my account, asking people to write hateful things about me, and they did. But indeed, I received more supportive comments from various people. So indeed, the comments were more positive than negative.
Christina, how long do you plan to stay in Poland? What are your plans?
Я думаю, что когда сегодня мой муж приедет сюда, мы должны вместе с мужем решить принять это решение. На данный момент не могу ничего ответить, но я надеюсь, что мы сможем остаться здесь и продолжить здесь мою карьеру, и муж сможет найти здесь работу.
Once my husband comes here tonight, we will be making this decision together. At this moment, I cannot share anything about this without him, but I definitely hope that we can stay here and that I can continue my sports career and that my husband can find some work here.
Mateusz Maranowski, Polsat News. Are you welcome in Poland? Are you afraid of your family or your friends because of your decision to come to Poland?
Polsat News. Насколько вы опасаетесь, беспокоитесь за своих близких, за своих друзей и из-за вашего решения, из-за того решения, которое вы приняли?
Естественно, я очень переживаю за своих родителей, которые остались в Беларуси, тем более, что мой отец болен, у него проблемы с сердцем, и в последние дни его состояние здоровья ухудшилось. Но я также общалась с родителями сегодня. Они мне сказали, что они в порядке, поэтому я надеюсь, что с ними ничего плохого не произойдет.
Yes, indeed. I am worried about my relatives, about my family members, especially my father, who's sick, and his health condition has deteriorated significantly over the last couple of weeks. But I've been told that he's doing much better now, so I hope everything will be all right.
Yes, please.
ATF Tech Reuters, you told in an interview for us that there is a hearing before the International Olympic Committee waiting for you tomorrow. Can you give us some details? What time is it going to be online, or are you going in person, and what is your line of defense?
Вопрос о предстоящем служении Международного олимпийского комитета, спортивного арбитража, когда оно состоится и чего вы ожидаете от этого решения?
Да, Кристина попросила мне помочь с этим вопросом, но насколько мы располагаем информацией, вы знаете, что Международный суд ad-hoc спортивный рассматривал первичное обращение Кристины. Оно было составлено от ее имени Белорусским фондом спортивной солидарности для того, чтобы отменить решение об отстранении ее от участия в соревнованиях. Это не удалось осуществить по причине того, что Международный суд ad-hoc рассматривал этот вопрос уже после того, как произошло соревнование. Кстати, необходимо отметить, что очень удивительная ситуация, что в рамках Олимпийских игр суд арбитражный работает с 8:30 до 6 вечера, тогда как Олимпийские игры работают, проходят практически круглосуточно, и весь оргкомитет работает круглосуточно.
Christina has asked me to help her address this question. Well, the ad hoc sports tribunal of arbitration was contacted by the Belarusian Fund for Athlete Solidarity about the withdrawal from the decision to withdraw her from the competition in the Olympic Games. Well, this failed because before the court managed to address the question, the competition had already taken place. And indeed, it is a most funny situation that the ad hoc sports court holds its sessions from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., considering that the competitions takes place on a 24/7 basis.
Поэтому завтра состоится рассмотрение вопроса по существу о правомерности принятия решения делегации Беларуси об отстранении Кристины от участия в Олимпийских играх.
That's why tomorrow there will be a court session held on the legality of the Belarusian Federation's decision to withdraw Christina from the Olympic Games.
До сегодняшнего момента, до настоящего момента мы не знаем о том, представил ли соответствующие материалы Национальный олимпийский комитет Беларуси, что также усложняет рассмотрение этого вопроса.
As of today, we're not aware of any major facts, but we know that some documents have already been submitted by the Belarusian National Olympic Committee, which also further complicates the consideration of the issue.
И мы рассчитываем, что решение будет принято в пользу Кристины о неправомерности принятого решения делегации Беларуси. Ее интересы представляет японский адвокат, а также Белорусский фонд спортивной солидарности.
And we do hope that the decision will be made to Christina's advantage rather than the National Committee's advantage. And Christina's interests are defended by a Japanese lawyer as well as the Belarusian Foundation for Athlete Solidarity.
Yes,
Welcome to Poland, and I would like to ask you if having such a huge impact right now and the attention of the media, will you be wanting to be active and tell something to the Belarusian people, for example, give a message or be an example for them?
Добрый день. Принимая во внимание, какое внимание сейчас уделяется вам и вашей судьбе, будете ли вы достаточно активны и есть ли у вас какое-то послание простым белорусам просто от самой себя?
Да, спасибо. Я думаю, что я готова помочь людям, которые могут оказаться в подобной ситуации, как я, или людям, которые хотят покинуть Беларусь. Также я хочу сказать всем белорусам, чтобы они перестали бояться, если на них оказывается какое-то давление, чтобы они смело об этом заявляли. И если кто-то испытывает давление или какие-то психологические проблемы, они также могут смело написать мне. Я постараюсь поддержать каждого и ответить каждому.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I'm ready to extend help to any person who appears in a similar situation to mine, or who wishes to leave Belarus. And I wish to say to all Belarusians that they should stop worrying if there is any pressure being exerted upon them. And if it is, then they should boldly announce that fact. And if anybody is being exposed to such pressure, they can write to me, and I will act on their behalf.
Yes, please.
Christoph from Belgium television and newspaper. You talked about pressure. Your coaches put a lot of pressure on you. I read somewhere that they even uttered the word suicide, that it would lead to suicide. As we know, this is a tactic which is widely used by the Belarusian regime, both staging suicides and driving people into it. Is it correct that they use these terms?
Добрый день. Мы слышали утекшие разговоры и слышали то, что вам говорили ваши тренеры. Там прозвучало слово, в том числе самоубийство. Это правда, потому что такой метод давления, он зачастую используется режимом.
Нет.
Я передам слово.
Но если мы говорим о репрессиях, которые происходят уже наиболее массово на протяжении последнего года в Беларуси, действительно это шокирующая и драматическая ситуация.
Well, if we're talking about reprisals that have been taking place over the last year in Belarus, this is a shocking and dramatic situation.
Кристина не находится в политике, я ни в коем случае не хотел бы использовать эту ситуацию для каких-то политических целей.
Christina is not in the world of politics, and I would definitely not like to take advantage of the situation to any particular.
Но как гражданин Беларуси я должен сказать.
But as a Belarusian citizens, I should say something.
Через репрессии в Беларуси прошли уже сотни тысяч граждан.
Hundreds of thousands of citizens have undergone reprisals in Belarus.
За последний год 40 тысяч прошло через аресты.
Over the last year, over 40,000 people have been arrested.
Около 1000 политических заключенных в Беларуси.
There are about 1,000 political prisoners in Belarus.
На прошлой неделе Следственный комитет заявил, что возбуждено 4700 уголовных дел в отношении мирных протестующих.
Last week it was announced that 4,700 criminal cases have been opened against peaceful protesters.
По различным оценкам 15 человек было убито или совершило суицид, или было принуждено к суициду.
Based on various reviews, 15 people have been killed or have committed suicide or have been made to commit suicide.
Несколько дней назад в Киеве было, скорее всего, совершено убийство, представлено как самоубийство. Виталий Шишов, один из активистов белорусской эмиграции, белорусской диаспоры на Украине.
Several days ago, there was a murder case in Kiev, Ukraine, Well, actually, it was a staged suicide, but we know it was a murder. The person murdered was Vitaly Shishov, a Belarusian activist of the Belarusian diaspora in Kiev.
Витольд Ашурок, политический заключенный, который при невыясненных обстоятельствах погиб в тюрьме.
Vitold Ashurek, also a political activist who died in prison under quite dubitable circumstances.
До сих пор не возбуждено ни одного уголовного дела по фактам насилия со стороны правоохранительных органов Беларуси.
So far, not a single criminal case has been opened against the representatives of law enforcement officers who
Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. We are taking a live now look over the gorgeous city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and it is time for our weekly hit with Kelly O'Connell bringing us the top stories from around the Minneapolis area. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
All right, Kelly, so let's begin our recap of the major headlines with the latest when it comes to the 3 former Minneapolis police officers who are facing federal and state charges over the killing of George Floyd. What's the latest?
Yeah, so the 3 former officers, not including Derek Chauvin, they are now asking to be essentially separated from Derek Chauvin in the federal case. So obviously the feds came down saying that they violated, and they're charging them for violating George Floyd's civil rights in that deadly arrest. Now they say they want to be separated with Chauvin. They don't want all 4 of them to go to trial federally together because they don't feel like they could get a fair shot, essentially, could get a fair trial, because obviously Chauvin, as most people know, was already convicted on the state murder charges. So the 3 of them say they would like to be separate from Chauvin. He could do his own federal trial. They could do their own. They are set to be arraigned in September. The trial date is not to be, we don't know exactly at this point. It's yet to be set. That's on the federal level. But still, those 3 officers still, of course, face the state charges. And that case was postponed. That is supposed to start in March of 2022. There's kind of been back and forth on if they would all 3 go together on the state level as well. As of right now, those 3 will be tried together, state level. And now they're also asking on the federal level to not be connected, essentially associated with Derek Chauvin on the federal level. We'll see what happens.
Okay, Kelly, yes, we will see what happens. Now, shifting gears here completely on the COVID-19 pandemic, we are seeing a lot of state leaders implement new policies and business owners, of course. Now, the NFL is a company that is implementing new, pretty tough COVID-19 restrictions. What are things like in Minnesota?
This is pretty interesting, and this is definitely a big story here statewide, frankly. The Vikings, that's our team here, and the big story today is that our star quarterback, Kirk Cousins, is set to be back on the field for training camp. He has been basically sidelined for the last couple of days because of COVID protocols. He and 2 other quarterbacks, all 3 of them were out. One of the quarterbacks we know tested positive for COVID and had connection with the other 2, or had a potential exposure with the other 2. So those 3 have been sitting out. He is expected to be on the field today. Obviously, there's big questions as to will that happen? Will that not? Will it not? We know he has to test negative again today. But kind of big picture here, it's not just about him. There are multiple reports saying that the Vikings have the lowest vaccination rate amongst the entire league. Some numbers put it at 64%, 65% that are fully vaccinated, 70% in the process of being that. And as you mentioned, obviously we know the NFL have come down with pretty strict protocols when it comes to the upcoming season, with money implications, playoff implications. Both the general managers, the owners of the team, along with the head coach, have made it very clear that they're frustrated. They're frustrated with those numbers. They're frustrated that this is becoming kind of a headline for the upcoming season. Players that we've spoke with say, look, it's not becoming an issue in the locker room. People need to do what they need to do and what they have decided to do. But no doubt the leaders are expressing frustration for sure.
Yeah, I can see why, because being that the NFL has implemented such strict vaccination policies, I'm sure that this places the Vikings at a competitive disadvantage, to say the least.
Yeah, one would think. I mean, in the last couple of days, the person who's been, leading the team, if you want to say it like that, the quarterback that's been in the training camp has been our practice squad quarterback. And granted, a lot of the coaches are saying he's doing a great job, but not necessarily who people thought would be leading the team, as they're hoping for, kind of a turnaround season this year.
Right, and as the NFL season approaches, we'll be paying very close attention to this story. All right, Kelly, we always end on somewhat of a fun note. What's going on? Cat tours? What is this?
Yeah, this is a weird one, but a cool one, I guess. So like 300 people, no joke, 300 people decided to go into the streets of Minneapolis, into this one neighborhood last night. It's a cat tour. That's what they do. They go, it's about a 1.5 mile walk, and they kind of meander around this neighborhood in Minneapolis, and they look at cats. Cats in the window, cats on the front porch, cats in the yard.
Interesting.
This guy started it, I think this is the 5th year. He started it kind of as a joke, kind of making fun or poking fun at the historic home tours in the neighborhood that happened, and then just kind of snowballed, and people really got into it. Last year it was virtual, so this year people were apparently very eager. We talked to a lot of people. You had obviously the diehard cat lovers, but also people who said they wanted something to do. It was a nice evening. They wanted to go for a stroll, and why not, be a part of something and see some cats, I guess.
So I'm wondering, how do the cats get chosen? Is there an application process? Like America's
I
Next
think
Top Cat?
some of the residents say, like, oh, come to my house. We have a cat, and they often, stand or sit there in the front window, and you'll be able to see them. Sometimes it's a, spontaneous sighting. I guess you never know what you're going to see.
Interesting. Kelly, are you a cat person or a dog person?
You gotta come to Minneapolis and check it out sometime.
Will do. All right, Kelly, thank you so much for joining Live Now from Fox. See you next week.
Have a good one. I have to be cutting in and out like crazy, so. I've officially offended all the cat people that are watching from who knows where.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, bringing you all back out to Warsaw, Poland, as we are listening into this live press conference as Olympic sprinter Krystyna Simonowskaya. She is taking questions from reporters after she's seeking a refuge in Poland on Wednesday after refusing to return to her authoritarian homeland country after criticizing team officials during the Tokyo Olympics. Let's go ahead and listen in to her remarks.
I also talked to the Foundation for Athlete Solidarity, the Belarusian foundation, and they told me that if I decided not to go back to Belarus, then they might provide me with some help. And when I was in the car, already going towards the airport, I got a phone call from my grandma. It virtually lasted 5 seconds, but she told me I must not come back to Belarus. And I was sure that someone must have told her something about it. It wasn't said just like that. And as for my feeling now, yes, I definitely feel safe now.
Yes, please.
Jeszcze raz Janka Zalewska czytałem. Mój wyobraz o tym wypadając bił szkolny, ja хотела jeszcze, потому что я смотрю polskie informacje независимые от белорусские телеграм-каналы и украинские, и они не всегда совпадают. Такое же. И я хотела услышать вашим живом, как это все случилось подробности вашими глазами. Я маю в виду, что вы рассказали от вас, как это все случилось в Токио, когда вы услышали решение o nieuczestnictwie w olimpijskich igrach, когда решение, но вы уже сказали, чтобы приехать в Польшу, как вы чувствовали тогда?
There are different information and contradictory sometimes on social media, so I would like to listen for your story firsthand, just from you how it has happened and what has happened then. You had the decision that you will not participate in 200 meters event at the Olympics.
Когда состоялся первый разговор о том, что я не буду участвовать во второй дистанции, и они сказали, что решение уже принято за меня и что практически куплен билет, и я должна отправиться домой. Они спросили, согласна ты или нет. И если ты согласна, тогда мы спустимся в Национальный олимпийский комитет и передадим, что ты согласна. Я ответила, что я с этим решением не согласна, и я все-таки настаиваю на том, чтобы принять участие, после чего уже последовал совершенно другой разговор, что если я пойду против воли, то будут приняты другие меры. После этого главный тренер сказал, что хорошо, ты можешь бежать. На следующий день Довголенок из Национального олимпийского комитета, он узнал у меня, какое решение было принято. Я сказала, что решение было принято в мою сторону, что я буду бежать. И через пару часов ко мне уже пришли и сказали, что меня никто не спрашивает, уже куплен билет, я должна собрать вещи и лететь в Беларусь.
When the first talk took place, they told me that the decision had already been made on my behalf, that I wouldn't be taking part in the competition at the second distance, and the ticket was already bought. And they asked if I agreed. If I agreed, we would go down to the National Olympic Committee and consult with them, basically tell them that I agree. I said I didn't agree, and they said that other measures would be taken against me in that case. So the main coach told me that I could just as well come back and basically basically run away. And the ticket was already bought, and then after I confirmed that, they basically gave me the time to pack my things.
Okay. Хотел спросить о следующем. Вы сказали, что многие спортсмены, в том числе за рубежом, вас поддерживали в этой ситуации. Но ваши коллеги по белорусской сборной мне высказались вашу поддержку, а некоторые высказались даже негативно. Как вы думаете, почему вы не получили от своих непосредственных коллег, которые с вами были в Токио, поддержки?
Christina, as you've just said, you received words of support from foreign athletes, but some of your colleagues not supported you and even told things which against you. So why do you think they didn't support you? What is the reason?
Мне очень сложно ответить на этот вопрос за них. Возможно, большинство из них просто не хочет попасть в такую ситуацию, в которую попала я, поэтому они делают все возможное, чтобы оградить себя от этого.
Well, it's very difficult for me to answer this question on their behalf. I believe that maybe they would not like to find themselves in such a situation as mine. That's why perhaps they want to reduce that risk.
Yes, please.
My name is Osam Tatesh from Japanese broadcaster Fuji TV. And could you tell Christina, can you tell me the impression of the Japanese police, Japanese authority, when you asked help in the airport? How did they treat you? How did you feel?
Кристина, как отреагировала, в какой манере японская полиция, японские власти, когда вы обратились к ним за помощью? Как они отреагировали? Насколько они были доброжелательны?
Да, по прибытию в аэропорт я заранее использовала Google переводчик и перевела на японский язык, что мне нужна помощь. Я подошла к полиции, показала этот переводчик. Они не сразу поняли вообще, что происходит. К представителю полиции подошел кто-то с аккредитацией Токио 2020. Он также посмотрел, что написано у меня в телефоне. В этот момент ко мне подошел человек, который сопровождал меня из нашего Национального олимпийского комитета. Он спросил, что я делаю. Я сказала, что я потеряла что-то в олимпийской деревне, и мне необходимо это найти. Он начал говорить, что ты там потеряла. В общем, после этого, когда человек аккредитованный сказал полиции, что что-то здесь происходит не так, они меня забрали, отвели в сторонку, туда подошло очень много полиции, и дальше уже начали у меня брать показания. Они забрали мои вещи и старались, чтобы я не находилась рядом с человеком, который меня сопровождал. После чего, когда уже все было известно в новостях везде, и когда белорусская диаспора объяснила полиции, что происходит, тогда они меня увели в безопасное помещение и сделали все максимально для того, чтобы я была в безопасности.
When I arrived at the airport, I opened the Google Translate application and I keyed in and translated into Japanese, "I need help," and I tried to contact the local police officers. At first, they did not understand me, but then a person with the Olympic accreditation badge approached me, asked what the problem was, and I showed him that Google Translate sentence, and then he helped me. He was approached then by the representative of the Belarusian National Olympic Committee, and the representative of the National Olympic Committee asked me what the problem was. And I said that I had lost something or forgotten something at the Olympic Village, and he said, "So what was the thing that you lost? What's the problem?" But at that time, the person with the accreditation badge contacted the police and made sure that I was separated from the person accompanying me, and basically so that so myself and my things would not be in the immediate presence of that person accompanying me. And at that time...
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are listening live as Belarusian sprinter Ksenia Simanowskaya takes questions from reporters after she sought asylum from her home country after she criticized her Olympic team officials. Again, you're streaming live now from Fox. We will return right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are getting another live event to our desk. It looks as though Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking to the media about changing the education system in Florida, making sure that students are educated on communism, socialism, and Marxism. Limited details right now, but let's go ahead and listen into his remarks right here on Live Now from Fox.
Important for our country to have an ally 90 miles off Florida instead of an enemy 90 miles off Florida, and then also to have a free island that will no longer be the source of so much problems throughout the Western Hemisphere. If you want China in our hemisphere, then support the dictatorship. If you want Russia, then support the dictator. If you want an American hemisphere, then support the people of Cuba. And so that's what we need to be doing. Thank you.
Accompanying the governor is obviously the lieutenant governor, but for us, for South Florida, she is our local shining superstar. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Congressman Diaz-Balart. It's such a pleasure to be here with such an illustrious group of leaders in their own states, and our friends from the Venezuelan community, the Colombian community, the Nicaraguan community, and of course, the Cuban American community. It really is a privilege to be here, to be able to continue to discuss this issue. Leader, I understand that you all had a little visit to Versailles last night. So I'm sure many of the members of Congress got a flair for what is Miami and what is Cuban American excitement. But what I'll tell you, what you didn't see there, and what so many people here could share, is the story of unfulfilled dreams, individuals that had to leave their homeland, that had to leave their families behind, that had to leave their businesses behind. But they came to this country, people like my parents, they were welcomed with open arms. They were able to start a life to really appreciate what this country offers, which is freedom, and something that has been lacking, something that we have seen the Cuban people desperately plead for. And so for me, this is personal. We understand that there is any number of issues that we need to contend with here in Florida. This governor has been committed since day one to addressing this issue, and you all really hold the keys to the future of Cuba and the people of Cuba. Unfortunately, the road to a free Cuba goes to Washington, D.C. I wish it went to Tallahassee, because if it did, it would have been solved by now. Thank you again, Congressman. Always a pleasure to see you.
A lot of folks know the next one I'm going to be introducing. Mike McCall is the was chairman, now ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I will tell you, he has the respect of the entire Republican conference and the country. He is a freedom fighter. Privileged to serve with you, Mike McCall.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you, leader, for putting this commission together. And Governor, great seeing you again. We served together in Congress. We were at Versailles last night. And I've never seen a more fired up crowd of Cubans in my lifetime. And it was very exciting because, you know, it's been over 60 years since Fidel Castro brought his regime of communism to the island. And we're really seeing the people standing up in the streets of Cuba. And what we want to let them know is, as for these members, and we want to say for certainly all Republicans, that we stand with them in this fight. We stand with them for freedom and everything the United States stands for, freedom and democracy over tyranny and oppression, and it's just 90 miles away. 90 miles away. This is the time for action. And we need a free internet in Cuba so they can speak in and out of that country. But as the governor talked about, and it is time for the regime to end, but as the governor talked about, the foreign adversary influence in Cuba influences the hemisphere, and that being, you know, Venezuela, Nicaragua, but also coming from China, Russia, Iran. These are all our foreign adversary nations, and it all goes to ground zero in Cuba. Unfortunately, Maria and I sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Our chairman would not even bring up a resolution condemning the regime, supporting the people of Cuba. Wouldn't even bring it up. We had one brought up in the Senate. We want that to go to the House, so it's time for Pelosi to do something. But we're not seeing any action, as the leader talked about, from Speaker Pelosi or the president, for that matter. But we're going to make a lot of noise, and we're going to take some action. And I want to thank all of you for being here today, supporting freedom and the freedom fighters in Cuba. Know that all of us do as well.
Thank you. Thank you. The next person from the great state of Tennessee is the ranking member, again, on the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere. I don't know if you've had a chance to listen to him. He is a rock. Privileged to have Mark Green here with us today.
Thank you, Mario. Really appreciate being here. It's an honor for me to be here. It's an honor for me to be in this room with such amazing people, and I don't mean just the folks at this table. I mean gentlemen who fought in the Bay of Pigs invasion, came back to the United States after being in prison, joined the United States military, served in Vietnam, and served his country, this country, for a lifetime. People who fought for the cause of freedom and raised money for our party so that we can win, because it matters who governs in this country, not for just our country, but for Cuba, Latin America, and the world. So I'm honored to be here with you, to hear your ideas and thoughts. And
we're listening live from Doral, Florida, as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is joined by House Republicans as they hold a roundtable with South and Central American community leaders. Again, you are streaming live now from Fox. Time is approaching 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now, Rain. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Sorry about the audio issues. I was just explaining to our audience that in West Virginia, officials are implementing the very first antibody testing program. It's called the Booster Battlefield Assessment Program. Can you give us a brief overview of exactly what this program is?
Okay, yeah, sure. So our governor announced a couple of days ago that we are going to start initially testing some of our residents who are 60 years and older, who are fully vaccinated 6 months out, and we're going to check them for their antibody levels and make sure that see how they're doing, basically. So we are going to initially start out in our long-term care facilities and then hopefully move out to our general population. But that was just announced last week, so we're still working on our plans for that. But that was just announced by our governor last week, so we're still working on our plans.
Dr. Amjad, for those who are unfamiliar with antibodies, can you explain to us exactly what this is and how does it relate to COVID-19 immunity?
So there's a couple things with that. So anyone who's had the vaccine right now, you could check for their antibody levels with the spike protein. So some people have natural antibodies if you've had COVID-19, and that's one way to check it. So that was familiar with COVID initially. So if you've had COVID-19, your body's going to produce antibodies. But if you've had the vaccine, you're going to actually produce another kind of antibodies to the spike protein. So there's a couple ways that we're going to be looking at that. So some people might hear of, a number or quantity of antibodies. But right now, what we're going to do is we want people who've been fully vaccinated about 6 months out, and we want to check those patients to see if their bodies are still fighting off, COVID or checking for immunity. But we want people to keep in mind that, there isn't a set number or anything that we're looking at because there's still a lot of research going into that. But this is kind of one thing that we're trying to work with, CDC, NIH, and FDA, hopefully, to see if, people want to know if we need booster vaccines or not. But that's what we're working on right now here in West Virginia.
All right, Dr. Amjad, we know that this program is very new and officials are still working out the details. Do we know who is eligible for the program yet?
So anyone who's 60 years and older here in West Virginia are the ones that we want to work with. But 60 years and older, fully vaccinated, and 6 months out from your last vaccine are the ones that we're working with. Right now, we are going to work with our long-term care facility and assisted living patients right now, and then hopefully work into our general population as the ones that we are working with here in West Virginia right now.
And for those in West Virginia who may be interested, how can people find more information when it comes to enrollment?
We've had a lot of people calling, actually, Rain. So we have our COVID-19 vaccine hotline number that people have been calling right now, and they can call that number. And we have a list developing right now. But right now, we want people to know that we're working with our long-term care facility residents right now, but we do have our COVID vaccine hotline that people are calling in, and they can sign up. We're keeping a list of patients or people who are calling if they're interested, and then hopefully we'll get to that population as soon as we're able to.
All right, Dr. Ayn Anja, thank you so much for joining with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and this is your source for top news headlines taking place from across the country, as well as exclusive interviews. Now, we do have a live event taking place right now in Doral, Florida, where House Republicans are joining Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. They're holding a roundtable with South and Central American community leaders.
I fully intend to keep on to that seat because it's a necessary seat in order to make Kevin McCarthy the next Speaker of the House of Representatives. And Kevin McCarthy will bring up those resolutions, and Kevin McCarthy will keep the pressure on the current president and be an ally to the next president, who I know is going to be a strong Republican. And so with that, thank you for you all for being here for the cause of freedom. We will never give up. We will never give up. My father and my mother unfortunately died here, never having the opportunity to go back to their homeland. I have never gone back. I will never go back until my homeland, Cuba, is free. Thank you. God bless you. Viva Cuba Libre. Thank you. I'm going to now ask the speakers, please. I know there's a lot of passion in this room. We need to limit it to 4 minutes. We need to limit it to 4 minutes because the schedules here are very tight. Activist, well known in this community for all of us, but a big leader in the Colombian community, Fabio Andrade. You will please start. 4 minutes. Please. Okay.
First of all, we call you Mario, we call you Jesse, we call you Congressman. Now we're going to call you Nini, as the speaker said. First of all, Speaker, thank you very much. And gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen at the table, I mean, this is phenomenal for us to be able to be here and support the people of Cuba. There's no doubt that we are now all Cubans. We are all now Cuban, Colombia, Venezuela. We all support the cause because it's the right thing to do. And we are here to say, keep up the fight. We're here to support whatever you guys need us to do on the ground level. We are here to help because it is key to maintain Republican elected officials in office. As Colombian Americans that I got here in 1967, we've been fighting very close to Cuban issues. But remember, Colombia, I'm in mediation. Colombia is in a holding pattern. Colombia, don't take them out of the radar in this conversation between Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Colombia. Colombia's been an attack for the last 60 years with its Castro regime. And then since then, with the Chavistas, and now we got over 2.5 million people in Colombia that are working the ground very heavily. So we need Colombia to be careful because if we don't support our biggest, strongest ally, there's no doubt, like the Congressman said, our national security is in jeopardy. I have said to President Trump, if you recall, that there are ground operators here in Miami working on attacking all of us that support you, the Republican Party, you, the elected officials. They're on the ground. There's one fellow here that has a political asylum denied. He's still here. And every time we speak to you about freedom and about liberty, about Cuba, they start attacking us on the ground here. So that's what we do. Last, to support Colombia, we need to have always the president. I have to thank Congressman Diaz-Balart. I mean, we've been at this for years with President Rodriguez. The institutions in Colombia need the support. The institutions in Colombia, the military, the army, we need to hear from you to know that, Governor, you as well. We need to make sure that Colombians know that we are here to support them, and the youth know there is opportunities while you maintain freedom. To close, based on the time that we have to share, I just wanted to say, lately, the court that was created by the illegal, that was not passed by the people of Colombia, the peace process, the court that had, Justicia Especial para la Paz, is after a military in Colombia. They're following a military people and they have asked for political asylum here because they want them to testify not only against the leaders, against President Uribe and others that need to fight on freedom and narcotics to help the United States defend Colombia. They're also being asked to tell them the participation of U.S. military troops in Colombia during that process. Keep an eye on that. Please keep an eye on that. That's been happening, and with our military here that are in exile, that will tell you how they got documents to show you that that's happening. Governor, to close, the state of Florida needs to follow the money, follow the corruption. there's a lot of corruption. A lot of these people that signed a peace process that was legal, that is creating unity, they're here, they own property, they come in and go like anchors in their life. We need to have our people here and they, monitor what they do. I thank you, I am honored to be here. I do want to recognize also the Cuban people that are fighting with me there. I want to recognize one of my people I admire a lot, Ana Carbonell. I don't know if that's like that, but I think the reason why I belong and I lost my hair is because we work with her, you and Lincoln and Ross, I thank you. I am honored, Congressman Miguel Polar. Usted, mi hermano, ustedes, el amigo colombiano, hoy se unen a ustedes, Carlos Jiménez, María Elvira Salazar, they're doing a great job, and Lieutenant Governor, thank you very much for your support. Guys, thank you.
Gracias, Fabio. Thank you, Fabio Andrade. Ernesto Ackerman, again, has been a steadfast leader in this community, a patriotic American. He created IVAC, the Independent Venezuelan American Citizens. He's been on the fight for the freedom of Venezuela and the entire hemisphere for years. Ernesto Ackerman.
Thank you very much for your support. These great leaders that we have here, I don't see very much that I can say. So it's going to be very brief. I want you to know that I am a son of concentration camps by Sudan. She was living in Venezuela and she felt home. I didn't hear like in a concentration camp. I had to bring her to the United States and start now. That's how I can feel about Venezuela. And I know all of you know the war in Venezuela, everything that is happening. We have a very strong relationship with Venezuela. But that's not important. Even that Venezuela right now is the base of all the enemies of the United States. We have 1,000 miles from our border with the worst enemies of this country. We have Hezbollah, we have Iran, we have all of them. They are in Venezuela. So given that right now I'm very happy that we are all supporting Cuba and we should support Cuba because I know if Cuba involves Venezuela is going to be next. Venezuela, Nicaragua, everything depends on what's going to happen to Cuba and that's why it's working very hard to support these friends. But said that, I'm very concerned about the United States. I have been bringing students very secretly on the road, all of them, 6 of them that they came. Most of them right now are out of Venezuela in a political asylum, all over. In the United States, in Colombia, in Chile, our leadership is out of Venezuela because they were persecuted and threatening to get their own. So that's why I think that we have commitment in the Republican Party. And I am very concerned about the schools, the universities. That's why I'm so pleased with what the governor just did. This is the way to go. We need to go because they are all over the years. I can see in my sons and my daughters and my grandsons, they are being our work now is good, but also let's not forget the United States. As Congressman Jimenez said, I'm Venezuelan, but I'm American. I live here, I pay taxes here, I pay gas here, I have to pay now new prices for food and so said that let's pay attention to the youth, which I think in the Republican Party we need a little more work to do, and pay attention to the United States, what's happening here. I can make comparisons when
everybody said to me that where we hold the process in safe way to happen here. You see the Supreme Court, what they want to do, actually the Supreme Court, every divided opposition, we in the Republican Party, we need to be united for 2020 to work and create against people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. The amazing Peruvian American community here could not have a more respected voice, a more respected representative. He's a person who is a businessman here and a dear friend, Sergio Massa.
Thank you very much. Why do we have to support the freedom of Cuba? Look what's happening in Latin America. Governments of countries say we have to take care of our America, especially all the Latin American countries. Look what's happening in Peru. A communist president was elected, but how was he elected? He was elected with fraud, and proven fraud, but nothing was done. Why? Because Cubans and Venezuelans were working inside Peru. Okay, doing changes, and they put people in the election meetings. Okay? Nothing has been done. Everything is going in this court. Maybe something to be done. Right now there is Peruvian resistance because this president wants to change the constitution in favor of them, of course, of the communists over there. So we have to support Cuba because that's the center of what's happening in all Latin America. And we in Peru very concerned because more than half of the country they don't want that government, and they're fighting and they're doing rallies, but it's very difficult to change that. I don't know what's going to happen, but something might happen for people. But all that I want to ask you is to not only to support, Cuba, also to support Latin American countries, especially what's happening in Peru. It's going to happen probably in other countries. So be careful because the Venezuela actually got this from Cuba. Okay, and I know that they are doing the same thing with all the American countries. So that's all I want to say. And yes, support Cuba, support Peru, and all the Latin American countries. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Founded Voices of Liberty with other journalists, and really to promote freedom of press. And her husband, Felix Diaga, who's just a political opponent. He's a political opponent of Ortega in Nicaragua. He's called for sanctions and demanded human rights, and for that has been kidnapped and imprisoned. Berta.
very important for us, and we appreciate your solidarity, but we also would appreciate any action that you can take. And we have, a lot of Nicaraguans have delivered some ideas on what can we do to do that. I want to mention that there are more than 140 political prisoners in Nicaragua. This is the list that we have prepared, and we feel that Nicaragua is a jail for all Nicaraguans. There's no freedom of expression, not even freedom of press. We have seen a lot of Nicaraguans trying to leave the country. Actually, in the last report, if you see the data, you can tell that people coming into the U.S. legally have risen about 600%. And we see that the U.S. policy towards immigration is just focusing in the Triángulo Norte, what we call, but we believe that it's really important to also pay attention, because Nicaraguan people is not going to Costa Rica anymore. We also have a humanitarian crisis there. So people is coming to the U.S. and this could represent a really complicated situation for the U.S., but also it's a matter of human rights. And this is why I'm here, because it's a matter of human rights. Freedom is about human rights. And I want to bring my solidarity to the Cuban people of Venezuela. In Latin America, is just struggling with this regimes that are trying to stay in power. And for the last years, Nicaraguans have been trying to call the attention to the international community. We have tell you about the way that Daniel Ortega had committed fraud in the last elections. And I think it's time for the international community, not only the U.S., because Daniel Ortega says that this is about imperialismo and all the narrative. But this is about the world telling Daniel Ortega that he's committed crime against humanity, and this cannot be happening anymore without any impunity.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your time, and we are willing to give la resistencia pacífica, we say, and we believe that the election is the only way that we can make this transition towards democracy, because we don't want more violence. Daniel Ortega already killed in 2018 more than 330 people, and we don't want more blood in our streets.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Thank you. Leader, to kind of tie it all together, we have also some leaders of the exile community, freedom leaders. We'll start with Mothers Against Repression. This is a group that's been speaking out against the repression taking place in the island of Cuba. Silvia Iriondo.
And members of Congress, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of two countries I deeply love. My country of birth, Cuba, and my adopted country, the United States of America. Guys and girls, it's a pleasure to be among fellow Republicans. Having said that, since July 11th, we have witnessed the uprising of the Cuban people. They have taken to the streets demanding freedom and demanding the end of the dictatorship. They did not ask for food. They did not ask for medicine. They did not ask for vaccines. They asked for freedom, the most precious thing that we need for a human being and a God-given right. Now, I want to thank Venezuela, Nicaragua, Colombia, and others that presently are being the target of the cancer that originated in Cuba and has spread throughout our hemisphere. I am concerned for my country. I am concerned for our hemisphere, but mostly also I am concerned for the United States. Because as long as that regime is in Cuba, extending its tentacles around our hemisphere, there will be no peace, no stability, and no security for our region. This is a matter of national interest for the United States. Sadly, this president's administration, President Biden's administration, has not done anything substantial or even not substantial to hasten the dawn of freedom in Cuba. I am convinced that when freedom is again enjoyed by the Cuban people, freedom will also come to Venezuela, to Nicaragua, and to our whole hemisphere, which is under attack by this regime with allies such as Russia, China, Iran. This is a matter of national interest. Up to now, the measures implemented or announced by President Biden and his administration are inconsequent, totally, and they will do nothing to hasten the day that we have been waiting for 62 years. When I look around the table and I see fellow leaders from other countries, I cannot help but wonder what would have been and how many deaths and how many suffering, how much suffering we would have avoided if the courageous Bay of Pigs Brigade 2506 had not been abandoned in the island of Cuba when they were there to bring back freedom for the Cuban people. See what has happened in 62 years. Look at our hemisphere and look at the problems we are facing in so many countries that are enemies of the United States because they have been touched by that evil, the center of evil. So today, I thank you for hearing our voices. I thank you and I ask that you continue your fight, continue asking for much more sanctions and measures that really can make a difference at this moment in time. We have the unique opportunity. Let's not squander it.
Thank you.
Let's grasp it and let's move forward and accompany the people of Cuba in their aspirations to live in freedom, the most precious thing a human being can have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Silvia.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are currently taking a live look as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other GOP members hold a roundtable when it comes to the Cuban and Central America crisis. But we are going to switch gears momentarily here on Live Now from Fox. We have a live interview with White House reporter Tyler Pager. Now, we do know that work on a bipartisan infrastructure bill has come to a crawl in the Senate. Tyler's joining us to bring us the details. Good morning, Tyler. Now, we do know that the Biden administration is highlighting the impacts that the bill could possibly have. For example, Texas alone could receive more than $3 billion for public transportation over 5 years. In Florida, we could see $100 million for broadband, and Utah would receive $225 million for bridge replacement and repairs. But on Capitol Hill, the deal is still dividing Republicans. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a whole range of reasons about why this is dividing Republicans. You know, there was that group of bipartisan senators that worked to get this bill to a place where they could get those 10 votes from Republicans needed to pass this through the bipartisan process. But for the other Republicans, I think there's a range of reasons, whether it's the pay-fors that they're, you know, not happy with, or it's a Democratic-led process and they don't want to, you know, cross-party lines, some of the most hardcore conservatives in the Senate. For example, former President Donald Trump has spoken out and said that he doesn't want Republicans to work with Democrats. And we could see that becoming an issue in the 2024 Republican presidential primary. And so I think there's some political implications there. But Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell voted, said he, you know, would support the process moving forward. So that was a sign that there was some support there. But, you know, I think there's, you know, a lot of reasons about why these Republicans are, or some of the Republicans are not supportive of the process.
Now, speaking of bipartisan report, we do know that 17 Republicans voted to advance the bill last week. So I'm wondering, what does the Democratic caucus need to avoid the filibuster?
Yeah, so on this bipartisan bill, they just need 10 Republican votes, assuming they get all 50 Democratic votes, which there's no sign they wouldn't, and that would break the 60-vote threshold on the filibuster. So, you know, as you mentioned, the vote to move into this process very easily cleared that filibuster, but it, you know, remains to be seen if they can hold all those votes as it moves towards final passage.
Now, it seems as though this would have a minor impact, but a lot of people are wondering about August recess. It's coming up. Will this impact the process at all in any way?
Yeah, so Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has vowed to keep the Senate in session until this bill passes. Obviously, the House has left for recess, so it's not going to pass both chambers. Immediately, Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, was asked if Biden wants the Speaker Pelosi to call the House back into session, and Psaki said they defer to the Speaker on that. But, you know, it seems like the recess is not happening, at least in what Schumer has said this week, until they pass this bill.
Tyler, we know that you have been covering this topic for a very long time, very complex topic. Is there anything significant that stands out to you? Anything that you are looking to see in the coming days?
Yeah, I think what's most interesting in terms of just from a political standpoint is how many votes they get over that 60-vote threshold, which Republicans decide to ultimately vote in favor of the package. It does not seem in danger of not reaching that 10 vote, but beyond that, what is the makeup of the Republican senator that votes for this package and how that plays out, and what it tells us about the future of the Republican Party and who's trying to grab on to a more bipartisan mantle and who's trying to follow in Trump's footsteps of not working with Democrats, or as he has, you know, said he did not support Republicans working with Democrats there. So I think from a political perspective, that's one thing that I'm watching. But then obviously from a policy perspective, this bill is chock full of spending that can really transform parts of America in terms of the infrastructure and it's aging and need of repair. So I think there is so much in there that can transform communities, and it'll be interesting to see how that money is doled out and what projects get prioritized.
All right, Tyler Pager, Washington Post White House reporter, thank you so much for your continued coverage.
Thanks for having me.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you are just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, continuing to bring you all the major news headlines from across the country, as well as those exclusive interviews. We just had a live conversation with White House reporter with the Washington Post, speaking on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Now, work on this bill has slowed to a crawl in the Senate as lawmakers vote on a string of amendments. The Senate Majority Leader says the Senate won't leave for August recess until the bill passes. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the latest on the process from Washington.
An infrastructure bill.
With just days before Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer expects to hold a key vote on the infrastructure bill, President Biden made an afternoon trip to Maryland, touring a training facility dedicated to training plumbers and gas fitters. The White House says if passed, the bill would be the largest investment in clean drinking water in American history, spending more than $11 billion to help states replace lead pipes and service lines.
Right now, there are up to 10 million homes with lead service lines and pipes. Children in up to 400,000 schools and child care facilities are at risk of exposure to lead. For kids, high exposure to lead can negatively affect academic performance and can lead to cardiovascular disease later in life.
On Capitol Hill, the deal is dividing Republicans.
I'm going to be a no on this bill.
This is a really important bill because it takes our aging and outdated infrastructure in this country and modernizes it.
To drum up support, the Biden administration is highlighting the impacts the bill would have. Texas alone, for example, could get more than $3 billion for public transportation over 5 years. Florida could see $100 million for broadband. And Utah would receive $225 million for bridge replacement and repairs. Still, the figures are not enough to sway some senators.
It would be yet another inflation bomb in an economy that's already been carpet bombed by other inflation bombs.
The Democratic caucus needs at least 10 Republican votes in order to avoid a filibuster. Some senators are expressing optimism after 17 Republicans voted to advance the bill last week. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo faces mounting pressure to resign following a 5-month-long investigation into sexual harassment allegations. District attorneys across the state now move forward with criminal investigations. Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis has more.
The people have spoken, the leaders have spoken, it's time to go.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio adds to the growing calls for Governor Andrew Cuomo to resign after a months-long probe found he sexually harassed nearly a dozen women. Pressure now mounting from both sides of the aisle for the governor to go.
He continues to say that he is the victim and not all those that he abused.
Do the right thing. Resign. And if you do not, we will impeach you.
District attorneys from Albany County, Westchester, Nassau, and Manhattan have made formal requests for evidence obtained by the Attorney General's office to help with ongoing criminal investigations into Governor Cuomo. Included in that AG report are allegations of unwanted touching from a now 30-year-old state trooper who Cuomo allegedly personally asked to be on his private security detail. The governor denied all of the allegations in a video released yesterday, but former aide Charlotte Bennett says she doesn't believe the apology.
He clearly cannot accept responsibility for any of his behavior.
New York State Assemblyman Ron Kim says some of his colleagues are pushing for immediate impeachment.
The top prosecutor in the state of New York had claimed that he broke federal and state laws. We have, as a legislative body, an ethical and legal duty to remove him from his position of power.
The state assembly speaker says they'll be moving quickly to finish the ongoing impeachment investigation. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Could a vaccine mandate be coming to Chicago? The question being raised after New York City's mayor announced that New Yorkers will need to show proof of vaccinations in order to enter indoor venues such as restaurants and gyms. Fox's Brittany Garzillo brings us more.
This was the moment at which we needed to stand up and say, listen, everyone, do the right thing.
Before you grab a drink at Meeting House Tavern in Andersonville, you'll be greeted by someone ready to check your ID and vaccination status.
Our entire team is vaccinated, and so you should be too.
The bar is among the latest establishments to require proof of vaccination. Popular Chicago music venue Metro implemented a vaccine requirement for entry, and Diaz Tequila Company, a restaurant and bar in Lakeview, started doing so on Sunday. But some feel requiring proof of vaccination to get into a bar or restaurant infringes on their personal rights. The ACLU of Illinois says that's not the case.
Because limiting access to people who've had a vaccine is part of helping to stop the spread of a disease which is affecting the public health. And in that instance, what the courts have consistently ruled is that one's personal desires can be outweighed by the needs of the public.
So with COVID cases on the rise, could Chicago see a vaccine mandate similar to New York City?
We'll be watching to see how this plays out, but we don't have a current plan to do something like that at the city level.
Back to school shopping season is heating up. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more on the increase in prices that consumers are seeing across the country, as well as what Good Samaritans are doing to help students in need.
I'm excited to see my teacher and do lots of fun things.
Back to school season is getting underway, and experts say it could burn a hole in your wallet. The National Retail Federation predicts Americans will spend $37.1 billion this year on school supplies, up more than $3 billion from last year.
We just started and I see that everything's empty.
The massive migration from learning remote to being back in the classroom is prompting parents to wipe out stock at many major retailers.
They're missing pencils, folders, everything is not here.
With the pandemic causing some families to face financial difficulties, communities across the country are coming together, like this Florida group of bikers donating hundreds of backpacks to local children in need.
Regardless of what their family's financial situation is, can come to school with a new backpack with supplies and have everything they need to confidently start their school year.
Meanwhile, one thing on the back-to-school list for a growing number of kids: face masks, with Illinois now joining at least 8 other states in enforcing mandatory indoor mask policies.
All P-12 schools and daycares in Illinois must follow the CDC guidance of universal masking inside, regardless of vaccine status.
Experts say the cost of most school supplies will likely be higher this year, with the pandemic affecting supply chains and manufacturing centers. Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Many states and local governments are changing their COVID policies, like in New York City, where a new vaccine requirement is creating worry regarding the possibility of fraud. Fox News correspondent Ashna Hazni reports.
Do you mind showing me your vaccine card? As New York leads the nation in requiring proof of vaccination to get into public indoor spaces, some are wondering how the city will enforce the new rule.
People fake screenshots. All the bars have to do is say, well, I saw they showed me something.
Authorities across the country are facing a growing problem of counterfeit COVID vaccination cards, like this stack selling for $40 on OfferUp in Texas. And right now, the FBI is reportedly investigating a fake vaccine card scheme in Chicago. We found there's a whole marketplace on the dark web for these dupes, driven by demand from people who are still hesitant to get the vaccine. Cybersecurity experts say it's incredibly easy to scam our system because, unlike some other countries, our vaccination cards are simply on a piece of cardstock with black ink. That's why they're challenging states that launch vaccine passport apps to cross-check with state records.
If the applications or these digital passports do not have that back-end connectivity, creating a QR code of a paper card is actually very, very easy to duplicate, or very easy to actually just, sort of evade the system.
New York State's Excelsior Pass does that, but tourists who are not vaccinated in the state will still have to show their physical cards, leaving room for fakes to slip through. And a reminder for anyone interested in one of these fake cards, federal law states creating, buying, or selling a fraudulent government document could land you in prison for up to 5 years. In New York, Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox News correspondent Aishna Hanzi, bringing us the latest when it comes to fraud on those COVID-19 vaccination cards. She briefly mentioned that in Chicago, the FBI is investigating a fake vaccine card scheme. I do want to bring you all the full announcement from Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot. She's speaking to media, taking questions from reporter. This, of course, as Chicago is seeing a huge influx in the COVID-19 Delta variant, as well as other major cities across the country.
I begin by recognizing other people who are joining me here today. Of course, Chicago Department of Public Health Commissioner Dr. Allison Arwady, Chicago Department of Public Health Medical Director Dr. Geraldine Luna, Howard Brown Health Regional Medical Director Dr. Meyer Green, and South Shore Works Street Team Supervisor Kevin Young, who overcame his hesitancy and chose to receive a life-saving COVID-19 vaccine. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Arwady to dig into some of the details and put some of the recent news in context. Then you will hear from Dr. Luna, Dr. Green, and Mr. Young, and then I'll come back at the end before we have questions. Dr. Arwady, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. We will be posting these slides online right after the press conference so people are able to take a look for themselves at the data. So as you know, on Friday, the City of Chicago passed our 200 case per day mark, and in line with CDC guidance and CDPH guidance, we have recommended that all city residents and anybody in Chicago over the age of 2 should be wearing a mask regardless of their vaccination status. However, there has been a lot of worry related to breakthrough infections, and I wanted to really make sure folks had a good understanding of the risk and, importantly, how well the vaccines continue to work. So first of all, here's where we are on our Chicago community transmission matrix. I want to highlight we've made one change and one change only, which was to rename the central column, which we've been calling moderate transmission. We're calling it substantial transmission because that's what the CDC calls it. But we have not had a single change to these cutoffs or to these numbers. We've been using them all along. So what we see is that here in Chicago, we're now averaging 206 new cases every day. And with that, crossing the 200 threshold, we move from the lower transmission to the substantial transmission. Our other metrics remain in the lower transmission category. Our positivity is currently 3.1%. We have approximately 121 people hospitalized across the city with COVID, not in the ICU, and another 42 in the ICU. Where we put these numbers into perspective, we have been enjoying well-controlled COVID over these last 2 months, especially because we have a lot of folks vaccinated. There were only 13 days in all of 2020, and that was in early June, when we had fewer than 200 cases per day. So it is not in and of itself that concerning that we've crossed the 200 mark. Certainly, we want to take care of each other. We want to help protect people like children who have not yet had the opportunity to be vaccinated, or older adults, or those who are immunocompromised and maybe at higher risk. But I want to remind you that we are not surging in a way similar to what we had seen in the first or second surge. And I expect we may see a surge. I expect we will see a surge, but it may be more like what we saw in our third mini surge in April, where most of those cases were in people who were unvaccinated. I also want to say very strongly that I know you may be hearing stories about people who have been fully vaccinated and have gotten COVID-19. That's called a breakthrough infection. It definitely happens because there is no such thing as a completely protective vaccine. But here in Chicago and across the country, 99.9% of vaccinated Chicagoans have not been diagnosed with COVID-19 since being vaccinated. 99.9% have not been diagnosed with COVID, and that holds nationally as well. Where we look at hospitalizations, again for some context, we're currently averaging between 8 and 9 new hospitalizations a day. And again, if you look over the whole pandemic, on the left side here, that's right at the beginning, where we were having as many as 150 people being admitted every single day to the hospital. The worst that we had, and by far the point where our health system was the most threatened. In the second surge, in November, December, January, as vaccines started to come into the picture, you can see what the hospitalizations looked like there. But then again, in comparison, in this April-May timeframe, we saw a surge, but because of the vaccine, did not have that same risk of overwhelming the health system. Since January 2021, 97% of COVID-19 hospitalizations in Chicago residents have been in people who are not fully vaccinated. And again, for breakthroughs, 99.99% of vaccinated Chicagoans have not been hospitalized with COVID-19. And then finally, related to deaths, again, if we look across the whole pandemic, since January 2021, 97% of our COVID deaths in Chicago residents have been in people not fully vaccinated, and 99.999% of vaccinated Chicagoans have not died of COVID-19 since being vaccinated. And again, I want to highlight where we look at the surges here of deaths. During that first surge, when we had to shut down, where we were really worried about the health system, we were averaging 350 deaths per week, about 50 per day from COVID-19 in Chicago. During that second surge, it was about half that. We were averaging about 180 deaths per week and 25 per day. And through the third surge, I put parentheses because with vaccines available, we did not come close to overwhelming the health system. We were having about 50 deaths per week or 7 per day. And currently, we are averaging 1 death per day. So again, numbers are on the rise. Delta is here. It's more than 80% of the cases that we're diagnosing. I expect we'll see some increase, but the vaccines continue to be highly protective, especially against severe illness. Here's just a visual of what this looks like nationally. If the green box here is representing everybody who has been vaccinated, that red box, that small little corner, represents people with symptoms who have had COVID. And then in the red corner, there's this little tiny yellow. That represents the people who have actually died. So this is not common, although it tends to get a lot of attention because it worries folks. And then in Chicago, again, if we just look since March, this is looking at the difference between the risk of COVID-19 diagnosis for people who are unvaccinated, partially vaccinated, or fully vaccinated. That red line shows, again, that surge we saw in March and April where the cases were falling in people who were unvaccinated. That dotted line is people who were partially vaccinated, so it's essential you get both doses of the vaccine if you've had Moderna or Pfizer. And then that bottom blue line, people who are fully vaccinated. We see the similar pattern if we're looking in folks who are hospitalized. So similarly, the huge majority, you can see that blue line is actually close to 0. Again, we expect it to go up a little bit, but unfortunately, most of the people getting seriously ill with COVID-19, these are vaccine preventable infections. And then finally, here are the deaths, and you see that same pattern. We have administered more than 3 million COVID-19 vaccines just in Chicago. So if you've been waiting to say, I want to see more people get it, or I want to wait longer, the trials of the Pfizer vaccine, the big trials, have also now been going on for more than a year. We have not identified long-term side effects. Sometimes I hear people say still there have been thousands or hundreds of thousands of people who have died from the vaccine. That is just not true. I hear people say there are fertility concerns related to the vaccine. That is not true. I hear people say there are microchips in the vaccine. That is not true. Please, I encourage you, if you have questions, if you're reading things on Facebook, you're hearing from friends, please talk to somebody who has spent some time looking at this. Talk to a doctor, talk to a pharmacist, go to one of the websites for medical providers, or go to the CDC, go to the Chicago Department of Public Health. But please don't just take the word of somebody who might be posting something on Facebook, because there's a lot of misinformation. At least 40% of age-eligible Chicagoans, meaning over the age of 12, in every zip code in Chicago have had at least that first dose of vaccine, which is good. We're just about at 50% of our children in that 12 to 17 range getting the first dose, which we're pleased with. But if we look at the breakdown here, so on the left, every zip code in Chicago is shaded because this represents every zip code that has at least 40% of the folks vaccinated. As you move to the right, there are 6 zip codes in white on that zip code. You can see on the south side and then the Austin area on the west side.
Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Hopping back onto Mission Control. You've been listening in to Chicago's public health Dr. Allison Arwady discussing the current COVID-19 trends out in the Windy City. City officials, including Mayor Lori Lightfoot, are urging masks for everyone older than the age of 2, regardless of vaccination status out there. We will likely be returning to continue on to listen into this update a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to show you how stocks are currently doing this Thursday morning. Nothing but green on the big board. This is the Dow Jones Industrial right now. Trading started about 30 minutes ago. We're up about 160 points or so right now. Again, nothing but green on the big board today, so that is a little bit of good news. Also, we have a camera out in front of the governor's mansion. I'm talking about New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. This is out in Albany, New York. We are waiting to see if he will make any remarks to the media out there. So we are on standby. I'm keeping a very close eye on that live picture. We also have a live picture of the Senate floor. They are going to be convening in about 29 minutes. So it appears as soon as we hit the top of the 10 o'clock hour, we are on standby for a lot of different live events. We will continue to do so right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, where there have been some travel troubles for Americans across the country. They've been trying to take back to the skies during the busy summer travel season, but airlines just can't keep up with the demand. Possibly you've heard Spirit Airlines in the headlines a lot lately. So let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
It's like a nightmare.
Passengers losing patience as Spirit Airlines cancels half its flights on Wednesday, stranding thousands at airports across the country since Sunday. The same-day travel reached its highest number since the start of the pandemic, with more than 2.2 million flying.
Just gotten canceled, no reason for why it's been canceled, and now we're just trying to figure out how can we get home.
Travelers waiting in hours-long lines just to change their flights or speak to customer service agents.
This line, I started back there last night at midnight. I got to the front at 9 a.m. this morning.
Frustrated by the loss of money from flight rebookings and missed car rentals and hotels.
Like, y'all just take. Nobody got no money like that after the year we've been through.
The discount carrier blaming the travel nightmare on weather, operational issues, and staffing shortages. Even though airlines received $54 billion to keep employees on the payroll. Spirit Airlines apologizing on Wednesday, promising the number of scrub flights will, quote, progressively drop in the days to come. Meanwhile, the travel tension is bubbling over at 30,000 feet, leading to a spike in in-flight incidents. Over the weekend, Frontier flight attendants duct taping an unruly 22-year-old passenger to his seat after allegedly groping 2 female flight attendants and punching a male attendant. The FAA receiving more than 3,600 reports of disorderly passengers since January, the highest number on record. Most of those incidents involved a refusal to wear a mask. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Christina, thank you so much for that update there. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from our Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here. We are just past the 10 o'clock hour on the East Coast. That means it is 7 a.m. on the West Coast. If you're just waking up, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget, Live Now from Fox is now a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com. You can see all the different ways you can watch us and take us with you. I mean it. We can be on your smartphones, your tablets, your laptops, your PCs, wherever you are we can be. You can turn us on in Bluetooth in your car if you are behind the wheel. If you're a passenger, you can watch us on any of those devices. So again, LiveNowFox.com. You can see all the different ways that you can tune in to the top stories, not just from across the country, but worldwide. If we've got cameras there, we will take you there. If we've got breaking news, events, and weather, we'll have it all covered for you right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, well, Good Day Atlanta. They put together this next segment about holiday travel. Believe it or not, a lot of people are already looking forward to the fall and winter seasons hitting the skies now that millions of Americans are vaccinated.
Many area schools are now back in session. The summer break is all behind us, and it's now time to start preparing for winter holiday travel already. Well, Fox 5 team's Dana Fowle spoke with an airline deals tracker about that, says indeed, now is the time to start tracking some good deals for the holidays. Dana, what did you find?
Yeah, well, we all know it's a different kind of year, of course, and after being pent up from the pandemic, well, Americans have the travel bug. They've had it all summer and they're going to have it into the winter. Usually we have time, though, to make our holiday travel plans, but this year we're wondering if it's a little bit different. So I checked in for advice with the good folks at Scott's Cheap Flights. Love these folks who track down all of the latest flight deals.
One of the most unpredictable, kind of difficult to figure out things that we buy on a regular basis. Prices fluctuate, if not by the day, by the hour sometimes. And most people don't have the time, the energy, or the effort to spend all day searching for cheap flights. But that's what we do.
That's Willis Orlando and his team look at about 160 airports in the U.S. alone. And this is the kind of thing they find. Round trip flight from Atlanta to Hong Kong over spring break for just $304. A $204 round trip ticket, Atlanta to Alaska. How about that? You can also try this deal finding app. It's called Hopper. I use both of these, by the way. Put in your desired destination. The app will highlight the best times to fly. Pick your dates. The Hopper Bunny fetches the deal, and then you'll find like this one. It's $190 from Atlanta to Vegas in December. If it drops in price, you will get a notice. If it's lower than this, you will absolutely hear about it. Now, let's say you can't find the deal you need this year to see family over the holidays. Let's say you're going to Minneapolis or St. Louis. Here's another idea. Try going on a vacation that, it's an off-season destination site, like Venice in winter. You're going to have the place to yourself. You're going to have better deals. You're probably going to have a lot better service. Something like that. That is recommended. When you're wanting to travel over the holiday season, peak season dates are going to be expensive. So you want to have some flexibility with schedule so you can go where you want to go.
So if you're looking to take a leisure trip over the holidays, consider taking it slightly off the regular peak season dates. Prices tend to be a lot lower before, say, December 22nd or so, and after January 6th.
Before December 22nd, after January 6th. These are called edge dates. Now, I guess the lingering question is, will prices be lower this year? I mean, we have the Delta variant coming, but most people are vaccinated. Most people are ready to travel, and airlines want you in the air again. So this is what we would recommend, and this is from checking in with the experts. Go ahead and look now, set up your alerts, try flexible dates, go traveling in an out-of-season spot. Portia?
So Dana, you've got lots of good advice there, especially when it comes to finding some really good deals. But you say a lot of the flights for the holidays are just about full. Say that ain't so. I haven't even had a chance to get started with this search.
No, not holiday flights yet. Flights have been full all summer. I took a couple this summer and they were just packed to the gills. They were asking people to take other flights. So people have the travel bug, even with the Delta variant increasing. Enough people are vaccinated. People are wearing masks still, that these airlines are packed. And the airlines need people to fly. I mean, they had that break for months on end where flights weren't full, and that impacts the bottom line. So they want to stay in the air. So plan ahead.
All right. Sounds good. Dana, thank you so much.
Plan ahead, the best tip they could give there. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I am here at our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida, sitting on what I like to call mission control. It is a big desk here, and it's got lots of keyboards, lots of mice, lots of monitors, and that's because whoever is sitting here in the captain's seat at the helm hosting the show is in charge of everything that you are seeing and hearing. I'm talking audio, I'm talking graphics, I'm talking video, but putting together this show is a huge team effort. Special thanks to all of our Fox-owned and operated stations from across the country. Usually every Thursday, we speak with Fox 2 Detroit's Ryan Ermani, getting all caught up with all the top stories in the Motor City. Unfortunately, today we weren't able to speak with him, but I'm still going to take you out to Michigan to take a look at how the COVID-19 Delta variant situation is out there. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Well, the good news for parents, it looks like most.
All right, let's get to it. The latest COVID numbers here in Michigan. The health department reporting an average of about 650 new cases per day over the past 4 days. Those were the new numbers we got out yesterday afternoon. Now, in other parts of the world, we're learning about new variants, Lambda, Delta Plus. What does it all mean? And you just heard Doug reporting on some cases really skyrocketing in southern states. We're talking with Dr. Matthew Sims, the Director of Infectious Disease Research for Beaumont Health. Dr. Sims, good morning.
Good morning, Dina. How are you?
I'm good. It sounds like we have a long delay, Doctor, so I'm going to throw out some questions and let you go for it. But first of all, how would you characterize our numbers? Because it still looks, if you're looking at the data, it looks like Michigan is doing quite well. So explain to us why suddenly we're seeing mask mandates return. What's going wrong?
Sure. Michigan actually is doing pretty well, as you said. Our numbers are still relatively low, but we are seeing it start to creep up. And, you know, the mask mandate, the recommendation from the CDC for mask mandates is in areas of high transmission, vaccinated people should go back to wearing masks indoors. And different places are starting to put mask mandates in. You know, in different states, including some here in Michigan, I would assume. But, you know, really it's a matter of the fact that Delta is so much more contagious that, you know, even vaccinated people, there are some breakthrough cases. Now they tend to be very mild. It really still prevents the serious disease. But when numbers are going up, what you want to do is jump on it and prevent the spread as soon as possible.
Doctor, when we talk about the number of people that you guys see in the hospital, and the number was, I think it was 64 patients throughout the Beaumont system, so you guys are the largest hospital system in the state. At this point, and what we're hearing from other hospital systems, there are not many COVID patients hospitalized at this point. Is that correct? Is that fair?
That's absolutely true. Our numbers are a little bit up. Certainly around July 4th, we were hitting our low where there were about 30 or so system-wide. So we've about doubled, which is still a very low number. You know, as I've said before, case rate, very important. Hospitalization rate, even more important, because that tells you how close you are to your healthcare system becoming overwhelmed. So, you know, right now we're doing okay at Beaumont. As far as I've heard, most of the state is doing well. You know, we've had different times where different parts of the state were affected more or less. In the very beginning, Southeast Michigan, the 3-county area were really hit hard. 80% of the cases in the state were in that area. The second surge, it really was other parts of the state that were affected more and having trouble, whereas, you know, here in Southeast Michigan, we were actually doing better. And the last surge, you know, it kind of hit Southeast Michigan again. This point, I wouldn't call what we're going through right now a surge yet. It's certainly a slight uptick. And it's those, when you see those upticks where you have to start to say, okay, what's happening that's causing it and what can we do to try to bring it down?
And what is causing it, Doctor?
You know, that's the big question.
Is the vaccine working? And if so,
what else can we do?
The vaccine is, oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, that delay is getting us. But yeah, the vaccine is definitely working. It is protecting people. If you look at the overall numbers of who's getting it, it's almost overwhelmingly people who are unvaccinated. This has become a pandemic of the unvaccinated, right? The vaccinated patients are doing well, and they are, when they do get it, they're for the most part not getting sick. Now you're going to hear about.
All right, everybody, we have a live event to take you to here on Live Now from Fox. I'm hoping when we join right now will not be too late. We're going to take you out to Port Everglades, where the U.S. Coast Guard says they seized and offloaded drugs after an unprecedented bust. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Ladies and gentlemen, bon matin, bienvenue. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the U.S. Coast Guard, especially Vice Admiral Poulin, who I must say has a very common and beautiful French-Canadian name, but also Lieutenant General Croft and the organizers of the event today for the invitation to be here with you on this special event. As always, it's great to be in this part of the country, but especially today to commend the crews of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter James and Her Majesty's Canadian ship Shawinigan on their successful deployment. I'd also like to recognize, if I could, the presence of Canada's Consul General here in Miami, Mrs. Susan Harper, who's joining us here today. She's a tremendous advocate of the Canadian Armed Forces and our bilateral cooperation here in the United States. We're always grateful for her support. As part of my job as the Canadian Defense Attaché back in Washington, I tell people about the unique and long-standing Canada-U.S. defense relationship. This was actually just reaffirmed by President Biden and Prime Minister Trudeau as recently as 4 days ago. In Canadians, that relationship feels like family because of moments like this at home or abroad, when we have the privilege of working side by side with our U.S. allies. But it is especially poignant here in North America, in the homelands that we share together. The kind of cooperation that we see on this pier today is just one of the thousands of impressive examples of that cooperation every day, whether it's through NATO, specifically through NORAD, that unique relationship only Canada and the United States have, or in counter-drug operations. These things matter to Canadians, and I know that they matter to Americans as well. Captain Todd Vance, Captain Bill Sanson, you have the thanks of two grateful nations for the work that you've done. The crew of the James, the crew of the Shawinigan, and the LE Det. We're proud of you. We're proud of your crews. Thank you very much. On behalf of our Chief of Defense Staff and all who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, Bravo Zulu. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Well, good morning. I'm Lieutenant General Andy Croft, the Deputy Commander at U.S. Southern Command. I'd like to thank Admiral Poulin, Captain Vance, to our Canadian partners in particular, and our interagency partners here today to celebrate this absolutely historic day. In Central and South America and the Caribbean, we refer to this area as our neighborhood. And of the 31 nations in that neighborhood, the number one threat to their security is transnational criminal organizations. Those transnational criminal organizations generate over $60 billion a year in illicit activities, of which 89% of it comes from what you see right in front of you, which is illicit drugs. So this interjection is hugely important in the interruption of that flow of that $60 billion. That is more than the combined military budget of every nation in our neighborhood combined. So this is a huge effort. Also, these illicit drugs are a threat to our homeland. We lost over 92,000 Americans to drug overdoses last year. So the importance cannot be overstated to the effectiveness of these crews, of these two wonderful ships, to our Canadian partners and our interagency partners. This is an effort we will continue to focus on. We will continue to improve our efforts and get after that number one threat, those transnational criminal organizations, a threat to us, a threat to the United States, a threat to Canada, and all the partner nations I just mentioned. So to the teams here today, I want to say congratulations. Thank you for your cooperation, all your efforts, our interagency partners. I cannot overstate how powerful it is when we work together to get after this threat. So again, thank you for attending today. Have a great day.
That concludes
concludes the press conference portion. We're now going to open it up to about 5 minutes worth of questions from the media.
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, we're listening to the United States Coast Guard talking about an unprecedented drug trafficking bust. They're in Port Everglades, Florida, near Miami. Let's listen in. Oh, and actually, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break because when you return, we'll be hearing from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. We'll be right back.
Closely with the U.S. Attorney's Office to make sure that we can hold drug traffickers accountable, those that were behind the shipment.
To achieve that, we got to focus on public health, first and foremost, defeating COVID, defeating the Delta variant. We got to focus on public safety, making sure New Yorkers are safe in this city. Public safety equals recovery, but also recovery equals public safety. The more we get back to normal, the safer we'll be. So we're going to focus today on those priorities, starting, of course, with COVID. The Delta variant, I think everyone's gotten the memo now. This is dangerous. This is a whole new ballgame. The impact across this country is really troubling. The human impact, what it's doing to individual Americans, what it's doing to New Yorkers, what it's doing to families, what it is posing as a threat. Is anyone out there that wants to go back to 2020? Does anyone want to go back to restrictions? Does anyone want to go back to seeing a huge loss of life? If you don't want those things, take the Delta variant seriously. And that's why New York City is doing some of the most aggressive actions in America. We are setting the pace on purpose. We are taking bold action for ourselves, but also to help everyone else take bold action. The key to NYC Pass, this is what's going to be happening all over the country. Make no mistake. What we have put in place related to indoor dining, indoor entertainment, indoor fitness, is the shape of things to come. You're going to see more and more companies do the same thing. You're going to see more cities, more counties, more states do the same thing because it's time. And I want to thank President Joe Biden, who embraced this idea immediately, literally within hours. This needs to be done all over this country to stop the Delta variant. We can talk about any and all other issues, but the first thing we should always be talking about is stopping this Delta variant before it does more harm. And the way to do that is vaccination. And the way to get more people vaccinated is not just the voluntary approaches, which I applaud, the incentives, which we believe in and are working, but it requires mandates as well. We've been climbing the ladder. I keep using that phrase to say we're going to use any and all tools. And we see that this approach, a strong, bold approach, works. In fact, we know human nature. A lot of people hearing that there's a requirement or a requirement coming, respond to that. It's normal, it's natural. The voluntary phase was great, went on for 7 full months. Lots of incentives, lots of dialogue, lots of communication, lots of opportunity to talk to your doctor or pediatrician. The voluntary phase is over. It's time to mix mandates into this approach everywhere to defeat this enemy. The Delta variant is a different enemy. It must be defeated. So here's what we've seen since we've climbed the ladder and put clearer, sharper mandates in place and a very appealing $100 per person incentive. Over the past week, we've seen over 80,000 first doses of the vaccine in New York City. 80,000 New Yorkers came forward to get their first dose. Compare that to 57,000 for the first week in July, a 41% increase in such a brief period of time. So clearly something's working. The message is getting through. We know that health providers in this city have more than doubled the number of doses they have ordered this week. We know that the health community is hearing more and more interest, more and more demand from their patients. The week before, 40,000 doses were ordered. This week, 90,000 doses ordered. This is how we make an impact. This is how we change things. So the key to NYC Pass, there's no doubt in my mind it's going to save lives. It's also going to save this city from slipping backwards. We can't let that happen. So everyone, this is going to be our focus every day, continuing to use the right strategies, increase vaccination. And on this issue, I'll come back to the simplest point, vaccination. The whole discussion is vaccination, the whole ballgame. If we're going to get it right, We got to double down on vaccination. That's what we will do every single day in this city. And I think, and I've certainly heard this from business leaders, it's helping other people to do the same thing. When they see the nation's largest city act, it helps other people to do the same thing, and that benefits all of us. Now, I said a moment ago, the other priority, public safety, of course. Public safety is always a priority for all of us, but it's a particularly powerful priority at this moment. We have real work to do. We have real challenges. As you're going to hear from my colleagues, no one is diminishing or belittling the challenges. We got real work to do, real problems to solve. We are coming out of a global pandemic. We hope if we can beat back Delta, we will come out of it soon. We saw a perfect storm of problems, challenges, crises, all hitting together in 2020 like nothing we've ever seen in our lives. But we are fighting back. We are coming back strong. This city, for years and years, was known as the safest big city in America. That is happening again. That is our destiny, period. Any doubting Thomas out there, anyone who says it can't be done, doesn't understand New York City, doesn't understand New Yorkers. We will fight back. We will find the people doing the violence. We will take them off the streets, period. So public safety is necessary. Public safety is especially necessary to the recovery. And again, the recovery itself, which is moving fast, thank God, supports public safety. Our strategy summarized as Safe Summer NYC. And the point was to energize the relationship between police and community, make it strong again, because all police leaders will tell you they need the support of the people and the cooperation and involvement of the people. We're seeing that more and more. We're seeing that literally more and more every single week in New York City. We saw it up in the 4-6 precinct. The 4-6 precinct on National Night Out, District Attorney Darcel Clark and I were there together. We saw the energy, people wanting to work with the police, and of course the police wanting to work with the community. So one prong of our approach, a focus on community, a focus on reaching young people, a focus on investing in things that make a difference, like youth recreation programs, a focus on our youth coordination officers, working with young people in the community, a focus on the Cure Violence movement, the crisis management system, stopping violence before it happens. Second strand, the focus on everything our police could do, and they're doing it better than ever. More gun arrests this year than we've seen at any time proportionally since 25 years ago. Our officers are out there assertively, in a focused way, energetic way, getting guns off the street. They deserve a lot of praise and appreciation. We got problems, but let's also stop to recognize the amazing work that the men and women of the NYPD are doing. The third prong of the approach, Safe Summer NYC, was courts, getting the courts back in gear. We've seen progress, but we haven't seen enough progress. Court system is doing a better job addressing gun violence and following through on gun cases. We need that, and we appreciate that, but we need the court system back 100% full strength. All the rest of society has come back 100% or will come back 100% when its time comes, like our schools. We need the court system to fully recreate where we were before the pandemic, because that means consequences for people who do the wrong thing. And when there are consequences, everything works. We need the state and the court system to step up and get to 100% full strength. We have offered for the last year anything and everything they need to do it. And that offer I extend again. But that is the way forward. So the three prongs do work together, can work together, but we need more help from the state. So today we're going to talk about the month of July. And we had real challenges, but we also saw some extraordinary successes by the NYPD and through the cooperation of NYPD and community and through excellent efforts at the grassroots level to stop violence. We saw great prosecutions. You'll hear from the DA in a moment. Things that make a big difference. And remember, the month of July is one of the toughest months every year, the middle of summer. Tough, tough time, and yet the NYPD rose to the challenge. Fought back gun violence, more to do, but real evidence of fighting it back. Those gun arrests speak for themselves, and the gang takedowns. The gang takedowns mean taking a lot of bad guys off the streets at the same time, a lot of shooters off the streets at the same time. This is crucial. You're going to be hearing a lot more about that today and in the days to come. Here are the top line numbers for July 2021. Murder decreased by 49.1%, thank God. 49.1%. Shootings decreased by 35%. The NYPD fought back gun violence with gun arrests, 383 gun arrests in July alone. That is 133% more than last July. In the 7 months of this year so far, gun arrests are up 44%, a stunning number. We launched the Safe Summer approach in May. Since then, in that time period since it was launched, murders down 26%, shootings down 10%, shooting victims, thank God, down 11%. More to do, but the NYPD is moving and making an impact. And here to tell you about it, our Police Commissioner, Dermot Shea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start, if I could, just a moment to talk about Detective Second Grade George Moreno. We laid George to rest yesterday, so just if New Yorkers could remember and honor George. George was one of the heroes who, on September 11th, raced towards the Twin Towers. Tragically, he lost a 2-year battle with cancer last Friday. George is survived by his beautiful wife, kids, including a 2-year-old daughter. So just please keep George and his family in your thoughts and prayers. Yesterday was also the 20-year anniversary of the passing of an NYPD legend, crime strategist Jack Maple. And when you think about Jack Maple and his contributions to this city, I held the same seat, and it was an honor to do it for 4 or 5 years. I can tell you that when I sat in that chair, the strategies and the tactics change over time. But one thing that does not change and never will is the fire burning within the NYPD to make sure that we are doing everything possible for the people of this city, for every victim of a crime in this city, and for every block of this city. So how are we doing? Well, as the mayor said, coming out of the month of July, progress. When you look at what we accomplished this July compared to last July, the numbers were just up on the screen. Almost a 50% reduction in homicides, 35% reduction in shootings. What I like to look and step back and look at the crime overall. We know many of the struggles, and the mayor talked about the courts and some of the other issues that we've been facing here. But this is now 2 months in a row, and I take a lot of positive in that. 2 months in a row that we're driving the violence down in New York City. When I was here last month, I talked about, look at the cases that have come down in a short order. I think I talked about 90 to 100 really bad people, gang members that are shooting people in New York City, taken off the streets. Well, we've been building on that. Earlier this week, I sat up in the Bronx with Cy Vance and Darcel Clark, who's here, to talk about a gang takedown in the Bronx. Yesterday, we had an additional gang takedown, chopping the iron pipeline that's bringing guns up from down south. Some of these gang takedowns you hear about, but there's many more that are occurring. Within the next 30 minutes, there's going to be a press conference in Queens that details real solid work with our partnership with DA Melinda Katz in Queens, taking the worst of the worst off the streets. So just yesterday with the Southern District, earlier this week with Manhattan and Bronx DAs, today with Queens, and you're going to hear more right through next week. These cases are piling up. The work is being put in by our investigators, and it is absolutely going to continue to drive down the violence in New York. We know that we have more work to do, and that's going to continue as well. But the mayor touched on, what are we doing with the kids? I was out on National Night Out. I hit every single borough in New York City. Incredible amount of discussion with the people in New York City. Incredible amount of collaboration with their cops. I think back of where we were last June, where we were last July, and where we are now. And I see incredible improvement of people coming out and saying, what can we do? We want safe streets. What can we do with you? And that wasn't always the case 12 months ago. So I think the future is very bright. I think as we continue to take down these cases, it's going to make a significant impact. Overall index crime was essentially flat from last July. And that's really the case when you look at the year-to-date crime as well. But I'm going to leave this stat, and I'm going to keep repeating this stat because I think it bears mention. We finished last year in New York City with the most gun arrests. You'd have to go back 25 years. 25 years. Already this year, building on that, we are up 44%. So as we start to have those cases move through the criminal justice system, We right now have over 5,100 open cases on individuals that tragically don't listen. They resist all forms of help. They're carrying guns in gangs on the streets in New York City. When we start to take those people and see those cases adjudicate, you're going to see the crime and the violence in New York City plummet. Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and you said it so well. These are the approaches that work. You're going to be seeing a lot more. But those gun arrests that make me particularly proud of the work you and your colleagues are doing. That is not easy to identify an individual has a gun and get that gun off them and make that arrest. But the NYPD is doing it more than any time in the last quarter century, and it's growing all the time. This is about innovation. This is about energy. This is about focus. Exactly what the commissioner said, as we do remember and honor Jack Maple, someone who never took no for an answer, always believed the NYPD could come up with a new approach, a new strategy, a new way, no matter how tough the circumstance. Today's NYPD is living up to the creed of Jack Maple and making it happen again. And we should be very, very proud of that fact. And everyone take the time to thank the police officers that you know, because they're doing something very powerful right now, turning the tide, making us again the safest big city in America. Now, this requires, of course, close cooperation with our prosecutors. You're going to be hearing about gang takedowns regularly. Very powerful takedown in the Bronx this week. It means a lot of shooters are going to be out of commission. A lot of people are going to be safer. And I want to give a lot of credit to the district attorney and her whole team. And there will always be more coming, because there's a lot of work they've been doing now over the last year and a half since COVID hit that is all going to come to fruition in the weeks and months ahead. My pleasure to introduce District Attorney of the Bronx, Darcel Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your leadership on the public health side of the city. That's a real push. That's also making us safe, and it's going to help us in the criminal justice system as well.
We've been listening in to New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, the police commissioner, and now other city officials about not just the coronavirus situation in New York City, but also public safety, crime updates, saying how they are trying to work with the community. As you can see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, everybody, up next, we are on standby for a press briefing by the White House COVID-19 response team and public health officials. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
For their service each and every day. I'm a little biased too, also married to a member of the service, so, you know, special place in my heart as well. But the work that we have to do is serious, and the crime and the violence that we're seeing in the Bronx is real. I listen to community members each and every day, and they're playing their role in this as well, helping us to make sure we identify those key people that are bringing the violence into the community. It's not everybody. We're not doing criminal justice or law enforcement in the same way anymore. It's not nail them and jail them for everyone. Everyone doesn't belong there. But we need the community to help us identify those who are really causing it. And when we look at it, there's those few that are doing it and not all. The community wants to be safe. They're working with the police to make sure we continue to be safe. So my focus then can be on these trigger pullers and these gangs that are bringing real harm to not only each other, but to innocent bystanders. And the case that we took down this week was a culmination of a lot of things. I give credit to my partner, Cy Vance. It started out as a case in Manhattan as a financial crime, working with NYPD's Financial Crime Bureau, where these gang members were stealing from Lyft and Uber workers during the pandemic. These essential workers that were keeping this city running, they were being used and abused by these gang members by stealing money from them, from social media apps, stealing money from them, taking that money and taking their identity and using it to get unemployment benefits. Again, for people, those most vulnerable during the most difficult time in our lives, collecting that unemployment money, getting the unemployment money, and then using it to buy U.S. postal money orders, and then spending it. So it was just horrible the way they took advantage of vulnerable people. And Cy Vance's team pulling that string and just following the evidence where it led to a number of search warrants, the recovery of a number of weapons, recovery of the financial crimes. And in that, they found some evidence of violence that was happening in the Bronx, because these were some Bronx residents doing it, gang members. He immediately turned that over to my team, and we began working on the violent side of it. And with the help of those search warrants, recovery of those weapons, one of which was connected to a shooting of an innocent bystander, a man who was in a car dealership in the Bronx buying a car with his 3 small children, and rival gang members were planned to meet another rival gang member in that dealership to kill him, and they exchanged gunfire, and that father was shot and shielded his children. He, to this day, still has a bullet lodged in him. And, our thoughts and prayers continue to go out to him and his family for the trauma they've suffered, because they'll never recover from that. But we have the people who are responsible for it now. So it's all about the accountability of these people that are bringing the violence. Another innocent bystander on the street in daylight, again, rival gang members shooting at each other. She was shot and hit in the hip, and she also has the bullet still lodged in her. Again, will never be the same, has difficulty walking. We have to hold these individuals accountable. So they're using sophisticated financial schemes to continue to finance their violence, to get more guns and things of that nature. So the message is, we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop until we stop you. And you should know that every resource available in this city is being used to make sure that we identify the right people and we hold them accountable. We have partnerships with our federal law enforcement partners, as well as NYPD, DA's offices working with each other. We're ready, willing, and able to make sure that we get to those people that are causing this harm. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the resources you're providing. Thank you, Commissioner Shea, for your assistance and your talented investigators that are helping us get this work done. And to those families, we're here to help you as well. So, Safe Summer, New York City, is great, and I fully embrace it, because I had Bronx Peace, which is precision enforcement and community engagement. So you've seen the law enforcement side of it by this gang takedown. We have the Saturday night lights. We're doing open streets for the kids. Anything we can to engage our young people, to give them alternatives to violence, is what we're all about. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, District Attorney. And we agree, so all of us agree. Reaching young people positively, giving them options in life, giving them hope, keeping them away from gangs. Even if a young person starts to be pulled toward a gang, intervening. This is one of the things the commissioners talked about with the youth coordination officers. Intervening. The child's in crisis, help them towards a better path. This is what we're going to be doing. But make no mistake, we are not going to tolerate gangs. We're going to disrupt them. We're going to take them down. We're going to send a message to everyone else out there. It's just a matter of time before the NYPD and the prosecutors get to you. So to anyone out there who thinks they can get away with violence in New York City, it's not happening, because this NYPD, these prosecutors are coming after you. Again, we need the court system to be just as aggressive, just as focused as the other pieces of the criminal justice puzzle. But together we can do this. We can make very, very clear to anyone, those small number of people.
We're going to switch gears, everybody. We now have Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking on the Senate floor. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to listen in.
Senators have certainly taken advantage. So far, the Senate has considered 22 amendments on this bipartisan piece of legislation. We considered 14 amendments yesterday alone. Of the 22 total amendments, more than half have been offered by our Republican colleagues. Clearly, the Democratic majority has given members who were not part of the bipartisan group a chance to make their mark on this important bill. Taking a step back, this Senate has operated much differently under Democratic leadership this year than it did under Republican leadership over the past 6. We've had bipartisan bills on the floor, open for amendment, and all 100 senators are participating in the legislative process. The anti-Asian hate crimes bill, the USICA bill were both major bills that worked in a bipartisan way with amendments, as is this bill. We've taken more amendment votes this year than nearly any year in recent memory. In fact, we've had more roll call votes on amendments this year, only halfway through, than during the past 2 years where the Republicans were in charge combined. In other words, one half of the year in 2021 where Democrats got in charge, we've had more amendments than in all of 2019 and 2020. So any talk that we are not working the Senate whenever we can in a fair bipartisan way is just wrong, just wrong. Consider this. At this point in the calendar year in 2017, the first year of a Republican president and a Republican Senate majority, a one-to-one comparison to our current political configuration, the Senate had held roll call votes on 10 amendments. 10! At this point in the first year of the Trump presidency. On this bipartisan infrastructure bill alone, the Senate has held roll call votes on 17 amendments. In 7 months, this 2017 Republican majority allowed roll call votes on only 10 amendments, and we've done almost double that number in the past 7 days alone. This is how I promised the chamber would function under a Democratic majority. I promised it while we were fighting to get that majority, and we're fulfilling that promise now that we have it. Legislators should actually have a chance to legislate. No one can deny that we've kept our word here in the Democratic majority. Today, we'll consider even more amendments, and then hopefully we can bring this bill to a close very shortly. Our goal is to pass both a bipartisan infrastructure bill and a budget resolution during this work period, and we will stay here to get both done. On another matter, climate. President Biden announced this morning that he will sign an executive order to significantly escalate our country's fight against climate change. Specifically, President Biden's executive order will set an ambitious goal to make half of all new cars sold in America zero emissions by the end of the decade. He'll announce further steps to address several of the worst climate warming rules that were put in place under the Trump administration. I applaud President Biden for taking necessary steps to put our country on a path to substantially reduce our carbon pollution. Climate change is the defining challenge of our times. We have no choice but to reduce our country's greenhouse gas emissions very quickly to reach the targets that will spare our country and our planet the worst effects of climate change. And we cannot do it without dealing with carbon pollution from cars we drive. Transportation is the biggest source of carbon pollution, accounting for nearly 1/3, or roughly 1/3 of America's carbon output. So, President Biden's executive order is an important step in the right direction, and I'm happy and proud to say it dovetails with an effort I've long advocated here in the Congress, even before the Biden presidency. It's called Clean Cars for America. In fact, President Biden generously adopted our Clean Cars America plan and placed it in his Build Back Better. My Clean Cars for America proposal, and I've worked closely with Senator Stabenow, Senator Peters, and others on this proposal, would help our country make the transition that President Biden is talking about today by making electric cars more affordable, expanding our charging infrastructure, and creating incentives to manufacture batteries and electric vehicles here in America. It's good for climate, it's good for jobs, and it's good for America to become the center of electric car manufacturing in the world, as we have been with the traditional type of automobile. The proposal, I'm proud to say, we worked hard to make this happen. Clean Cars for America, now, as I said, largely adapted in the Biden Build Back Better plan, is supported not only by the environmental community, but by the major labor unions and several of the major car manufacturers as well. It's the first time on a major piece of climate legislation we've gotten such broad support. The transition to electric vehicles, of course, is already underway, but it's not happening fast enough to reach the targets that President Biden announced today. Clean Cars for America is the way to supercharge the transition to electric vehicles, and large parts of it will be, some of it was put in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, but large parts of it we hope to add in the reconciliation process. Put another way, if President Biden's executive order represents the destination we need to reach on the horizon, our Clean Cars for America is the road to get there. President Biden's announcement, combined with our Clean Cars proposal, represent the bold level of action we need to tackling carbon pollution from cars. When Democrats assumed the majority, I instructed my committee chairs to find climate-reducing policies to incorporate into the legislation we work on. Earlier this year, the Senate passed the first major climate legislation in years when we reversed the Trump administration's methane emissions rule. And as we continue working on a bipartisan infrastructure bill and a budget resolution, I have committed we will make historic investments in reversing climate change. I'm proud to say our Clean Cars for America is going to be a very big part of that. Democrats promised action on climate, and we're going to make it a vital part of the legislation we work on in the weeks to come. It's a big challenge, but one we must meet. It is so important for the future of our planet, for our children and our grandchildren, even more than for us. One final matter, evictions. Earlier this week, the Biden administration announced that the CDC will adopt an eviction moratorium to provide critical protections for another 60 days as our country continues its path towards full recovery. I applaud everyone who made it happen, from the President to the CDC, to Speaker Pelosi, to Senator Brown, as well as several of my Democratic colleagues in the House, including a brave band of New Yorkers, including Congressmember Ocasio-Cortez and Congressman Jones. Above all, Representative Cori Bush gets huge credit. One person who changed things for tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, and everyone who stood with her as well. As I explained yesterday, while this moratorium is an important safeguard to protect millions of American families in danger of evictions, it is not the only piece of the puzzle. Once the moratorium comes to an end, whenever that is, there is still a fundamental challenge of making up for a year of lost rent and lost mortgage payments. Congress considered this problem very early this year. I pushed for, and we passed, along with Senator Brown and so many others, substantial rental and mortgage assistance in the American Rescue Plan. Unfortunately, state governments have been really uneven about distributing that crucial assistance. A few states, the state of Illinois, the state of Texas, have done a pretty good job, but many have not. Unfortunately, one of those that has done a very poor job at distributing this money is my home state of New York. Simply put, state governments, especially New York, must do a better job of distributing the $47 billion Congress appropriated for emergency rental assistance. The money is there, but far too little has gone out the door. In New York specifically, Congress sent more than $2 billion to help renters in New York. Inexplicitly, some reports indicate that less than 0.05% of New York's allocation had been received by tenants and landlords just about a week ago, as of a week ago, less than a week ago. So today, I'm sending a letter with colleagues in the New York delegation to the New York State Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, calling on that office to hurry up to fix the inexcusable delays in rental assistance and immediately begin dispersing these funds. We need to understand why New Yorkers are having such trouble navigating the process to get the money they need. There have been reports of frustrating crashes and glitches on the online application process, confusing instructions, and very little support to help the applicants, even though the money has been there for several months. The clock is ticking to fix this mess. The state moratorium expires in less than a month, and the CDC's moratorium will give only one more month of protection after that. New York State needs to act quickly, and we expect a response by August 9th as to how we can get a handle on these delays and, most importantly, get the money to New Yorkers faster so they can pay the rent. And by the way, many landlords, particularly small landlords, depend on this as well. Because if you worked hard, let's say you're a bus driver and you own a 3-family house, when the tenants in your house don't pay you, you don't have any cushion, and you got to pay the mortgage. And so this bill will help with that as well, this proposal. So right now there are 6.5 million Americans who are behind in their rent. According to the New York Times, over 400,000 renters in New York City alone owe a collective debt of $2 billion. Congress did its job by making sure that we'd have money in place to help these Americans avoid evictions. Now the states need to step it up to make sure that this money gets into the hands of renters as soon as possible. And I yield the floor.
All right, everybody, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We're about 6 minutes or so from passing things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. We are on standby for a White House Task Force COVID-19 briefing. I also just got another live picture from District Attorney Melinda Katz, working to find out in Queens County exactly what that could be about and when it begins. We'll try to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But again, we're about 4 minutes away from passing things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where Christy Larson, Mike Page, Andrew Kraft, Daytona Everett are going to join you for the rest of the afternoon and evening. So again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you being here. Going to tune back in to the New York City update with Mayor Bill de Blasio. He says the pass to New York City, as he is calling the proof of vaccination mandate out there for many indoor settings, is going to save a lot of lives. So we'll continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox. The East Coast Hub team, we'll see you again tomorrow.
Okay, now we'll do our indicators, and as usual, our indicators tell us things we got to pay attention to, things we got to watch out for, things we got to address. Also, some good news. You see the impact of vaccination continuing to hold the line, particularly in terms of hospitalization rate. But we've got more to do on vaccination, to say the least. And a reminder, we're going to be coming in with new indicators going forward, focused again on hospitalization, vaccination rate, cases. We're going to be taking the positivity rate out of the equation in terms of the daily briefings. It will still be visible on the Department of Health and Wealth website. Okay, here we are with our indicators today. Number one, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Today's report, 127 patients Confirmed positivity, 32.33%. Hospitalization rate per 100,000, 0.82. Number 2, new reported cases on a 7-day average. Today's report, 1,365 cases. And number 3, percentage of people testing positive citywide for COVID-19. Today's report on a 7-day rolling average, 3.27%. Let me talk about the crime announcements in Spanish for a moment, and particularly this focus on the gang takedowns, the impact that is making on safety in communities. El número de tiroteos y asesinatos se redujo en julio, pero nuestro trabajo
One more commercial break before the top of the hour.
neoyorquinos todavía no ha terminado. Estos son más que números, son familias, hermanos, hermanas, madres, padres. Tenemos que protegerlos. With that, let's turn to our colleagues in the media, and please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
Hi, everyone. We will now begin our Q&A. As a reminder, we're joined by Police Commissioner Dermot Shea, Senior Advisor Dr. Jay Varma, President and CEO of Health and Hospitals Dr. Mitch Katz, Executive Director of Citywide Events Dan Gross. Our first question of today goes to James from Pix 11.
And good morning, Mr. Mayor and everyone on the call. Thanks for taking my call.
James, you know, you're such a dynamic player. We keep moving your lineup. You're leadoff today. You can do it all.
A pleasure to be in that position. Thank you. If we could we start by talking a little more about Governor Cuomo's situation, about which you've spoken quite a bit in the last few days, but I'm hoping that you can provide more information about the effect that the ongoing issues surrounding the governor are having on important issues here for the city, like battling COVID, getting rent relief money out, advocating for federal resources. What effect is that situation having on issues like those for us?
James, it's hurting the people in New York State and New York City. There's no question. You know, a guy who spends 11 hours having to testify about his sexual harassment and assaults is not a guy who's focusing on fighting COVID or getting us federal aid or getting rent relief money to people who need it. The rent relief situation is a very telling example. You know, sometimes people say, oh, look at these other states. They don't do things the same way we do. But 48 other states managed to get their rent relief money out. So for anyone who, you know, is saying, oh, look how great New York State is, New York State dropped the ball on rent relief. And one of the reasons must have been a distracted governor. We've got hundreds of thousands of people who need that money. The federal government sent it to us. It's still not in the hands of New Yorkers. It's crazy. Here's another example. On homelessness, we came to an agreement with the state legislature to raise the value of the homeless vouchers so more and more people who are homeless could get an apartment. City Council passed legislation as well. Everybody was aligned. All it needs is a signature from the governor to help people who are homeless get an apartment. Governor hasn't managed to sign that bill weeks and weeks after it got passed. So, you know, that was the middle of June when that bill got passed. It's now the beginning of August. No action whatsoever. So it's time for him to leave. Let the lieutenant governor take over and let her get to work solving these problems with us, because people are hurting right now and they need leaders who can focus and not be in the middle of defending themselves against endless charges against them. Go ahead, James.
And
to help people who are homeless get an apartment. Governor hasn't managed to sign that bill weeks and weeks after it got passed. So
actually, today and yesterday, how other cities, other jurisdictions, maybe even other states want to emulate the Key to NYC pass. Can you give us more details? Are there specific cities that have approached you or the administration, or specific states that are interested in implementing a similar plan?
Out of respect for each jurisdiction and how they have to do things, I'm not going to name locations. They'll speak for themselves. But there's definitely been a lot of interest from public and private sector. Remember, James, I announced the Key to NYC pass, and about 5 hours later, the President of the United States endorsed it. And I want to thank President Joe Biden. That was very important and very helpful. Folks in the private sector are embracing this kind of approach more and more. You're going to see a lot more. You are unquestionably going to see a lot more. But what we've heard from a lot of people, including in the restaurant community, was we know that we need to keep everyone safe, including our employees. We need government to tell us this is the right thing to do, so we have a clear standard we can point to. And I think you're going to see a lot of people embrace it. You're going to see some opposition too. That's America. That's okay. But overwhelmingly, this is the shape of things to come. And more people in public and private sector are going to use this approach to make sure folks are vaccinated.
The next question goes to Matt from Newsday.
Hey, good morning, all. How are you?
Matt, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. Speaking of the vaccine mandate that James was just discussing, since it does not exclude previously infected people, what evidence do you have that the vaccine is necessary to supplement natural immunity, particularly since your team doesn't know or won't say, despite being asked about this repeatedly since March, how many reinfection cases there have been among the unvaccinated in New York City?
So, Matt, I want to make sure I understood you. We'll speak to the information about the reinfection, but tell me that first part of what you're saying again.
The question is, what evidence is there that the vaccine is needed to supplement natural immunity?
Oh, wow. Okay. Buckle your seatbelts, Matt. I'm going to unleash Dr. Jay Varma and Dr. Mitch Katz. Clearly, the only reason we're talking about recovery, the only reason that so many jobs are back, the only reason that people are able to live their lives is the vaccinations. That's the whole ballgame. Natural immunity, they can talk to you about the value of natural immunity. It does not replace vaccination, not even close. And have there been some reinfections? Yes, and I would welcome Dr. Varma, Dr. Katz, if you have any new facts or figures, please offer it. But we know it's rare. CDC documented that in the advisory last week. And we also know that when people are reinfected, the results are much less than they would have been if someone wasn't vaccinated. So I think the evidence is overwhelming, but let them have it, Dr. Varma.
Great. No, thank you very much for the question. I first want to just focus on a terminology issue that may, sound odd, but it's really important.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we give you more news and stories happening across the country. I want to take us out to another live event. We were just listening in. New York City's mayor, Bill de Blasio, was just speaking not only about COVID-19, of course, the fallout with their New York governor, Andrew Cuomo, but he was also speaking to public safety. And we do have a press conference that just got started. It is New York City Police Department is talking about gangs. Let's go listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
District Attorneys Graham Amadeo, Genevieve Gadaletta, and Alana Weber, whose stellar efforts helped bring us here today. I want to begin today by reiterating a commitment to the people of Queens County that I made a long time ago. We are doing all we can to make sure that our communities are safe this summer and that the streets our kids play on are safe. I am proud that my office is partnering with organizations and civic leaders to provide recreational opportunities, mentoring opportunities, diversion programs, all for our young people. Since becoming the district attorney, I have made it a priority on focusing on arresting and prosecuting those drivers of crime, the drivers of crime in our communities that are determined to make it difficult for everyone else, and who demonstrate and terrorize and demonstrate a complete lack of regard for human life. As you are well aware, guns seem to be everywhere today. The issues of guns and gun-related violence seems insurmountable. But that's only to some, because today we are all here to assure the community that is affected that block by block, as long as it takes, we will not allow gun violence and gangs to become the norm, not here in Queens County. We are here to announce the indictment of 28 individuals. They've been indicted by a Queens County grand jury. They are mostly picked up right now, and we look forward to prosecuting and working with the police department and working on those cases. The defendants that are alleged members of warring gang factions within the Queensbridge and Ravenswood public housing developments in Astoria and Long Island City. They have variously been charged with murder, attempted murder, assault, attempted assault, criminal possession of a weapon, and many other crimes. They've all been charged with conspiracy to commit murder and possess firearms. This is an amazing leap forward that should put every gang member in Queens on notice. If you are committing havoc on our streets and you are putting the public in harm's way, we are going to find you. We are going to prosecute you. Folks are killing each other. They are shooting each other, often in broad daylight, often with innocent bystanders nearby. And one shooting, let's remember, triggers another act of violence that leads to several more. The defendants are charged in a 141-count indictment. 2 of the defendants are accused of carrying out the brazen, broad daylight killing of a school teacher named George Rosa. The 53-year-old victim was walking his dog near the Queensbridge houses when he was struck by a stray bullet after 2 alleged Ravenswood gang members shot and missed a Queensbridge foe on July 25th, 2020. Mr. Rosa died just over a month later from a fatal gunshot wound. In addition to the murder in the second-degree charge in relation to the killing of Mr. Rosa, there are other conspiracies to commit murder, each with a related conspiracy to possess illegal guns, and a single count of assault in the first degree. Also charged in this single indictment are 23 counts of attempted murder in the second degree, 19 counts of attempted assault in the first degree, 6 counts of assault in the second degree, 54 counts of criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree, and 19 counts of reckless endangerment for the 28 defendants today. This is an indictment that reflects the rivalries and the battles within the Queensbridge and Ravenswood developments. One battle consists of rival gangs within Queensbridge fighting each other for dominance in that particular development. The other battle is between those gangs in Queensbridge and the gang members in nearby Ravenswood, purely for geographical dominance. According to the indictment, the defendants are allegedly members or associates of one of 3 large rival groups and gangs: JetBlue and Mac Ballers in Queensbridge, and Money in the Motivation Obligation to Money in Ravenswood, each of which has its own affiliations with each gangs in the area. Members and associates of the 2 Queensbridge groups are accused of conspiring to commit and committing criminal violent acts against each other in order to assert their dominance within the development. In addition to the rivalry between JetBlue and Mac Ballers, a separate feud between Queensbridge fractions and Ravenswood gang members allegedly resulted in violent criminal activity, including the previously stated 2 homicides, the 25th killing of George Rosa and the as of yet unsolved August 9th, 2020 killing of Magdi Saleh, an alleged gang member from Queensbridge and the brother of indicted Mac Baller, Mohammed Saleh. It was common practice for members and associates of one group to travel to territory controlled by another, typically in a vehicle to seek out rival gang members to target, a process referred to as spinning or spinning the block. These alleged acts of violence between the rival gang members were typically precipitated by such spinning. It was also part of the conspiracies for members and associates to purchase, to possess, transport, and keep readily available loaded firearms and ammunition. As part of the conspiracies, gang members and associates allegedly used code words and phrases to hide the criminal activity of their communication and to avoid detection and apprehension by members of law enforcement. Among those code words and phrases were various references to firearms. References such as Jackie or Jumanji, short, girl, grip, Heat, and many other names. It was also part of the conspiracies for the defendants to communicate with gang members and associates on behalf of incarcerated members in order to convey messages, orders, and other directives to members on the street, such as communications, was in coded, guarded, and crypted language to avoid detection and apprehension by members of law enforcement. Attorneys from my office and members of the NYPD's Gun Violence Suppression Division worked tirelessly to uncover these criminal conspiracies. We focused our investigation on where guns and gangs have been a toxic combination for far too long, perpetrated by individual drivers of crime and violence. One of the bullets pierced the window of a nearby apartment and landed on a kitchen counter, as you can see in one of these blow-ups over here. Cases like this are not about casting a broad net. They're about focusing our law enforcement resources on people who are the most dangerous and drive violence in our community. You should be able to walk your dog in safety and know that you're going to come home to your loved ones. You should be able to return home without finding a bullet hole in your window and a stray bullet on your kitchen counter, and you should be able to send your kids to the park and know that they will be home for dinner. That is the least the constituents of Queens County deserve. Fear cannot win. We will not allow fear to win. In addition to all those I've already thanked from my office, and I would like to give a particular thank to John Sennett, who runs our Violent Criminal Enterprise Bureau. He is amazing in putting these cases together, the patience, the critical thinking that comes with these cases. They're not easy to make. He does it well, and he does it with grace and with expertise. And in addition, I would also like to express my gratitude to NYPD detectives Stephen Berardi and Division of Sergeant Andrew Dunton, under the overall supervision of Captain Thomas Pasalo and Deputy Chief Jason Savino of the Gun Violence Suppression Division. The 114th Detective Squad is supervised by Brian Hillman. And from my team, again, everyone, thank you so much for the work that you have done in making this come to fruition today. I would like to now thank James Essig, who, Chief of D's, has done an amazing job when it comes to gang activity, and I thank him for all the work that he puts in for the City of New York every day.
Thank you, District Attorney Katz. These cases, and before I start, I want to thank John Sennett and District Attorney Katz's entire team. These cases are very difficult, in-depth investigations that take coordination between the District Attorney's Office, the Police Department, in this case, Gun Violence Division, and the 114 Squad. So I want to thank everybody for this case. Very great case. I've been doing these cases for a while. This is one of the best I've seen, and we'll get into the investigation in a little bit. With me today, Captain Tommy Pasolo, Detectives O'Neill and Berardi, who did the case, and I'd like to...
Good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in as New York police have been talking about a long-term case related to gangs, how they've now been able to crack some of that case. We're going to be sending some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when you come back, we're going to be still in that press conference out in New York.
Historical beefs between rival gangs. Gangs are the drivers of violence in New York City. In the past few months, we have taken down numerous gangs in various boroughs throughout the city. Just last week, or a couple of weeks ago, we were in Queens at this podium announcing a Rockaway case takedown. Today, the Gun Violence Suppression Division, along with the Queens District Attorney's Office, has concluded a years-long investigation into a violent gang between two warring factions in the Ravenswood and Queensbridge housing developments. Historically, when Gun Violence Suppression Division conducts these investigations and removes the people who think it's all right to fire a gun in New York City, we have seen a dramatic reduction in these type of incidents. At a press conference 2 days ago, I was in the Bronx with a financial crimes gang case, where we took 14 guns and 8 individuals off the street. Yesterday, a firearms trafficking case, 22 guns recovered, 6 individuals. Today, it's the Queensbridge and Ravenswood case. So in the coming weeks and months, we were announcing more gang indictments. And it's our belief that if this is how we will begin to reduce the carnage that these gangs inflict in our city. So with the investigation into this, I'd like to turn it over to a captain in the special and the gun violence, Tommy Pasola.
Thank you, Chief Essig. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Captain Thomas Pasolo, Commanding Officer of the Gun Violence Suppression Division, Zone 1. First and foremost, I would like to thank District Attorney Melinda Katz for her continued partnership in the fight to keep the drivers of violence, the trigger pullers, off the streets of Queens. I would also like to express my gratitude to John Sennett and his team in the Violent Crimes Enterprise Bureau for their tireless efforts with this case and these court proceedings. It has been a fight with COVID and the delays it has caused throughout, so thank you. I'd also like to thank Chief Jason Savino, the Commanding Officer of the Gun Violence Suppression Division, and every officer within. I want to acknowledge the case supervisors, Sergeant Andrew Dunton, and the two lead case detectives, Detective Stephen Barati and Detective Kellen O'Neill. A phenomenal case with truly impressive results. Everyone else who was involved in this case, from Inspector Mike Klutzel and his team at Warrens, to PSA 9, 114 precinct personnel, and the 114 detective squad. This case has been a team effort with laser focus on the right individuals. This case started approximately 2 years ago due to ongoing violence within the Queensbridge housing development. The violence continued, and we observed the violence spreading to the Ravenswood housing development. Over the course of this investigation, we were able to charge a total of 20 firearm-related acts of violence, 1 homicide, 6 non-fatal shootings, and 13 reckless endangerments, attempted murders. We know each of those shots fired were directed towards someone. Of the 28 individuals charged in this conspiracy, 20 reside in or have ties to the Queensbridge housing development, and 7 individuals live in or have ties to the Ravenswood housing development. This is truly precision policing at its finest. These are the trigger pullers. These are individuals that make the everyday, hardworking men and women of Queens fear for their safety just by leaving their homes. It is not okay, and we do not find these actions acceptable. This is the second long-term case that the Gun Violence Suppression Division, working in partnership with the Queens County District Attorney's Office, has successfully brought to fruition within the last 4 weeks. It is truly a partnership. The results have been impressive. We will not stop. We will continue our efforts to cure the city of this pandemic of violence. This is why we became police, to arrest trigger pullers and keep the citizens of New York City safe. Thank you.
We're happy to take questions if you'd like.
Karen with CBS Channel 2. I have a question for you, Mr. Attorney, or for chief perspectives. You know, we were on the weekend, for example, on Sunday, there was a mass shooting here in Queens, and we had 7 innocent bystanders be shot. So we were told at the time that it was gang related. And so can you speak about the increasing violence and what is your message? Or how are you specifically targeting instances like that? And what's going into those investigations, and how many of them are tied together?
So clearly it's an open investigation, which we can't talk a lot about. We can only say that this is a prime example of the fact that is not the norm in Queens County, nor in the city of New York. We're not going to allow it. We will find the shooters, and in the gang activity, we will put together the pieces of that gang activity. But I do think the brazenness and the willingness of people to just have firearms on the street, out in the open, and shoot people as they are running down a street, which they know, by the way, there are cameras everywhere, is exactly why we're here today. And making it very clear to the gang activity out there that we will, block by block, come after the gangs and make sure that the shooters are off the street. Do you want to talk about the gang connection?
Yeah,
the trainers?
You know, in that case, it's an active investigation in a 115, 10 people shot. What I can say on that is the detectives in the 115 precinct are working tirelessly and relentlessly. We have made some progress, and that investigation continues. As far as gang shooting citywide, one gang shooting begets another gang shooting. The retaliation occurs. That's why it's so important to take these gangs out across the city. And as I said before, in the weeks, months ahead, you're going to see many more gang takedowns, and we're going to hope to quell this violence that we see in the city.
Just to follow up to that, you know, as you mentioned, Mr. Attorney, how involved these criminals are, cameras around, all of that. How much is it playing a part right now with COVID and the fact that they can wear masks and, you know, that's more acceptable? And how much do you need the public to sort of come in and help in those cases?
Well, gang shootings are very difficult to solve. You have, especially now, you have masks, you have uncooperative complainants. So that's why we have to do cases like this, where we look at the whole totality of the situation and we're able to put together a violent conspiracy case. That's why these cases are so important. But in the last year or so, we've seen so many increases. The three main factors: multiple guns on the scene, masked up perpetrators, scooters, vehicles being used. They are, as the district attorney said, emboldened. They're very brazen, as you've seen in the 10 people shot incident, where there's cameras right there. They're masked up. It's very difficult to ID them, but our detectives will work, as I said, relentlessly to bring those people to justice.
Question from Brittany Kirkson, Daily News, for anybody. I know you just said that it's an open investigation about the 10-person shooting. Can you say if there are any people that you're looking at, any people of interest at this time?
I'm not at liberty to say that now. When it's time, we'll make an announcement. We are working with the district attorney, and all I can say is we are working tirelessly on that case.
And one more question, I'm sorry. The guns here, and the guns that you've been seizing from these gang members, do you have a sense whether they're new guns or whether they've been in the community for quite some time?
Yeah. These are shared guns?
Good morning, Sergeant Jones from Gun Violence. The guns that you see here before you have been seized throughout the investigation by various units, the patrol units, my unit, PSA 9 as well from New York City Police Department. The gun you see here is every gun has a serial number. Those guns, working in partnership with the ATF, have been traced to its origin. These here have been on the street for some time, in excess amount of days. They're not just purchasing down wherever they may be purchased and up here, but they have been in the area for some time. And we are working in partnership with the ATF.
But in general, a lot of the difficulties that happen are shared guns in a community, a gun that has been used by several people. That sometimes leads to issues in the investigation. Guns coming up through the iron pipeline from North Carolina, Virginia. They come, they buy them legally there, they come up, they sell them to our kids in Queens County. And so, each investigation brings with it its own challenges. And by the way, that is why we're here today after, so long an investigation, to show these are not easy investigations, as Chief Essex said. They require diligence, they require expertise, they require cooperation between the police, the DA's office, and, by the way, many times the community. And, part of the other side of my office in community building and trust building is that we do want people to come forward, and we do want folks to know that the DA's office, the police department, are here not only to catch folks after shootings and after the trigger is pulled, but before people ever get involved in the court system at all.
DA, I just have one question about the 8 shooting victims. Were the victims mostly gang members?
John, you want to take that?
And I guess you mentioned that one teacher that was innocent last time?
Yeah, most of the non-fatal victims were opposing gang members. Much of the indictment consists of opposite gang members committing crimes against one another. Unfortunately, as you're aware, Mr. Rosa was an innocent bystander in this case.
When you say most of the 7, do you mean all of the 7 are gang members?
Not all of them, but a significant number of them. It's not something I think that we want to go into right now as we're prosecuting the case. But Mr. Rosa was the only blatantly innocent victim who had no relationship whatsoever to the conflict.
Excuse me. Last question. Could somebody talk about the shooting this morning in Queens where 2 people were shot on the bus in Jamaica?
I believe we're going to be having a press conference shortly down in the 103. What I could say about that right now is we have a dispute on the street, a stare down between two people. One of those people who was disputing gets on the bus. The other man pulls a gun, fires it into the bus, striking two innocent people on that bus. An off-duty police officer who was going to work, along with responding patrol officers, observe him leaving after the shooting. They recover the gun, and he's under arrest right now, and we'll be giving you more details on that shortly.
One question on topic. One more question, please, to the district attorney. Sorry if I missed this. Out of the 28 defendants, how many are behind bars right now? How confident you are that they may remain behind bars, since we have fairly new recent laws regarding the bail reform? And the other question is, are there any federal charges in connection to the unlawful possession of these guns?
So not at the moment. 10 were previously in custody already, some for the crimes that are in this indicted with superseding indictment. 11 were picked up yesterday morning, and the rest are at large still, 7. The indictment is an open indictment. It's unsealed, and I believe it's available as well. And we will be happy to give a copy of that to you.
So far, no federal charges regarding the unlawful?
So far, no.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, New York police wrapping things up there as they again had a big discovery with their gang-related case. Of course, they're going to stay on top of that violent crime, especially as they mentioned, when there's innocent bystanders who are getting injured from some of this gun violence that they've been seeing in the boroughs around New York City. So we're going to send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We do have a White House COVID update briefing, so the response team is going to be talking about where we currently are, and especially since a lot of people have been talking about COVID-19 returning to those classrooms. They're concerned for their students. They're concerned about what kind of mandates may be put in place and what could possibly happen if we don't get control over this Delta variant. So we'll get to all of that here in just 2 minutes. Again, some of our folks first going to see a quick commercial break.
I really did not want to do a mandate for a vaccine.
All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we continue to give you stories happening all across our country. Thanks again to all of our viewers here with us. And we do want to go out to our COVID-19 White House briefing. Now, they're going to be speaking to not only the Delta variant, but also talking about mandates that could happen across the U.S. We've been hearing as now there's been a lot of schools bringing back the mask mandates. There's been a lot of workplaces who've been implementing the vaccines and how you're supposed to have a vaccine card. You have places like New York City, and even LA's been considering what New York just put in place, where you're going to have to show your vaccine card to be able to get to indoor dining, to your indoor fitness centers, and even going to some of those performances. LA County also thinking about implementing the same thing. So a lot to consider, a lot to talk about here in this update. Our White House response team giving us this briefing here this morning. It's currently going on. I'm going to start it from the beginning so that you guys can really hear those first important updates, then get into those reporter questions. So it's all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox.
Over the past 24 hours, we've recorded 864,000 vaccinations, the highest in a day since July 3rd. And importantly, 585,000 first shots. That's the highest since July 1st. For the fourth week in a row, we've increased the daily average number of Americans newly vaccinated. And importantly, we're seeing the most significant increases in states with the highest case rates. We've more than doubled the average number of people newly vaccinated each day over the past 3 weeks in the states with the highest case rates. In fact, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Mississippi are now vaccinating people at a pace not seen since April. And other states that have been lagging in vaccinations are also picking up their pace. Tennessee has seen a 90% increase in first shots over the past 2 weeks. Oklahoma, an 82% increase. And Georgia, a 66% increase in first shots over the past 2 weeks. Clearly, Americans are seeing the impact of being unvaccinated and unprotected. And they're responding by doing their part, rolling up their sleeve and getting vaccinated. In addition to getting more shots in arms, we are spurring action on vaccination requirements. Last week, the president announced new vaccination requirements for all federal workers and federal contractors. And he called for strong vaccination requirements from the private and public sectors to help protect lives and keep our economy strong. Already, we're seeing momentum in vaccination requirements across the country. Businesses know vaccinations are a way to keep their workers and customers safe and to keep their doors open. And today, Yelp is announcing a new feature that allows consumers to search for businesses with fully vaccinated workers or businesses that require proof of vaccination to enter the business. Small businesses across the country are stepping up. A recent study shows that half of America's small businesses are likely to require their employees to be vaccinated. Just this week, Saffron, a family-owned business in New Orleans, announced their staff is 100% vaccinated, and they are requiring vaccinations or a negative test for all their customers. Tuesday was Saffron's first night of service under their new rules, and the owner said the community response has been overwhelmingly positive. At the same time, nearly 650 colleges and universities are already requiring on-campus employees and students to be vaccinated. And yesterday, leaders of America's historically Black medical schools decided to mandate COVID-19 vaccines for all of their medical students. Nationwide, over 100 hospital and healthcare systems, including the Department of Veteran Affairs, are requiring vaccinations for their healthcare workers. In fact, just this week, more than 30 healthcare employers, including Kaiser Permanente, one of the country's largest, announced vaccination requirements for their healthcare workers. So America's businesses, large and small, universities and medical schools, and many other institutions are stepping up on vaccination requirements. And our message is quite simple. We support these vaccination requirements to protect workers, communities, and the country. As we double down on getting more Americans vaccinated, we're also stepping up our work to help states experiencing rising cases due to the Delta variant. Our COVID-19 surge response teams are now working with 16 states to address their specific needs. We have deployed hundreds of federal personnel to provide in-person support to address a range of needs, from increased testing to getting shots in arms through mobile vaccination clinics, to encouraging more physicians to use antibody treatments, to helping states address hospital capacity issues. Let me close with this. From the beginning, we have known that this virus is unpredictable. And we have been relentless in our efforts to get people vaccinated. Our whole of government response will continue its relentless efforts to end this pandemic and deliver progress each and every day. With that, let me turn it over to Dr. Walensky. Dr. Walensky.
Good morning, and thank you, Jeff. To keep things brief, I will simply give you an overview of the data and the state of where we are as a country. Yesterday, CDC reported 103,445 new cases of COVID-19. Our 7-day average is about 89,463 cases per day. This represents an increase of 43% from the prior 7-day average. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 7,348 per day, an increase of about 41% from the prior 7-day period. And 7-day average daily deaths have also increased to 381 per day, an increase of more than 39% from the previous 7-day period. We saw 614 new deaths reported to CDC on Tuesday. 83% of our counties in the United States are experiencing moderate or high transmission, with Delta variant continuing to be the predominant circulating virus. Across the board, we are seeing increases in cases and hospitalizations in all age groups. Those at highest risk remain people who have not yet been vaccinated. Now is the time to get vaccinated. We know these vaccines are working, and we know they save lives. Thank you. I'll now turn things over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I'd just like to spend a minute or two addressing a concern that I continue to hear regarding the speed with which the vaccines were developed. And this is usually among people who have a degree of vaccine hesitancy or reluctance to get vaccinated. It really relates to two things that have gone on that people need to appreciate. One is the logistics and the investment in resources that was made, and others is the decades of basic and clinical research that antedated the development of the vaccine. What about the logistics and the resources? Generally, when you develop a vaccine, the thing that usually takes years to do, you do it in a sequential fashion. In other words, in order not to waste money, as it were, you do something preclinical, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then you start manufacturing the product. You do that sequentially because if the first one doesn't succeed, you don't want to go to the second, third, and fourth step. Because of the wise investment in Operation Warp Speed, and we give credit to the Trump administration for doing this, particularly Secretary Alex Azar, who was an important component of that. What you did was make an investment to prepare for phase 2 and phase 3, even before you knew the phase 1 worked or not, and to start manufacturing. So when you do that, you make a major investment in resources. If the vaccine doesn't work, you've lost a lot of money. If the vaccine does work, you saved a lot of time. And that's exactly what happened. In addition, we had the clinical trial sites that we had built decades earlier for HIV and influenza, which were used to do the clinical trials. And third, unfortunately for us, but fortunately for the vaccine trials, we were in the middle of the summer surge when the phase 3 trials were initiated. So next comes the decades of basic and clinical research, both in platform technology and immunogen. It didn't start in January of 2020 when the sequence was put on a public database. The data, the experiments on mRNA approach, which was funded predominantly by the NIH and also industry was involved, started decades earlier to develop an mRNA molecule that could be used as an immunogen for a vaccine. In addition, the vector-based approach, such as the one that J&J did, was again done 10 or 20 years earlier.
All right, guys, I just want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. So what we always like to do is bring you out to live news conferences that are happening across our country. So we're going to take a brief pause from that COVID-19 update with the White House response team, jump out to New York because we do have a live event taking place. This is Andrew Giuliani, who's speaking to the issues that have been brought up in the report that was just released on the sexual harassment found within Andrew Cuomo's office that he did sexually assault women, both former and current employees. Let's go listen in to what they have to say live on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
By coming out of the bus and flagging down police. So, again, what I want to say is that, the safety and security of our customers is of utmost important. We really got lucky today, but we're very thankful. My heart goes out to the customers and the bus operator. I can only imagine what they went through today. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions? Anybody? Questions? Great, thank you, Craig. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So a very short briefing. They were speaking to also the criminal prosecution of Andrew Cuomo. So if we are able to get a larger portion of that press conference, we'll try to bring that out here to our viewers. But what I'm going to do is send some of you off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, going to go back out to that White House briefing as we continue to hear their important updates about COVID-19. And thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you news across the country, including one of the biggest topics that people are talking about, COVID-19. It continues to surge on across the U.S. We're seeing an uptick in cases. We were just listening into that White House press briefing where we did hear the CDC director speaking to the reports in the last 7 days. So she was saying in the last 7 days, not only are cases up more than 40%, but also hospitalizations due to COVID-19 are up more than 30%. And unfortunately, in just one day, just yesterday, or on Tuesday, 2 days ago, there was 614 deaths reported to the CDC. Now, those deaths were related to COVID-19. So the numbers continue to be a concern for some of these officials and leaders. And so the COVID-19 response team continues to give these briefings as they give out new guidance and guidelines for Americans across the country. We're going to go back into that that press conference that took place. Again, this was a virtual meeting that happened. We're going to jump back in where we left off with Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Develop a vaccine, the thing that usually takes years to do, you do it in a sequential fashion. In other words, in order not to waste money, as it were, you do something preclinical, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then you start manufacturing the product. You do that sequentially because if the first one doesn't succeed, you don't want to go to the second, third, and fourth step. Because of the wise investment in Operation Warp Speed, and we give credit to the Trump administration for doing this, particularly Secretary Alex Azar, who was an important component of that. What you did was make an investment to prepare for phase 2 and phase 3, even before you knew the phase 1 worked or not, and to start manufacturing. So when you do that, you make a major investment in resources. If the vaccine doesn't work, you've lost a lot of money. If the vaccine does work, you saved a lot of time. And that's exactly what happened. In addition, we had the clinical trial sites that we had built decades earlier for HIV and influenza, which were used to do the clinical trials. And third, unfortunately for us, but fortunately for the vaccine trials, we were in the middle of the summer surge when the phase 3 trials were initiated. So next comes the decades of basic and clinical research, both in platform technology and immunogen. It didn't start in January of 2020 when the sequence was put on a public database. The data, the experiments on mRNA approach, which was funded predominantly by the NIH and also industry was involved, started decades earlier to develop an mRNA molecule that could be used as an immunogen for a vaccine. In addition, the vector-based approach, such as the one that J&J did, was again done 10 or 20 years earlier with HIV. And the now very, very elegant work of the development of an immunogen that would be highly immunogenic to get the kind of high efficacy and effectiveness that we got was work done at the NIH Vaccine Research Center and by many of our grantees over the previous literally 1 to 2 decades. So when people say, I'm concerned that this went too fast, it did not go too fast. It was a major investment, both in the logistics, the resources, and the clinical and basic research. So I'll hand it now back to you, Jeff.
Let me hand it over to Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy?
Well, thanks so much, Jeff. And it's great to be with all of you again this morning. I think we all know as cases have risen across the country due to the Delta variant, there are Americans who are wondering what this really means for them and their families. And today I want to emphasize one fact that remains true, and that is that the vaccines are working against the Delta variant. They are highly effective at preventing severe disease, hospitalization, and death, and they're also effective at reducing the overall risk of infection. In fact, a recent study in the New England Journal of Medicine found that 2 doses of the mRNA vaccines are 88% effective against symptomatic COVID-19 infection with the Delta variant. So breakthrough infections in fully vaccinated people are the exception, not the rule. And when they do happen, the vast majority are mild and asymptomatic. mild or asymptomatic. Now, this reflects the reality that we have the most effective tool we need to keep us safe and end this pandemic, and that is a vaccine. And recognizing the importance of continuing to push our efforts to vaccinate the nation, yesterday, we brought together the 6 living former Surgeons General of the United States from the Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Trump administrations to discuss our public health COVID-19 response, with equity being at the forefront of our conversation. It was a historic meeting for a historic moment. And these former Surgeons General are public health leaders who have been friends, mentors, and partners to me in my years as Surgeon General. And we spoke about their concerns about health misinformation, about the importance of ensuring that communities of color and rural areas aren't left behind in the vaccination effort, and the power also of engaging trusted community-based organizations in vaccinations. We will continue to work together in the months ahead to ensure we continue to increase vaccination rates across the country with equity as our guide. And finally, this gathering of Surgeons General reflected the diversity of our nation, and it was emblematic of what we have to do together to defeat the virus. As SGs, we came together from different backgrounds, serving under different political administrations to work together on a path toward ending this pandemic. And we all share the belief that science and public health are what will help us protect our nation from this pandemic. So thanks for your time today. I'll turn it back over to Jeff for our Q&A.
Well, thank you, doctors. Let's go ahead and open it up for questions. First question.
First question, let's go to Cheyenne Haslett at ABC News.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my question. We know that boosters are still under consideration, but there's more openness to acting on them for immunocompromised people faster. So can you tell us when can immunocompromised people expect those boosters will be available, and are there any updates?
Dr. Fauci?
Yes, thank you for that question. As we've said and continue to say, immunocompromised individuals are vulnerable. The reason is that it is clear now from the observational data that was made that they do not make, in general, with some exceptions, but in general, do not make an adequate response that we feel would be adequately protected. So in this regard, it is extremely important for us to move to get those individuals their boosters. And we are now working on that and will make that be implemented as quickly as possible, because for us and for the individuals involved, it is a very high priority.
Next question.
Let's go to Ouija at CBS.
Thank you so much for taking my question. Dr. Fauci and Dr. Walensky have both warned that the virus may mutate and perhaps into a strain that is powerful enough to evade the vaccine. Is there any way to gauge how long before the virus overtakes the vaccine? And so we understand what that means for the vaccine. Is there a way to tweak it in that situation in order to give us protection?
Why don't we start with you, Dr. Fauci, and then Dr. Walensky, if you have anything to add.
Yes, there is a very, very long-standing tenet in virology that viruses cannot mutate unless they replicate. And so the easiest way to prevent the scenario that you're proposing could happen would be to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as we possibly can, to not allow the virus to continue to circulate in the community, giving it ample time to mutate. Now, not every mutation is going to result in a functional change, but every once in a while, you do get a series or a constellation of mutations that do that, and you get a functional change, the way we have seen with the Delta variant, which functionally changed because it became significantly more able to transmit. We have within our power to prevent that, and you prevent it by not allowing the virus to freely circulate, finding vulnerable targets. You protect the vulnerable targets, who are unvaccinated people, by vaccinating them. And when you do so, you do a very, very strong blocking of the evolution of variants that could be problematic.
Next question.
Let's go to Sharon Lafreniere at New York Times.
Thank you. Many experts say that the falling antibody levels that Pfizer and today Moderna cite as evidence that booster shots are needed is not convincing because people may still be protected even with those. If that's so, what is the right signal? Is it vaccinated people ending up sick enough to be in hospitals, and can the government wait for that kind of evidence before making a decision? And then secondly, I wanted to ask, what are the chances that the Delta variant will burn out, so to speak, here in a month or so, like in India and the UK?
Dr. Walensky first.
Yeah, we're going to make the decision about booster shots based on a compilation of evidence, one of which will most definitely be the immune responses, as you note, but that is not necessarily known to be a perfect correlate. The antibody responses, our immune system also has T cell responses. So this is going to be a combination of evidence, both of neutralizing antibody data, as well as clinical trial data, as well as our cohort data that monitor the safety and the effectiveness of our vaccines in many different populations across the country, tens of thousands of people, essential workers, healthcare providers, long-term care facilities, people who've been vaccinated early in the process. And it will be a combination of all of that evidence that helps inform our booster strategy.
Dr. Fauci, the question of the case count and
Right.
quote. Go ahead, please.
Right. So what you're asking is, when are we going to turn around this acceleration that we're currently experiencing with Delta? There are two ways you do that. You do it in the immediate sense right now by mitigation. The mitigation of the kind of things you've heard from the recommendations of the CDC regarding masking, regarding avoiding situations, crowded situations where you can have the increased capability of the virus to spread. The ultimate end game of all this is vaccination. And that's why we continue to harp on that in a very, very proactive way, that if we continue to vaccinate and we get that 93 million people who are eligible for vaccinations, who have not been vaccinated, if we do that in the immediate, intermediate, and long term, and do the mitigation right now, we will turn the Delta surge around. I will guarantee you that that will happen if we do what I just outlined.
Next question.
Caitlin Collins, CNN.
Thanks so much. Several of you and the president have repeatedly cited figures saying that 99% of those who die from COVID-19 are unvaccinated, and 95% around that who are hospitalized are unvaccinated. With the Delta variant, do you still stand by these numbers, and do you have government data to back them up?
Dr. Walensky.
Yes, thank you for that question, Caitlin. So those data were data that were from analyses in several states from January through June and didn't reflect the data that we have now from the Delta variant. We are actively working to update those in the context of the Delta variant. I do want to reiterate, though, that based on the data we're seeing, and we don't have fully updated numbers, universally, as we look at our hospitalizations and as we look at our deaths, they are overwhelmingly unvaccinated people.
Next question.
Let's go to Tamara Keith at NPR.
Thank you for taking my question. There's some reporting out there that the working groups that are looking at reopening some international travel are making plans to require vaccination for international visitors. I'm wondering how that would work, whether it would be simply an attestation as with federal workers, or whether there would be a more rigorous form of vaccine verification. And on vaccine verification, you talk about that restaurant and other businesses that are requiring their customers to be vaccinated. How are these businesses supposed to do vaccine verification? Is it Wild West out there, or are there guidelines?
Why don't I take the first question on travel and Dr. Murthy, vaccine verifications. In terms of travel, and I'm glad you asked that question, the administration certainly understands the importance of international travel. And given where we are today, as Dr. Walensky showed us earlier, on the prevalence of the Delta variant, the United States will maintain the existing travel restrictions at this point. However, we do have, as you alluded to, agency working groups that are developing plans for when we do open travel. How do we do it in a consistent and safe way? And part of that planning is a phased approach that foreign nationals traveling to the United States may, there's still policy work being done here, may need to have some type of a vaccine requirement, but that's not a decision at this point. That's one of the paths that's being looked at and considered, but there are alternative paths being looked at the same time. So the interagency working groups are currently developing a policy process, and we will be ready when it is the right time to consider reopening travel, and that'll be guided, as always, by the science and the public health. Dr. Murphy?
Sure, and let me just ask, can you repeat the specific question you had on the verification?
Sorry, I had trouble unmuting myself. The question is, you guys have talked about restaurants or other private businesses having only vaccinated customers. How's a mom and pop shop supposed to know how to do vaccine verification?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, the good news is that we have seen a significant movement in the private sector to develop essentially vaccine verification efforts. We know this is not something that the federal government is leading, but we are happy to see the private sector leading and taking initiative on that. And I think this is going to be increasingly important because we know that more institutions are considering the vaccine requirements. We certainly have seen that in the healthcare system, the vaccine requirements for healthcare workers is being adopted by more and more institutions, and we expect that will continue.
All right, guys, do want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Some of our folks are going to be headed off into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, going down to Florida, we do have many of our Republican leaders who are speaking now at the podium. And this is on, they just had a roundtable earlier this morning. So again, some of you first going into a quick 2-minute break, then you'll be joining the rest of us out at that press conference down in Florida.
Semana del pueblo cubano en la calle. El presidente Biden anuncia un grupo para hablar sobre remesas. Es importante que se escuche al pueblo cubano, que se escuche a lo que están pidiendo y solicitando esos valientes cubanos en la calle. Y el exilio cubano está pidiendo solamente una cosa: no aspirinas, no medicinas. Están pidiendo no remesas, están pidiendo, exigiendo libertad. Y este es el momento de solidaridad con ese pueblo, no de negociaciones con el régimen, no de buscar formas de darle divisas a ese régimen. Hasta ahora, porque vamos a estar claros, aquí o se está del lado del pueblo y de la causa de la libertad, o se está del lado del régimen. Hasta ahora, el presidente Biden parece que se ha puesto del lado de los intereses del régimen. Por eso estamos tan agradecidos al líder republicano de la Cámara y a estos que están aquí por su liderazgo, por no estar confundido. Este líder republicano de la Cámara.
And just want to say for all of our viewers, thank you for being here with us. We are listening in live. We're on Unfiltered here to this press conference. Not a lot of details, but Governor Ron DeSantis is joined right there. You see him to the his right, but our left, Leader Kevin McCarthy. So not only do we have House Republicans here, we do also have our Lieutenant Governor for Florida. We have congressmen and women alongside Governor DeSantis. We're going to be listening in, learning more about this event here on Live Now from Fox.
Por no estar confundido y por estar escuchando al pueblo de Cuba, al exilio cubano, no a los que han dedicado vidas y décadas en buscar formas de ayudar a ese régimen. Very briefly, thank you all for being here today. Particularly, I want to thank my colleagues in Congress for being here, and for Kevin McCarthy, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. While the administration is studying and looking and reviewing, and even when the Cubans were in the streets after a week, he announces what? a group to study ways to increase remittances into the island. By the way, something that the regime has been asking for. Well, while that has been taking place, and while the president meets and listens to those who in many cases have years of advocacy for the interests of the regimes, for a unilateral lifting of sanctions. That's why we're so grateful to Leader McCarthy for creating this group, for leading. He has sent letters to people around the world demanding solidarity. He's actually sent a letter to the president demanding a meeting with the president to deal with this urgent, important issue. It's urgent and important to the people of Cuba, to this entire hemisphere, but also to the national security interests of the United States. So while the administration is at best confused, or at worst listening to the allies of the Castro regime, we are so grateful to the leadership of Kevin McCarthy and of our colleagues in Congress. With that, let me start by introducing somebody who needs no introduction. He served the United States honorably in the military. He served in the House of Representatives. He's always been a transparent voice for freedom. He's been a clear voice against socialism and Marxism and communism. He is the great governor of the state of Florida, Governor DeSantis.
All right. Well, thanks, Mario, and it was a pleasure serving with you. I saw Ileana is here. Where's Ileana? We used to work together as well, and you always knew when there was fights for freedom, the people in South Florida were always going to be on the side of those seeking to fight authoritarian regimes and to fight Marxism and Leninism. And we're here at with the Bay of Pigs veterans. 60 years ago, 6 decades, they knew what was at stake, and they put their lives on the line to be able to have a free Cuba. They understood what a Marxist dictatorship would mean, and it's meant exactly what they understood: decades of repression and misery that has dominated that island. We are now in a situation, maybe for the first time since then, where you have a real shot to have a change, to have freedom sweep the island. You have people who are being very brave that are out on the street knowing the risks that they're facing. And we have had many of these people have disappeared. We don't know where they've gone. The regime is absolutely cracking down. And so these are times where people who support freedom need to stand together, and we need to stand with the people of Cuba. A free Cuba would be in the interest of the United States of America. I mean, if you want influence of the Communist Party of China in the Western Hemisphere and Russia, then support the regime in Havana, because they want every nefarious influence around the world comes through there. If you want no Chinese influence, you don't want Russian influence, then you should want a free Cuba. If you want to have a good Western Hemisphere and not have all these problems in places like Venezuela and Nicaragua, then you should want to see a change in the regime in Havana, because Havana has for decades spawned all kinds of disruptions and oppression throughout the Western Hemisphere. So we have an opportunity as a country. Certainly the state of Florida stands unequivocally with the people of Cuba. We have an opportunity, though, to make a difference. And it requires leadership from the White House. It requires the president to show and take tangible steps to stand with the people of Cuba. Don't do things that are going to bolster the regime. Don't do remittances. Don't help Venezuela. Don't do any of those things. Stand with these freedom fighters. I called immediately for internet to be restored, to have the United States take the lead. That has not happened yet. There's a bunch of different ways where that could possibly be happen. And what I've told people is, look, if the U.S. government won't do it, if we can do it in Florida, if there's a company that will do it, we'll work to do it. I mean, this is really, really important and really is a no-brainer for something that we should want to see. So I thank everybody who's been in this fight. I think this morning we had a couple different events and heard some really heartbreaking stories about what is happening over there. And now's the time to be able to stand up. So I want to thank the House of Representatives member, Leader McCarthy, all the other representatives for coming down here and listening firsthand. I think they were already on the same page anyways, but I think their resolve is probably going to be strengthened now hearing some of the powerful stories. And so this is an important moment. This is a critical time. We need leadership. and we need it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank the leader, the members of Congress, all the elected officials, of course, our great governor. We're here united in one voice for one cause, and that cause is freedom, libertad, which is what the Cuban people clamored for on July 11th. It's what the Cuban people continue to clamor for. But yet, we have inaction, we have lack of courage, lack of leadership from the Biden administration. I have one question for him. What is taking so long? You heard from our governor here in Florida. We stand ready and committed to helping the Cuban people for their quest for freedom. I'm the daughter of Cuban exiles, but my story is similar to so many other stories here. We've seen families ripped apart, dreams unfulfilled, generations of individuals that never got to visit their homeland, people that have since passed without ever being able to step foot on that island 90 miles from our shores. And so for me, it's personal. For many people in this room, it's personal. And for these representatives that are from all parts of this country, I believe that it's personal for them too. And so I'm honored to be here with so many great leaders lending their voice for the cause of freedom. Estamos aquí hoy con los miembros del Congreso de diferentes partes del país, con miembros de los oficiales electos aquí del Estado, unidos en una voz y por una causa. La causa, libertad. Hemos visto desde el 11 de julio, el pueblo cubano se ha tirado para la calle en una manera que nunca hemos visto. Y estamos unidos con ellos. Y vamos a seguir insistiendo que esta administración busque la manera de ayudar al pueblo cubano, que traiga la libertad, que traiga la democracia. No podemos esperar. Y le tengo sola una pregunta a la administración de Biden. ¿Por qué se está demorando? ¿Por qué se está demorando? Necesitamos el apoyo de los Estados Unidos, necesitamos seguir insistiendo que el pueblo cubano puede llegar a sus sueños de libertad. Como hija de miembros exiliados de Cuba, les digo que mi cuento es igual que el de los de tantas personas aquí. Mi historia es igual que tantas personas aquí, que hemos visto familias que no se han podido ver, hemos visto sueños sin poder realizar, hemos visto generaciones de personas que nunca han podido regresar a su país. Y ahora es el momento de cambiar esa historia para tantos cubanos que desesperadamente están buscando libertad. Les doy las gracias de nuevo al líder McCarthy, a los miembros del Congreso.
Once again, do want to say thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're listening in as we do have Florida leaders on the Republican side, along with our House Republican leader, Representative Kevin McCarthy, speaking on what's going on down in Cuba. So we're listening in live on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Listening to those who are the apologists for the regime. Leader McCarthy has been clear from day one, not only now, but from day one. He has been leading. He has been leading the effort. He is standing firm. He is continuing the pressure. So it is a privilege now to introduce the Republican leader of the United States House of Representatives, soon to be the Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you, Mario. I want to thank the governor. I want to thank the lieutenant governor. Most importantly, I want to thank the members. This is a small group of the advisory group working on the idea of freedom. This is our second day listening, sitting down with individuals, hearing unbelievable stories, and now standing here in a museum that knew more than 60 years ago. The Brigade of 2506 knew exactly what they were fighting for. The fight still stays on today. The oppression. You cannot be the leader of the free world to believe what happened on July 11th, 12th, and 13th is about COVID. It's about freedom. You cannot be the leader of the free world when those who crave freedom and you sit silent. You cannot be the leader of the free world if you want to appease socialism and communism. It's not the country of who we are. That's not what we stand for. We've watched time and again the failure of communism, the oppression of socialism. You cannot be the leader of the free world where people are gathered, put into prison and never heard from all ages. You cannot be the leader of the free world if you want to see freedom, not just in Cuba, but throughout Latin America. This is the place to be. This is what to fight for. And you cannot be the Speaker of the House if you adjourn the House without even bringing up a resolution to tell the freedom fighters in Cuba that we stand with you. And we will not back down. That's why we're here. And I will tell you, the testimony we have heard is so powerful. Just last night, I heard from one. He talked of his mother and father, those who gave him life in Cuba today. He told us that they have COVID, but he did not ask for medicine. He said, do not send medicine, send freedom. That is what this fight is about. This is what this fight was about more than 60 years ago. This is a moment, this is a movement, but again, where is the president? Where is the Speaker of the House? Why are you staying silent when those crave the freedom that our country, a beacon of what we stand for, conceived in liberty and dedicated that all are equal? How can you stay quiet when you know what is going on? How can you leave when you know the time is now? How can you not join with? This should not be a Republican or Democrat issue. This is an issue about America, about freedom, and the future of the world. This is 90 miles away from our country. This is the tip and the spear and the head of what feeds the socialism throughout Latin America, which means more oppression. It means no freedom. Mr. President, we've requested a meeting. Why? Because if you can't come up with ideas, we have them. We can tell you the solutions. We will stand with you if you will act, but we will not sit back to your silence to those who crave freedom. We will lead the charge, and that's why we're here. With that, I would like to bring up Rosa Maria for another individual that has given us tremendous testimony, passion, and we proudly stand behind and will not quit until freedom for Cuba.
And just a heads up for some of our folks, we are going to be taking a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Queridos amigos congresistas, gracias congresista Díaz Valar y todos los que nos acompañan hoy. También los que hemos dado testimonio hace unos minutos, Orlando Gutiérrez Boronat, John Suárez, Marta Beatriz Ferrer, que lleva 25 días sin saber si su papá está vivo o está muerto. Y esa es la realidad de cientos de personas en este momento, de cientos de familias cubanas. El 11 de julio, el pueblo cubano salió a la calle con una sola demanda: libertad. Y esa es la demanda que esperamos que la comunidad internacional y el gobierno de los Estados Unidos apoyen. Ese mismo pueblo ha sido cruelmente, violentamente brutalizado por las fuerzas represivas del régimen cubano, que han disparado con balas reales contra jóvenes en las calles desarmados y pidiendo exclusivamente.
And for our viewers here with us, I do want to say thanks for being out here with us on Live Now from Fox. We continue to listen in as we have not only Florida Governor DeSantis, but also House Leader on the Republican side, Kevin McCarthy. Now, they are giving more pressure to President Biden as they are talking about Cuba's internet crisis, asking for the White House to help people in Cuba communicate with each other and with the outside world. So it's been more than a week, and protesters in Tampa still in the dark about their loved ones in Cuba. And when protests did break out there early last week, the government had then shut down the internet in an attempt to stop future demonstrations. And as we know from just experience here in the United States, a lot of times that's how they get the word out, is via internet. So Governor DeSantis told reporters on Monday, quote, we in the United States have the capability to provide the connectivity that I think would be essential in exposing the truth. Now, the governor did send a letter to President Biden on Wednesday asking him to help, saying he's urging him to assist in providing internet access to the people of Cuba, standing up for communist oppression and demanding a voice after decades of suffering under cruel dictatorship. And as we continue to hear this portion in Spanish, this is because the leaders here on the Republican side in Florida, in the Sunshine State, are meeting with descendants of those in Cuba. So we continue to hear more about the struggles that the family members here in the United States are having with connecting to their loved ones in the country. And we did have cyber expert Chris Jenkins explaining that providing internet to a remote country like Cuba doesn't come without its own challenges. It can be done and has been done before. In 2017, Google had used balloons to provide internet to people in Puerto Rico after they had Hurricane Maria destroy the island's mobile network. So Jenkins said they're using photosensitive reflective surfaces and they're shooting a laser at it. And the program's known as Loon. It's the same project the governor and U.S. Representatives have wanted this, our own U.S. government to look into. So representatives saying they put together a vaccine in just 9 months. Don't you think we could put a balloon there over Cuba in just a few days? So our Fox 13 Tampa team did reach out to Google on Monday, still waiting to hear back whether the company does plan to help bring internet to Cuba. But right now, it's unclear how much it would cost to provide the internet to the people in Cuba, also how soon that could happen. We're listening live on Unfiltered.
Of the Cuban,
she continues in Spanish.
This administration is yet to act
she is
on that.
In
that
English. We're going to listen in here.
The Cuban people went to the streets, hundreds of thousands of them, with one single demand: freedom, freedom, and the end of the dictatorship. Not the end of the embargo, not remittances, but freedom. And that's the demand that we hope that the President of the United States and the rest of the democracies of the world support. We are asking this administration to lead an international effort to denounce the illegitimacy of a regime that shut down young people and unarmed protesters in the streets, and to help the Cuban people to recover their sovereignty. This administration can help us to raise the cost of the repression inside the island, to end the impunity of the regime, can also help the Cuban people to get connected and provide internet access in a moment in which that connection could actually save life. The President of the United States, the democracies of our hemisphere, the European Union, the international community, they have the opportunity today to together with the Cuban people achieve what we think is what could be the most important victory of the first half of the 21st century, which is the freedom of Cuba. And with the freedom of Cuba, the freedom of Venezuela, the freedom of Nicaragua, and the democratic stability of the whole hemisphere. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Needs no introduction, but a strong voice of common sense and of talent, but also of freedom in the United States Congress, our own Carlos Jimenez. Thank you, Mario, and I appreciate that. And this has been a fact-finding, mission by the leader and other members of Congress, and I certainly appreciate my colleagues for coming here. And we've all heard the same thing. We want the people of Cuba, the people here, the exile community. They don't want any negotiations with the government. They don't want any lifting of the embargo. In fact, we want more sanctions to be placed on the government. We want to make sure that we can, if we can, restore internet service or something like internet service to the people of Cuba so they can communicate with themselves and then they can communicate with the outside world so they can show the rest of the world what's actually happening in Cuba, the brutality of this regime. We need to strengthen the support for the dissidents inside the island. The people of Cuba and the people here
We're not saying that the Cuban people need food, they need medicine, they need vaccines. No, they need freedom. And it's been very, very clear. One word, freedom, libertad. That is what the people of Cuba want. That's what the exile community wants. We want the Cuban regime simply, very simply, to leave. Once you leave, then the people of Cuba will have food. They'll have vaccines. They'll have freedom. There won't be any political prisoners. And then you'll have prosperity. All you have to do is get up and leave. But they won't do that. The repressions are actually getting worse. They're getting desperate. And the people of Cuba are suffering. And I have to say that I admire the brave people in Cuba that are putting their lives at risk every single day that they go out and demonstrate against the regime. Because in the eyes of the Constitution of Cuba, to demonstrate against the regime means that you are a traitor and you can be dealt with in any way, including being put in prison, tortured, even killed. And so any government that treats its people that way has to be deemed illegitimate. No elections for over 60 years. It only keeps control by repressing and oppressing its people through force. There's no way that that can be a legitimate government. So one of the things that I'm going to ask for the president is to declare the government of Cuba to be illegitimate. And actually, Mario Diaz-Balart and I asked some members of the State Department, do you consider the government of Cuba to be legitimate or illegitimate? How many times did you ask?
5 or 6.
Okay. They wouldn't answer him, so I gave a crack at it. And I must ask 5 or 6 times whether the United States government deems the government of Cuba to be legitimate or illegitimate. They would not answer the question. We have to declare the government of Cuba to be illegitimate. Once you do that, then you can't deal with an illegitimate government, and you can take steps to liberate the people of Cuba. And as many people have already said here, this is a matter of national security. The regime in Cuba is responsible for what's happening in Nicaragua, Venezuela, what's about to happen in Peru, what could be happening in Chile, what is happening in Colombia right now, the seeds that are being planted there, and create instability in our own backyard, create more repressive regimes in our hemisphere. It is a matter of national security. And so I join everybody here in calling for the president to declare the government of Cuba to be illegitimate, and also to listen to all of the people here, all the people that have been given testimony, to the people of Cuba that only want one thing: liberty, freedom. That's what they want. Do not give in to some of your advisors who want a softer hand with Cuba, lifting of sanctions, giving food and all kinds of, and remittances. People of Cuba are not asking for remittances. That will only help to prolong the suffering of the Cuban people. So I'm going to say a couple of things in Spanish. Aquí todo el testimonio que hemos escuchado ha sido muy consistente. El pueblo aquí y también el pueblo de Cuba no desea negociaciones con el régimen, no necesitan comida, no están pidiendo por vacunas, no están pidiendo por remesas, están pidiendo por la libertad. La libertad, eso es la única cosa que están pidiendo. Ellos están pidiendo que el régimen se vaya. Y si se va el régimen, entonces van a tener comida y remesas, y van a tener dinero, van a tener medicina, van a tener vacunas, todas las cosas, y también, lo más importante, van a tener la libertad, la única cosa que están pidiendo. Por eso que yo le pido al presidente Biden que declara que el gobierno del gobierno de Cuba comunista es ilegítimo. Ningún gobierno que no ha tenido ningún tipo de elecciones en más de 60 años y que nada más que está gobernando con la represión y con el medio, no es un gobierno legítimo. Y nosotros, los Estados Unidos, no debe de tolerar un gobierno ilegítimo en nuestro hemisferio. Y eso es lo que estoy pidiendo al presidente Biden, y le doy muchas gracias a todos mis colegas que están aquí. El líder McCarthy, estuvo aquí también el gobernador, y ellos están bien, saben bien lo que tiene que suceder, lo que tenemos que hacer para libertad.
And thank you again to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're listening in to leaders across the state of Florida calling for freedom for Cuba, calling on the president to help provide internet to the people of Cuba. Now, once again, this could be something that it has been done, but it could be something that might take a little bit of time and a little bit of money to also happen. But President Biden has been facing growing pressure from Governor DeSantis as well as other leaders to help with Cuba's internet crisis and giving more freedom to those people.
Le damos las gracias al líder McCarthy, un aliado fiel de nosotros. Hemos escuchado por 2 días los atropellos y los problemas que hay, que el régimen castrista está ejerciendo en contra de esos que trataron de salir a las calles y gritar libertad. La conclusión de estos 2 días es que se nos está acabando la paciencia. La paciencia se nos está acabando. Patience is running out. Nosotros necesitamos, como oficiales electos, que la administración del presidente Biden responda y nos diga con quién están. Si están con el régimen o están con el pueblo. Le hemos pedido 2 cosas: conectividad y liderazgo. Y no hemos recibido ninguna de las 2. Liderazgo que traiga a la comunidad internacional y que le diga que los Estados Unidos, el bastión de la democracia en el mundo, está con el pueblo cubano. Y segundo, que dé la luz verde para que podamos prender el Internet y que el pueblo cubano decida qué quiere hacer. Y el mensaje al presidente respetuosamente es, una vez más, y lo he dicho en muchas ocasiones, como la representante de la ciudad de Miami, que es el corazón del exilio cubano en los Estados Unidos, que si no lo hacen ustedes, lo vamos a hacer nosotros. Nosotros necesitamos darle al pueblo cubano la plataforma para que vuelva a salir a la calle y haga lo que quiera hacer, pero que no se sienta solo y que sepa que el mundo, específicamente los Estados Unidos, están escuchando y dispuestos a ayudarnos. Ese es el mensaje que salimos de estos 2 días. Quiero presentar a Marta Ferrer, and then I'm going to go into English. Marta Ferrer, que es la hija de José Daniel Ferrer. Ustedes saben que José Daniel Ferrer posiblemente es el disidente en este momento más importante, porque es el líder de la UNPACU, que es el grupo disidente que tiene más números de disidentes en este mes desde el 11 de julio.
All right, real quick, we're going to be stepping away from this event because we do have the president. Let's jump into that live.
For starting late. Thank you. The Vice President and I are honored to host leaders representing a rich diversity of the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders communities, many of whom I met before, some of whom I'm meeting for the first time, and welcome again to the White House. We have a full agenda to discuss: the pandemic, the economy, immigration, voting rights, and hate crimes. In fact, let me start by acknowledging that on this day, in 2012, I was with another friend who's half Sikh, he's a Sikh, and we were on dealing with the 10 people shot in a hateful act of bigotry at the Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. 7 people lost their lives that day. Today, we honor everyone impacted by this tragedy, and we think about all the pain during this pandemic with the rise of hate crimes, harassment, bullying, and other forms of bias against Asian Americans. It seems not to stop. And after the shooting in the Atlanta area, Kamal and I traveled to Atlanta, met with a group, some of whom were here, of Asian American leaders. The discussion was very raw, it was powerful, and a common theme was that Asian Americans feeling unsafe, unwanted, and some of you indicated feeling invisible sometimes. Our message back to you was, at that moment, we see you. we see you. A few months later, we stood here in the White House and we signed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act into law. It also was a powerful moment, showing that we can come together, Democrat and Republican, we can come together as a nation and truly look out for one another. You know, that's why we wanted to convene this meeting, to continue to strengthen our efforts, because more must be done, in my view, our view. A pandemic, the AA, NH, and PI community, I stumble over myself here, but has been on the front lines from the beginning and is critical to helping us vaccinate America. Not just get vaccinated, but to vaccinate America. The community is also critical in keeping the U.S. economy strong. In 6 months, we're seeing the fastest growth at this point in any administration's history, in no small part because of this community. The fastest growing economic growth in nearly 40 years. And now we have an opportunity to make historic investments in our infrastructure and in our families, and finally build an economy that deals everybody in. Just doesn't come from the top down, but from the middle and the bottom up. And creating millions of good paying jobs in every community, including the AA, NH, PI communities, and delivering affordable child care, paid leave, universal pre-K, as well as community college. There's work to do on immigration. There's work to do on voting rights, and so much more. On my first day in office, I signed an executive order to advance racial equity and a whole-of-government approach to address inequities and injustices in America from every agency. And this group's input has been critical and continues to be critical to that approach. And I look forward to the discussion that we're about to have and the actions that, God willing, we'll be able to follow. So I want to thank you all again for being here, and we'll get to our meeting. Thank you.
Mr. President, Governor DeSantis is using your words, sir.
Come on, you guys, let's go. Thank you. Come on, you guys. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you, guys. You guys, thank you. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go.
All right, so it looks like media not going to be able to ask any questions here as they're being ushered out of the room. But again, him alongside with the vice president meeting with multiple different civil rights leaders from Asian Americans to Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders. And again, this is a live or an event that we just had played back for us. So we wanted to bring it to all of our viewers here on Live Now from Fox. But what we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. We are waiting to hear from the family in California who had their husband, their son, their family member who went out for a run, then went missing. They did find his body earlier in the week. They're going to be speaking out here later this morning. We're going to be going to that event when we do see it pop up live here for us. And we also have a few other more events that are going to be coming up. We still have also Florida leaders discussing Cuba. You heard one of our reporters just trying to ask President Biden about Governor Ron DeSantis. That's because he has been pushing back against President Biden, not only on the Cuba issue, but also on COVID-19 in his state after being criticized. So we'll have much more news for some of our viewers after a quick 2-minute break. And for our viewers not in that 2-minute break, let's go out to the family members in California. They are speaking live.
My email address is sn. We want to have this as a one and done type of press conference. We want to have the family have time after this conference to be together and be in quiet and be in peace and be in private So I ask you, those of you who are asking questions today, to keep in mind that this is a very difficult time for the family, as you can well imagine. They have had such strength and composure all the way through the last almost month of trying to find their son and husband. So I ask you politely and respectfully to keep the questions, to be compassionate and kind and considerate of their feelings. And again, any follow-up that should need to happen, you can come to me, and I will respond as quickly as I can. I'll turn it over to the family now.
I think even when we think we have everything under control, even when we think we're strong and capable, accidents can happen that can really derail us from the course we set ourselves on, from the life we so carefully planned, so preciously planned. Life is truly fragile and delicate, and the past 3, almost 4 weeks showed me that crystal clear. Treat it with joy and kindness, and take on the hardships and heartaches with courage and bravery. I think we can't possibly ever truly express our appreciation and gratitude enough to really truly acknowledge what you have all done for us, our families, friends, volunteers, people who know Philip, people who don't know Philip, the communities from just multiple counties, and citizens of Pleasanton. There are no words to really express our gratitude. I have told several people that if I can, I would really like to meet every single person who helped us, thought of us, who brought the coolers, filled it with ice every day, the food for the volunteers. I would really like to meet every single one of them, of you, on an individual level. I want to learn your names and what you do for a living. If you had to take off work, come and help us. There are really no words to truly express how difficult this is, and that's just how much we appreciate everybody's help. Hug your families, because you really don't know what's going to happen in the next moment. Life is strong, but it's very, very, very fragile and delicate. So please take care of each other.
And I think I want to say from my perspective, I have
the deepest respect and admiration for all of the volunteers, the organized search and rescue teams that have spent so much time in the field. The structure and the organization that they brought to this have just been incredible. We just have deep admiration for the work that all of these people have done, not to mention all of the members of the communities around here, Pleasanton and Dublin and Livermore and other areas in the Bay Area, that it's just been an outpouring of support that's been incredible. And it's really given us the strength, given me the strength to keep on going and to try to make the world the kind of place that I know Philip wanted it to be. And we know that he had lofty goals for this environment. And it really is something that we want to do to make sure that as we go forward, we're living in the way that Philip wanted us to live, and that we are respecting the things that he respected, and that we're raising those kids as the best we possibly can to follow in his footsteps. Our focus is shifting now onto the future. We have seen ourselves flipping back and forth from thinking about the past and thinking about the future. And it's both painful and joyful to remember all of the wonderful things that happened to us and how blessed we've been. And it's also daunting, but also energizing to think about the future and where we're going from here. And we know that there's been an enormous outpouring of support from Phil's colleagues, from friends around the world, everywhere. More funds have been raised, and right now our focus is on preparing for the future and making sure that Phil's kids and his family have what they need to do the things that we know Philip would want us to be doing. So I want to thank everyone for all of the support that you've given us. It's just been incredible, and it makes me feel humble and gives me the strength.
For me, finding Philip now means looking at the world through his eyes. He found joy, he found love, he found community. And I want to share that vision of a good, caring community with everyone I know. I want to explore his paths and remember the good times and create special moments for his children, for his beautiful, caring wife, for her parents who have been with us every moment of the way. We appreciate everyone. We especially appreciate the people that have come to support us here, the new friends that I just love. I just love the people we've met here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
As you guys work to heal, what do you need from the community at this point?
I'm sorry?
As you work to heal, what do you need from the community? Is there anything you need?
We've had such amazing support from this entire community and the wider community of all of the friends and people whose lives have touched ours. And I don't know what more we can ask. We just really have a deep sense of gratitude for what we've been offered.
How can people best honor Phil's memory?
Hold your family close. Make the world the kind of place that you want to raise your children in. And help each other raise your children. Keep your family strong.
And realize that the world is our family. We had no idea of how much we how much community, how much love there is out there.
I think make time for other people. Be open to meeting new friends. Just take care of each other.
Folks, my name's Joseph. I'm with the Mercury News. Thank you for being here today. And I'm so sorry for your loss. If you feel comfortable answering it, if you could just tell us what it was like to get the call Tuesday, to find out that Philip had been located.
It was hard. It broke us. But we had each other. It made us really grateful to the people who persisted, even though there was not so much hope.
We have felt the support from all of the people all along the way, and that has always been a source of comfort for me, and I really appreciate everything that people have done for me. It's hard to even know where to start, and words are so inadequate when it comes to saying how much we appreciate what people have done.
It was brutal. I think even when you were hoping for a miracle, even when you're hoping for a miracle, you don't realize that it's that last bit of hope that's been carrying you on. And it was brutal when that was taken away.
I think we felt empty.
No, I think, I think Phil's told me that I'm the toughest person he knows when it counts the most. And if there's ever a time that counts the most, that'll be now.
My name is Omar. I'm with the San Francisco Chronicle. I'm wondering if you've heard of any private landowners perhaps impeding volunteers who are looking for Philip?
As far as we know, the people in the surrounding community have provided us all the support that we can get.
They've let us through their gates. Yes, they've been very supportive. It's kind of hard to imagine the thousands of people that have been treading on their backs, doorsteps practically. It would be awkward for anyone. And they have been so tolerant of us. And I believe many of them have joined in the search.
Yes.
So we have no complaints.
Had Philip ever gone running in Pleasanton Ridge area before?
No.
We are told that even people who have run these hills, that area forever, on occasion take a wrong path and get disoriented. And that's possibly what happened to Philip. We may never know.
Does any of you manage to speak to the volunteer to discover him?
We want to respect their privacy. Yes, we have talked to them, and we hold them dear, and it was hard. That's all I can say.
enough for coming out to talk to us today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for making time to do this. We know it can't be easy. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yeah. When we spoke last week, you mentioned that Jen's parents have been particularly, especially supportive. How are they holding up? How's the rest of your family holding up?
Jen's parents have just been incredible. They have jumped into the child care and home care for Jen and us, and just done everything that we could possibly have asked and more.
It's a deep hurt for them, though. He loved them, and they could feel that so much. He did and does love him from afar now.
They have been a rock for me through the past few weeks. They have put aside their own anguish and sadness to help me care for our kids, to care for me.
Beautiful people.
Thank you. I'm so sorry for your loss. Hello, good morning. My name is Yoshi James. I'm with San Francisco Chronicle. I'm truly sorry for your loss. How would you like Philip to be remembered?
I'd like his joy and experience in the world, his embracing of experiences, his caring for the earth.
And
he lived the life we want everyone to live by treading lightly and happily upon this earth. He just consumed what he needed. He loved playing in the dirt, growing things. He would go out on walks with Jen and, find bruised fruit on the sidewalk, which is good. It's good.
He's playful and adventurous.
And incredibly strong. He pulled us through some experiences, challenging outdoors experiences that I'll always remember.
I like to imagine him setting off on this final hike with joy, embracing the outdoors, running free as the wind with those strong legs of his, looking forward to joining his family with new energy.
Any further questions?
I apologize for another tough question here. Do you have any reaction to some of the crazy theories that were tossed around online?
We, I think, avoided a lot of that because we were advised very wisely by the search and rescue people that there's a lot of things that are said unkindly or unthinkingly, and they protected us in that manner. So that's one reason you won't see things on Facebook from me, is because I'm saving that experience for weeks from now. I don't know.
We were focusing on the task at hand.
Yes.
And we continue to focus on what's important
going forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to have a couple more words here. We and all the volunteers that came out want to thank the City of Pleasanton, the Mayor's Office, Pleasanton Police Department, Alameda County Sheriff's Department, and all the rest of the agencies that have been so kindly and cooperatively working with the volunteers.
people that had no background in this, but just came out from the goodwill of their own heart from Pleasanton and the Bay Area. So we want to especially thank all those agencies that were willing to work with us and share the information to form a coordinated effort to find Philip and bring him back to his family. Again, thank you all for coming. The press has been very effective at getting the word out and helping bring volunteers in, bring donations in, bringing support, specialist support in. So we thank you as well. I think that's all we have to say. So thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Magnificent, heartful, beautiful. Thank
Okay,
you
so
so much.
I think a few of you wanting the spelling of the family members. So it's...
Can you come up to the mic to do it? Sorry.
The spelling of the family members.
Good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in as the family of Philip Krychek, who's reported missing over 3 weeks ago, speaks out after authorities did confirm on Tuesday that the body they found located on a trail near the ridge in an open space area is believed to be that of their loved one. Now, Pleasanton Police Lieutenant did say that a volunteer search had discovered that body, and it was near a tree about 250 yards from a game trail near the northern part of the ridge. And the sheriffs did say everything leads us up to believe that it is likely we did find Philip on the ridge. We wanted to bring him home alive and safe. And investigators have not ruled out the possibility of foul play in this case. So his body, along with clothing and shoes, did match what he had been described as to wearing, and it had been a trail that was mostly used by deer or other animals, and it's not designated, although it's frequently traveled. It's not Actually, it's not frequently traveled and it's not designated for recreation, but he did say Krychek could have thought it was a running trail, as game trails often are on off-beaten paths. So we listened in once again to this sad update from family members as they speak out about their loved one. I do want to say thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I do see we do have our White House press briefing that has just begun. We're going to be jumping out to that here for all of our folks with us on Live Now from Fox.
There's a vibe about going back to school, and this year there's no exception. We're committed to doing everything we can to ensure we get kids back into the classroom safely. We know students are provided the best opportunity to learn and thrive when they're learning in person, in their classroom, with their peers, with their teachers. We made significant progress last spring bringing the students back in person. About 90% of the educators across the country are vaccinated. 180 million Americans have been vaccinated, including millions of students. We provided $130 billion in American Rescue Plan funds to support safe school reopening. It's being used now to provide summer learning opportunities for students and help our buildings be prepared for the return of students in the fall. And this week, I'm very proud to announce the Department of Education launched the Return to School Roadmap. It provides parents, educators, students, and communities the resources they need to feel confident and be ready for a safe upcoming school year. To make sure we safely open all schools for in-person learning this fall, which is the expectation. It has been and it continues to be. The roadmap includes 3 priorities that are critical to a safe reopening. The first one is protecting the health and safety of our students, our educators, and our staff. We need to make sure that we're leading with health and safety first. The second priority is supporting the social, emotional, and mental health needs of our students and our staff. We know that in order for students to learn at their potential, they need a strong social and emotional foundation, and we're prepared to provide that. The third, accelerating academic achievement. We must do everything in our power to help students not only catch up, but to excel during this upcoming school year. As a part of the roadmap, we'll be releasing resources, tools, and holding events to help more schools and more communities and parents and students prepare for the fall and make sure that every student is set up for success. We're also highlighting how the American Rescue Plan funds can be used to support these areas. These include helping get our young people vaccinated. We're doubling down to get more students vaccinated as they return to school. We know vaccines are working, and they're the safest and most effective way to fight back the COVID-19, to prevent outbreaks, and to ensure a safe school year. That's why I'm echoing the President's call to action to host pop-up vaccine clinics in every school across the country, to enlist trusted leaders in our community, to build vaccine confidence. It's all hands on deck here. And to get creative with incentives. And I know I've heard from states where they're doing great work incentivizing it and getting student voice in the conversation to make sure that students hear from other students as well. I'm also excited that next week the administration is holding Back to School Week of Action to mobilize school districts, students, teachers, organizations, and leaders to get more young people vaccinated. Working with parent leaders and influencers to have conversations with students and families about the importance of getting vaccinated and why it's our strongest tool to combat the virus and get students back into the classrooms, on sports fields, in school plays, and among their peers this fall. Next week, I'll be traveling with the second gentleman to Kansas to promote vaccination efforts in that area. I'm additionally excited to lift up some additional efforts we're engaged in with partners across the country, including incorporating COVID vaccination into sports physicals for student athletes this summer and fall. The National PTA, we're working with them and the American Academy of Pediatrics to send pediatricians to back-to-school nights and PTA meetings so parents could hear from doctors directly. As I said before, it's all hands on deck. We all want our students in classrooms where they learn best. The resources are there and the urgency is there. Now is the time to get our students back into the classroom, not to be complacent or let politics get in front of what is best for our students across the country. I'm excited about the efforts we have underway at the department and across the administration to support a safe return to school this fall and make this school year the best one yet for all of our students. But we know it's not enough to get back to school safely. We owe it to our students to build back better. We owe it to our students not to go back to what school was like in March 2020. That's why we must pass the Build Back Better agenda. We have the opportunity right now to transform students' educational experiences. We can build truly equitable schools that finally close gaps that have long existed in our education system across the country. We can set up all of our children for success by investing in our strongest asset, our people, and ensure America wins the future. It'll give every family access to free pre-kindergarten for 3- and 4-year-olds. It'll give students access to 2 years of community college. It'll increase Pell Grants, rebuild and modernize our crumbling schools by investing in our school infrastructure. These resources will allow us to build an education system more equitable and excellent than any system we've ever had in the past. These resources will allow us to build back better and give our students opportunities to have success not only now, but for generations to come. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer a few questions.
Nancy. Thank you so much, Secretary Cardona, for coming. Are you engaged in discussions with teachers' unions that might be reluctant about returning to the classroom this fall because of the Delta variant? And how significant do you expect that challenge to be?
Yeah, I really don't expect it to be a challenge to work with our teachers to get our schools reopened. In fact, I think they've shown a lot of proactive communication about wanting to reopen schools. All teachers want schools reopened. We just want to make sure that they're safe for students and for staff. So I look at it as another partner in the process of making sure that we're doing what's right to reopen our schools. And while the Delta variant is providing new challenges, we have the tools, we have the resources, and we have the experience of what worked last year to get it done safely.
But what about states that are, say, prohibiting school districts from imposing mask mandates? Are you worried that there will be teachers' unions that say, if we can't keep the schools safe the way that we feel we should, we don't want to come back?
I'm worried that decisions that are being made that are not putting students at the center and student health and safety at the center is going to be why schools may be disrupted. So we know what to do. You know, don't be the reason why schools are disrupted because of the politicization of this effort to reopen schools. We know what works. We have to keep our students safe. We have to keep our educators safe.
Yeah, reopening school is one thing. I think you just alluded to this. Keeping school open would seem to be another thing entirely. Right. What are you most worried about in terms of the ability to keep classrooms open, to keep kids, you know, running up that hill to the school every day?
We know what works. This is not our first time doing this. We have the benefit of the experience of last year. We have strong CDC guidance. The Department of Education has several handbooks. The back-to-school roadmap with tools, checklists. The tools are there. It's just, are we following the mitigation strategies? You know what I'm worried about? The adult actions getting in the way of schools safely reopening. Let our educators educate, let our leaders, school leaders lead, and we can get our schools reopened safely. And another thing that I'm worried about that I want to share is complacency. Let's not go back to the school system of March 2020. Our students deserve more. The funds are there. The urgency is there. This is our time to build back better.
Can I just draw out, what do you mean by adult actions?
Well, when we make policies that go against what CDC recommendations are, you know, at the end of the day, we want to make sure the students are safe. We want to make sure the staff is safe. We know how to do that. So let's not get in the way of school systems doing policies that they know work for students and staff.
Will there be repercussions?
Francesca, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you. We know that vaccination rates among younger Americans 18 to 24 are lower. We also know that vaccination rates among African Americans are also lower as a percentage of population. So what kind of guidance is the Department of Education giving historically black colleges and universities this fall to help keep their students safe?
Thank you for that question. I visited Howard University about a month ago, and I was so impressed with how they stood up vaccination clinics in their facilities. And we had students from Howard University administering the vaccine. They're using their name in the community to build confidence in the community, the black community, so that they felt comfortable coming in. We're also setting up pop-up clinics in schools. You know, the president put a charge there. Let's get pop-up vaccination clinics in gymnasiums. I visited a gymnasium at a high school in Washington, D.C., where you know, parents felt comfortable with that school. They know the principal, they know the teachers. They feel they're more likely to go get vaccinated in a school that they know the folks. And another thing that we're going to do is we're going to take advantage of our youth. You know, student voice is critically important. Let's get our youth, our high school students talking about it. Because when students talk to one another about how they're safe when they got the vaccine, it's more likely to lead to an increase. I'm excited about that.
What about testing?
Well, the American Rescue Plan provides $10 billion in testing, so the tools are there. Access to testing is much better. We were reopening schools last year. I remember reopening schools last year without testing availability, without vaccines, and we were able to do it safely because we followed the mitigation strategies. A year later, we have resources, we have testing, and we have vaccinations. We need to get it done.
Go all the way in the back, Yahoo. Yeah, go ahead.
Secretary, but what are you going to do if and when teachers unions protest and, you know, with placards that say we can't teach from the grave, online until cases decline? As the federal secretary with limited powers to affect local decisions, what are you going to do? And, you know, as a parent, as a journalist, I know about the $130 billion. I know that online has a lot of risks for kids. Everybody knows that, but what are we going to do in those situations?
I think, what are we doing? We have the roadmap, which very clear guidance. We're promoting pop-up clinics. We're sharing best practices of where it's happening. We're monitoring data. We stood up a system in the Department of Education. I'm having calls with governors daily. I'm having calls with superintendents, school chiefs, to problem solve with them to make sure that we can get them in there. And you know, the way the question was framed, I'd like to look at it this way: how are we working with our teachers unions to ensure a safe reopening of schools? They're doing a lot of work and they're investing their own money to make sure that our schools can safely reopen and getting the message out to their teachers. We're working hand in hand to make sure that our students have teachers in front of the classroom, but that they both feel safe.
Kelly?
Mr. Secretary, one of the big differences this time is that children are becoming infected more easily because Delta is more transmissible. Right. So we might have, unlike March 2020, where there would be children in the classroom who themselves become ill. Are you formulating policy for how schools should deal with the impact on other students, if there's quarantining requirements, if it's classrooms with only vaccinated children, mixed vaccination status? How are you going to deal with those dimensions?
Thank you. We're working very closely with CDC to have a unified message, and we lean very heavily on our health experts to make sure that we're communicating which mitigation strategies should be employed based on what we're seeing with the strains of COVID. But I'll tell you what worked. When you wear masks, when you provide distancing, when you are testing regularly, and when you're quarantining, you can function in a school. So we're expecting our education leaders and our educators to follow those practices that worked last year, and we expect our students to be in classroom every day.
Secretary Cardona, when kids have masks on in the classroom, how serious does that impact
Stephanie's asking a question. Go ahead.
Kids at this point have gotten used to wearing masks, my children included.
Right.
What is your message to governors like Governor DeSantis in Florida and Governor Abbott of Texas who have banned mask mandates?
You know, don't be the reason why schools are interrupted. Our kids have suffered enough. Let's do what we know works. Let's do what we know works across the country. We shouldn't get politics doesn't have a role in this. Educators know what to do. We did it last year. So I have calls out to those states, but at the end of the day, I want to work with Texas. I want to work with Florida. I want to make sure those students have access to in-person learning. So at the end of the day, we're all in this together, and it's critically important that we have conversations with governors directly, with state chiefs directly. We want to be an ally and make sure that we're supporting our students. At the end of the day, we're talking about students being in classrooms. They've suffered enough. It's time for them to be in the classroom without disruption to their learning.
Secretary Cardona, when kids have masks on in the classroom, how seriously does that hurt their learning?
Secretary Cardona.
Less than if they're at home. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The student loan payment freeze ends next month. Democratic lawmakers and advocates have said that the lack of guidance so far from the administration has left a lot of borrowers confused and lenders reluctant to put out.
And thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to break into this press briefing, let our viewers know that some of you are going to be going off into a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will go back out to that White House press conference as soon as you return. And welcome back to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you some of these live stories happening across our country. We've been keeping tabs on a few different of our stories, from COVID to the Cuban freedom for people, as we heard from Governor Ron DeSantis earlier today. But COVID-19 continues to be a topic of conversation, especially as students are returning to the classrooms, teachers, staff, all going to be back in those education buildings. And we do have our education secretary who is joining in on the White House press briefing. We're going to jump back into that live here for all of our folks with us on Live Now from Fox.
You can do any leverage that
Right.
you guys
If we
have.
find that because of poor policy, students are not accessing the right to public education, we will have conversations with those states and take that very seriously.
Yamiche and Jeff, and then we got to wrap it up and see if it's got to go.
Thank you, Secretary. I'm over here.
Sure. Hi.
Thanks for taking my question. Thanks, John, for letting me ask it.
My question is, you've talked a bunch about kind of science not being in the way, not politics not being able to get in the way of science. I wonder what mechanisms, what sticks, what sort of consequences might the education department have in its toolbox to ensure that in districts where we see school leaders fighting with, frankly, politicians when it comes to CDC guidance, that the education department might be able to back some of those school districts up. We're seeing places where school districts want to mandate masks, but obviously state leaders are saying they can't do that. What could the education department do to ensure that those leaders have?
Sure. We're going to constantly work with those states, with those leaders. At the end of the day, we're on the same team for the kids, right? And, I applaud Governor Hutchinson for what he's doing. And I recognize that we have to be malleable to address the increase in spread. And that requires partnership. Withholding monies, that's going to hurt kids. That's going to hurt kids more. So we're going to continue to work with those states and do what we can to help them understand how important it is to make sure students are getting into school. And my hope is that students go into schools in those communities as well. But if we're starting to notice that students are not going in because they don't feel confident, then we're going to have conversations about that.
Those conversations that you said you don't want to withhold money, is there anything else that the department can do if it's not, that won't hurt kids, but that can send a message that science and politics can't mix?
We're in this to stay. We want to make sure those kids get into school, and we're going to do everything we can to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, can you give us an update on the proposal to teach more Black history in schools? Did the Republican Black backlash over that have an impact over your plans?
I always say I trust my educators across the country to make sure that our curriculum promotes the beautiful diversity of this country. And we could do so as educators in a way to unify our students in our country and show respect to others. That's another example of something that's become politicized, and I have confidence in my educators, and I have confidence in their ability to teach students about our history, and in the process we can learn about one another and become a stronger nation. Thank you.
Still on track, that proposal?
Which would, you talking about the priorities?
Yes.
Yeah, the priorities are still what they are. I think for us, the way we put it forward allows districts and states to put in their proposals and how they want to teach it. But I think, again, it became a politicized issue that didn't need to. And it took us away from what I think is most important, our Build Back Better agenda and getting students safely back into school. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary.
All right, thanks.
Always welcome to join us.
Thank you. All right, I'll get my mask on here.
Would you like to teach more science in school, Mr. Secretary?
Want to get into school safely? We could talk about the discussions there. And I'll be back for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're pro-science, just in case there was confusion. Okay, couple of items for all of you at the top. Today, the President will announce a new set of actions aimed at advancing the goal of increasing the impact of his Build Back Better investments to address our climate crisis, positioning America to drive the electric vehicle future forward, outcompete China. He will sign an executive order, I know this was out there reported this morning, that sets an ambitious new target to make half of all new vehicles sold in 2030 zero emissions vehicles, including battery electric, plug-in hybrid electric, or fuel cell electric vehicles. In addition, later today, the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Transportation will announce how they are addressing the previous administration's harmful rollbacks of near-term fuel efficiency and emissions standard. A good question a lot of you have been asking is, what is the implementation about this? They will announce the rulemaking, next steps in rulemaking process later today as well. These new actions, paired with the investments in the President's Build Back Better agenda, will strengthen American leadership in clean cars and trucks by accelerating innovation and manufacturing in the auto sector, bolstering the auto sector domestic supply chain, and growing auto jobs and good pay and benefits. We are also announcing today the Biden administration commitment we are committing more than $3.46 billion in new funding to help states and partners increase resilience and reduce the impacts of climate change nationwide. At a time when communities across the country are facing the impacts of the climate change crisis and grappling with extreme heat, wildfires, prolonged droughts, the onset of peak hurricane season, this historic addition of the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program will help states, localities, tribal and territorial governments finance projects to safeguard our communities for the future. FEMA Administrator Criswell is currently briefing the National Governors Association, Homeland Security Advisors Council on these investments, and we will have a fact sheet after the briefing detailing how much funding each state and locality will be receiving. Also wanted to note that today, senior White House officials, including Ambassador Susan Rice, Dana Remus, and Julie Rodriguez, will host a virtual convening with 8 state attorneys general as part of the president's ongoing strategy to combat the surge in gun crime we've seen over the last 18 months. During the meeting, the group will discuss policies and strategies to hold gun manufacturers and dealers accountable for wrongful conduct that contributes to guns making their way into the hands of criminals and be used in shootings around the country. We are committed to using every tool at our disposal to crack down on gun crime. That includes money to put more cops on the beat and support community anti-violence programs. It also means aggressive steps to stem the flow of guns used in crimes. And in addition to today's convening, we also announced today tough new regulations on untraceable ghost guns, and we also launched 5 regional gun trafficking strike forces, as you all know, and announced a national zero tolerance policy for gun dealers. Last item for all of you, as you all know, the President has been committed to the federal judiciary for decades, having served as the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. He's made it a chief priority to nominate deeply qualified nominees who are devoted to the rule of law and who represent the diversity of the country. He's done that at a historic pace. And his nominees are also being confirmed with unprecedented speed. Today he nominated 3 additional candidates for the federal judiciary. Among them, Justice Beth Robinson, Vermont's first openly LGBTQ Supreme Court justice, who would also be the first openly LGBTQ woman to serve on any federal circuit court. Under the President's leadership, we've also confirmed the most African American women as federal circuit judges of any single presidential term in American history, and the first Muslim Article III judge in American history. He's also chosen nominees from a wide variety of backgrounds, prosecutors, and also public defenders, law firm lawyers, and civil rights attorneys. That will continue to drive his decisions moving forward. Amr, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. 2 questions. So, first I wanted to ask about thing related to yesterday, which the importance of continuing to work with New York as the situation with Governor Cuomo is playing out. With that said, it's a critical time for the state and the country with the surge of the Delta variant. Will the president pick up the phone and personally insist to the governor that for the good of the state, it's time to step down?
The president's addressed this, and I have no planned calls to preview or predict for you.
Okay. I also have a question EV related. Infrastructure bill, if I understand right, includes about half of what the president wanted in order to build a national network of charging stations. So how do you take EVs from the niche, or merging from the niche to the mainstream without that necessary investment in charging stations?
Well, first I would say it's a historic investment in EV charging stations, and we also know that also as part of the investment is efforts to reduce the cost of purchasing electric vehicles. So I would say the president's commitment to making electric vehicles the vehicle of the future, further incentivizing the direction of the industry, which is already where it's headed, making us more competitive as it relates to China, is reflected both in the bill and the bill that's working its way through the Senate, also in announcements like the one that was made today about that show clear initiative and commitment from this administration to make electric vehicles central to our focus moving forward.
I apologize. On the Governor Cuomo, you don't have calls to read out, but has there been a call?
No. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. 2 questions for you. Has the president received a formal recommendation yet from the Secretary of Defense to mandate vaccines for the military? And if so, does the president intend to accept that recommendation and sign a waiver authorizing that mandate?
Sure. Well, the president announced last week that he was asking the Secretary of Defense and the Defense Department to look into how and when they will add COVID to the list of mandatory vaccinations for our armed forces. We expect a determination soon. I'm not going to get ahead of that, and certainly he's going to rely on the recommendation of his Secretary of Defense.
Thank you. Also, on the COVID front, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is now fundraising off of President Biden's comments for him to, quote, get out of the way of people trying to help battle the COVID surge in that state. DeSantis has said, I'm standing in your way, I'm not going anywhere, and referred to the president as a power-hungry tyrant. What is your response to the governor and the administration's response to the governor? And is the president considering reaching out to DeSantis to talk this over?
Well, first, from day one, we've approached this not as a political issue, but a public health issue. We remain in touch with officials in Florida, just like we're in touch with officials from around the country about how we can provide assistance from the federal level to help address this public health crisis. What I have cited and what the president has cited is publicly available data about public health and the impact in Florida. It is factual and it is a fact and data that you all are aware of, that 25% of hospitalizations in the country are in Florida. It is also a fact that the governor has taken steps that are counter to public health recommendations. So we're here to state the facts. Frankly, our view is that this is too serious, deadly serious, to be doing partisan name calling. That's what we're not doing here. We're focused on providing public health data, information to the people of Florida to make sure they understand what steps they should be taking, even if those are not steps taken at the top of the leadership in that state. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Republicans have made it pretty clear over the last couple of days that they're drawing a red line on the debt ceiling in terms of their willingness to negotiate or to consider a clean debt ceiling increase. Does the president want Democrats to move that through reconciliation, or is he ready to have that fight at some point in September or October with Republicans, trying to get Republican support?
The president believes that Democrats and Republicans should move forward, as they did 3 times during the last administration, to raise the debt ceiling, something that they did even in the wake of the former president putting in place a $2 trillion tax cut that certainly did not do anything to reduce the deficit. So that's his view. He believes they should move forward and do that. That's the responsible step for our country.
And then one more on a very different subject. Does the president have a deadline in his mind in terms of like when his patience would run out on the Iran negotiations?
Look, I think the president's view is that it is in our interest to continue to pursue a diplomatic path forward. Because even though we certainly don't approve, in fact, we have great concern about a number of Iran's problematic activities in the global community, having visibility into their nuclear capabilities and capacities is in our national interest. The timeline is not endless, and I know the Secretary of State has conveyed that clearly. But right now we are open to returning to a 7th round of negotiations. The inauguration is today, so we will see what happens from here. Go ahead, Jeff.
All right, guys, what we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into another quick 2-minute break as we've been listening into this White House press briefing. More news your way after a quick 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a quick look here at the Dow. Yesterday, we saw lots of red today. We are up over 180 points as we're seeing a lot of green on the big board, so we'll keep an eye on that here today. But as I mentioned, we've been listening in to Jen Psaki. She's the White House press secretary. We've been hearing everything from electric vehicle plans for the future in America after President Biden did set that goal to have many vehicles across the country be electric by 2030. But also we've been hearing some comments not only on Ron DeSantis, as there's been some back and forth between the Biden administration and the governor down in Florida, but also COVID-19, especially as we do have the cases continuing to rise. Earlier here this morning, we did hear from the White House response team on the COVID-19 cases that they are seeing. CDC reported just on Tuesday alone, they had more than 600 deaths being reported in just one day from COVID-19. She also had pointed out that over the last 7 days, we have seen not only a 40% increase, more than 40% increase in COVID cases, but also more than 30% increase in hospitalizations. And they emphasize the point that once again, many of these cases are overwhelmingly because there are those people who are unvaccinated. So pointing out that the majority of those numbers come from people who are unvaccinated. So we continue to listen in to the White House press briefing for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Invited to this ceremony because this company is obviously such a large manufacturer of electric vehicles. Can you give us any insight into why Tesla wasn't included in this event?
Well, we of course welcome the efforts of all automakers who recognize the potential of an electric vehicle future and support efforts that will help reach the president's goal. And certainly Tesla is one of those companies. Today, it's the three largest employers of the United Auto Workers and the UAW president who will stand with President Biden as he announces his ambitious new target. But I would not expect this is the last time we talk about clean cars, the move toward electric vehicles, and we look forward to having a range of partners in that effort.
So it's not because Tesla is a non-union shop?
Well, these are the three largest employers of the United Auto Workers, so I'll let you draw your own conclusion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Democratic Congresswoman Cori Bush is saying that she favors spending tens of thousands on private security to keep her safe, and that people should, quote, suck it up, defunding the police has to happen. Didn't President Biden say a few weeks ago that anybody who accuses the party of being anti-police is lying?
Well, I think we shouldn't lose the forest through the trees here, which is that a member of Congress, an elected official, is concerned that her life is threatened, and that's disturbing, that any elected official would have to suffer death threats and fear for their life. So I'm not going to comment, of course, on their security arrangements. I don't have any more details on that, but I think we should start with that point first. I will say that the president has been crystal clear that he opposes defunding the police. He has said that throughout his campaign for office. His record over the last several decades has made that clear. He has proposed increased funding for law enforcement and the COPS program, increased funding from his predecessor, who was, as you might note or be aware of, a Republican. So I'd note that his record is pretty clear on this. There may be some in the Democratic Party, including Congresswoman Bush, who disagree with him. That's okay. But I would say the majority of Democrats, we've seen this in polling, and the majority of members also agree that we should not defund the police.
Is there a greater concern, though? I understand that's not the president's position, but is there a concern that defunding the police or suck it up, defunding the police has to happen might become a big Democratic message ahead of the midterms? It
does not appear to becoming a Democratic message, even though there might be a desire for that on the other side of the aisle.
Okay, and then there are reports the administration wants to require all foreign visitors to be vaccinated. Would that include migrants arriving in Texas and Arizona and being released into border towns?
Well, I know there were a range of reports about this, so let me just give you a little bit of an update on this. One moment. And I know you asked kind of two questions there, and I promise I'll address them both. Let me reiterate, and I know Francesca asked a question about this the other day, the importance of international travel. Given where we are today with the Delta variant, we will plan to maintain existing travel restrictions at this point. However, what our interagency working groups are focused on, and this is, I think, what was reported, is working to develop a plan for a consistent and safe international travel policy. And that will be done through the prism of providing consistent guidance, equitable guidance, digestible guidance. And there's a lot of confusion about what the restrictions are now, and you all have asked a lot of good questions about it because it feels inconsistent, and it is. But that's what our focus is. So that is certainly under strong consideration, but it is under a policy process review right now that I won't get ahead of myself. As it relates to, I know there was also reporting about the vaccination of migrants. That's not what the CBP is doing. There are NGOs and other international organizations who are vaccinating migrants as they come across the border and as they work in partnership with us. Certainly that helps keep a range of people safe in the country.
But do you think that it's keeping people safe in McAllen, Texas, where 7,000 confirmed COVID-positive migrants have been released into the city since February, 1,500 in the last 7 days?
Well, I think it's important to note what's actually happening in McAllen. So there's actually been, they signed a disaster declaration and approved setting up a temporary emergency shelter to provide a space, to create an isolated space to mitigate this issue. And what happens is DHS, and this is the process of what happens, the agency, one, we're continuing to enforce Title 42, resulting first in the expulsion of the vast majority of those encountered at the border. We also, CBP also provides migrants who can't be expelled under Title 42 with PPE. They're required to wear the PPE. If any exhibit signs of illness in CBP custody, they're referred to local health systems for appropriate testing, diagnosis, isolation, and treatment. And obviously there are steps taken as needed, as this is certainly evidence of. I think we got to keep chugging here just because I don't want to run out of time. Kelly, go ahead.
With the eviction moratorium, landlords groups are already bringing legal action, and the courts are requiring some steps of respondents by tomorrow and so forth. Given that, is the president still confident that the CDC's action is within the law?
Yes, and he would not have moved forward if not. We can't control, of course, what the courts do. We certainly understand that. Separate branches of government, but also they'll make their own decisions. But what we can control and what we are very focused on is what we can do in states and what we can do to push this funding and money out. And, you know, as we've been talking about quite a bit in here, there was an incredible amount of activism, of calls for an extension of the eviction moratorium by a range of members of Congress. We talked about Congresswoman Bush in a different capacity. She's certainly one of them, and many others joined her in this effort. And what we are hopeful now is that we can all take that activism, those calls for an extension, those calls for providing relief to renters, and take them to states and pressure states and leaders to get this money out easier. I'd also note, what was interesting I saw this morning is that Senator McConnell and Senator Schumer, both in a moment of bipartisan agreement, agreed states need to do a better job. So that's what we can control. That's where our focus is. We can't control the courts. And obviously, we're not going to speak to ongoing litigation.
As you support private sector businesses around the country and other kinds of institutions that are setting requirements for vaccines and so forth, what guidance are you offering for how small businesses police that? If you're in a restaurant situation where you have wait staff or proprietors who would be challenging their own customers. What guidance does the federal government have for how this should be measured?
You mean vaccine verification and how it's approached? One, we do support efforts to incentivize workforces, of course, to protect their workforces and get more people vaccinated. We want to ensure that it's done in a transparent way, that it's done in an equitable way, that if there are verification requirements, it can be done digitally. There are a range of ways to provide the information. So there are basic guidelines along those lines that we have conveyed, and we will continue to convey as people have questions. And we understand different localities and communities will apply any verification measures in different ways. Go ahead, Steve.
Jim, just to follow up on the international travel question, I understand that there's an interagency process, but is it the goal of that process to end in a vaccine mandate for people who are flying to the U.S.?
Well, that's one of the considerations, but the process has not been concluded yet. And what I was trying to note at the beginning is that right now, I think, which is why a lot of you have very good questions about this, there isn't consistency, right? And there are good questions about why, when this country has larger rates of vaccination, et cetera. What we want to create or determine through this process is a way to provide clear, digestible guidance that also has our public health front and center. So that's a consideration, but it has not concluded yet.
I know that it's early, and the president earlier today expressed his sadness on the passing of Richard Trumka. Are you aware of any plans or intention on the president's part to attend any kind of memorial service or funeral?
That's a good question, and I think, as you all saw and noted, Richard Trumka was someone who the president considered a friend. He considered an ally in the fight for worker rights, for collective bargaining, and I think, as you all have seen who have covered the president or followed him long before he became president, this is probably a passion of his that he shared quite deeply. This is a passion of his he shared quite deeply with Richard Trumka. I don't know that there have been any plans announced yet. Certainly the president will be interested in those once they become available. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask first about the talks that have been going on with Senator Cornyn.
And as our White House secretary does take more questions, we are going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more coming up here on Live Now from Fox when you return.
See, it was supposed to be today.
And thank you again to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been keeping an eye on a number of live events that we've had going on here, but we're going to switch gears, step away from that White House press briefing. It can be something we always bring back to our viewers a little bit later on our stream, but I want to continue things along, especially as COVID-19 continues to ramp up in many states across the country. Well, now there's some folks and groups calling to end these mandates on being vaccinated. Let's go out to a story with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team.
That's our big story tonight at 9. All of southeastern Wisconsin's largest healthcare systems will require their staff be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 come fall.
Dozens of advocacy groups criticizing the announcement today. Fox 6's Sam Kramer joining us live in Wauwatosa, where some healthcare workers are part of the opposition here.
Yeah, hi there, Steph. The Wisconsin United for Freedom nonprofit says it's backing a group of some 4,000 healthcare workers who don't want to get that vaccine. They argue it is their right to control what enters their body, while those that have actually made that vaccine requirement decision say this is just the right thing to do for patient safety. As COVID-19 cases trend higher in Wisconsin, including extreme rates of transmission in Milwaukee County.
COVID is far from over.
Healthcare systems will require employees be fully vaccinated by various dates this fall. October 15th for Advocate Aurora Health and Pro Healthcare, November 1st for Froedtert Health, the Medical College of Wisconsin, and UW Health, November 12th for Ascension, Wisconsin, and November 15th for Children's Wisconsin, a decision they say will protect patients.
Let this decision to mandate vaccines be another chapter in our book, one that says we have done everything we can to keep our patients, our communities, and each other safe and healthy.
But others like Wisconsin United for Freedom, or WOOF, say it violates their employees' rights.
We should not be making medical decisions based on fear. We should be making medical decisions based on informed consent and not coercion.
Rachel McCardle says WOOF is receiving hundreds of messages from healthcare workers who fear they'll lose their job over the requirement for a vaccine that's only authorized under emergency approval.
We believe in health choice. We believe in bodily autonomy and having the right to say what is injected or not injected to a person's body.
But for UW Health's Dr. Nasia Safdar, the mandate is a professional responsibility.
We went into healthcare for a reason, and that was to take care of patients. This step will allow us to take better care of our patients, and patients deserve that.
Now, the vaccination rates vary across those healthcare providers. A Froedtert Health spokesperson tells me they have about 66% of their employees fully vaccinated. It's as high as 90% elsewhere at UW Health and the Medical College of Wisconsin. We're live tonight in Wauwatosa. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
The potential.
All right, and thanks to our Fox 6 team for that. We're going to continue the topic of COVID-19. When it comes to testing, that is a requirement sometimes for your travel, maybe even to get it often, depending on what business you're in. So let's go down to our Dallas-Fort Worth team as they talk about the demand for COVID-19 tests.
64,000 coronavirus tests were done in Dallas County in the past week. That is the most since early February. We talked to the head of a handful of clinics trying to ramp up to meet what is currently a pretty overwhelming demand. Dr. Nick Carr with Sinai Urgent Care joins us this morning. We know cases are up and testing, the number of tests we are seeing up as well. I know your clinics are packed. Last week, my husband tried to get a COVID test, and finding one was tough, and wound up going to one outside, one of your clinics outside of our area, because, I mean, you guys are slammed.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Lauren. Yeah, it's been crazy, kind of as you indicated. The numbers have been dropping in February, and we thought things were kind of going back to normal. And we started to see resurgence about 6 weeks ago, and then it's, we're in the middle of what feels like a normal flu season. It's pretty crazy.
Do you need to bring in additional staff for this? I mean, do you need more PPE again? And then when you hear that some of the hospitals in our area are asking for help from the state and are being denied, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, it's, we've been fortunate as far as PPE. That was one of those issues that seems to have worked itself out over the past year or so, although we'll have to just kind of wait and see. Staffing is, as indicated, has been one of our biggest struggles just because of how quickly we saw this huge increase in the volume. And, staff are frustrated, patients are frustrated. It's just, it's worrisome, especially as we start to head into flu season. Typically this is our slow time of year. Where we're ramping up, and it just kind of, caught us off guard a little bit. So we're really wondering what this fall and winter are going to look like.
And what are colleagues saying about the fact that, these hospitals, a lot of the hospitals in the area are asking for help and are being told, figure it out on your own?
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. One of the big things that we've been seeing is that across the board, and again, we are seeing cases amongst both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, but it's particularly the unvaccinated who seem to be having a more severe course, kind of a worse outcome. And so, it's just really putting a stress across the whole system. Even as we've been going to hire people, they're getting pulled out of state to go help do, FEMA jobs where they're setting up tents again. And so there's a huge, I would say the labor is kind of the biggest constraint that we all have right now.
All right, once again, that update coming from our Fox 4 team down in Dallas-Fort Worth, and it's something that the CDC had been touching on earlier this morning during that White House COVID-19 briefing. They're starting to see hospital staffs overwhelmed with the amount of patients that continue to come in who have been diagnosed with COVID-19. It's been causing a lot of issues, and we've even heard a few times from doctors who have talked with those patients just saying, some of them say they regret not getting the vaccine. Others just seem very lonely because they have started to also implement some of those visitor restrictions back into many of our medical facilities. So it will be a story we continue to follow here for all of our viewers, but we're going to be switching gears when we return. Here's some body camera footage that we're going to be showing you. A man in Georgia says a police canine not only slammed him to the ground, but he also sustained serious injuries. We're going to be listening into this story after a quick 2-minute commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is a little bit of body camera footage that has been released after a 36-year-old Alpharetta, Georgia man had sustained severe dog bite wounds. He was slammed to the ground and bitten by a canine during an encounter with officers back on July 25th. And now his attorney, along with his family, are speaking out. Let's go listen into this press briefing that took place just a little bit earlier here this morning.
Good morning. I'm attorney L. Chris Stewart, Stuart Miller Simmons, along with Madeline Simmons, while our partner and Gerald Griggs, who is representing Mr. Moya on the criminal matter. We are here today to update the public and the media on the release of the body cam. Sorry about that. Yeah, no problem. Release of the body cam from Officer Esposito, the canine handler, which we are sure, just like we were, has shocked the entire state along with the nation. We also wanted to come forward and address what is clearly about to happen from the Alpharetta Police Department. From the statement they put out, from the statements at the City Council meeting, we strongly believe that they are seriously considering clearing these officers. That's what it appears. That's what it clearly states in the summary that they made, which we will be breaking down, which is highly disappointing, especially now that we have proof beyond the statements that we made before, which shows this was not only unnecessary, but it was savage, and the entire charge was a lie. And we'll go through some of the evidence to show that this wasn't just talking. These are the officers that responded on the day of the incident: Durden, Fruden, Hart, and Esposito, who is the K-9 handler. This is the official police report. This is an official document. This is supposed to be written with accuracy, not have any lies, and report exactly what happened. As you'll see, which is common in these situations, this police report is written favorably for the officers, leaving out details about Mr. Moya and highlighting anything that will make this seem justified. It's listed as a domestic disturbance, which, as we all know, having heard the 911 call, it was updated to a mental health call. The 911 call directly states from his wife, "We do not need the police, we need an ambulance." It was updated. You can hear the 911 reporter actually relay that to the officers. So they knew they were coming to a mental health check. The report states that Mr. Moya became verbally and physically aggressive, which is why Officer Esposito told the other officer to step up, which is not true. And we have a clip for you.
How's it going, man?
Thank you. Y'all back up.
What? What's your okay?
Sir.
461, step it up. He's being disorderly.
Can you replay that for me?
How's it going, man? What? We're just here to make sure everything's okay. 461, step it up. He's being disorderly.
Now, why that is significant, ladies and gentlemen, is this is the problem with policing. He simply asked, "Who called you?" Nobody called you. And he has heightened the situation by telling the other responding officers that Mr. Moya is being disorderly. Disorderly is actually a charge. He wasn't charged with that. He has heightened the entire situation from literally walking up because a black man asked, "Who called you?" Absolutely no reason to escalate the situation, escalates the incident. Mr. Moya was in the drive, balling up both fists, tensing his arms, which indicated to me that he was ready to fight us. He took his shirt off and threw it to the ground. Pay attention to that.
Stand by your front door. Watch him. Watch him. Watch him. Watch him, Aries. Watch him. Watch him. It's 461, just be advised, K9's deployed. Hey, sir, come here. Don't go back in the house. Can y'all come either go over here? Hey, sir, I need you to come over here and talk to me. Sir, you can't get on. Sir, come talk. Come here.
Okay. At what point in that video was Mr. Moya coming down the driveway with his fist balled up, ready to fight? They wrote this so that all of you would believe he took his clothes off, threw it on the ground, and came barreling down the driveway towards them so they could justify this attack. He took off his jacket, told them, "I'm fine," when they asked, "Are you okay?" And he started walking back inside his house on his property with his wife. And yet Officer Esposito, who is holding a rabid dog that is barking at them, says, "Come here," while he's holding a canine. I'm not sure if anybody missed something. There was no action of trying to fight whatsoever. It's absolutely ridiculous to put that in a police report and to further try and charge him with being aggressive. It's just a lie. Once again, they're writing this saying that the K9 was used to get compliance and that Esposito told Moya to get on the ground so he could detain him due to his behavior and actions toward us. I decided to walk up to Mr. Moya, grab his arms, and tell him he's under arrest. Right there is an improper detainment and arrest. What had he done? He's standing on his property. The wife had a conversation with Esposito telling him he didn't hit anybody. He smacked the wall of his house, which I can smack the wall of my house. You can't come arrest me. He's on his property. There's no report of violence. They know it's a mental health call. What did he do? You can't detain someone just because you feel like it. You have to have reasonable suspicion of some crime that's been committed, and it didn't happen. There was no way to detain him, and then they further unlawfully arrested him. Arrested him for what? The charges we're about to show is for felony obstruction, which means you have to promote violence towards an officer, and that didn't happen.
Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Don't fight with us or the dog will bite you. Don't fight with us or the dog will bite you.
This is important because, as you'll see, he turned to flee officers in one report and he turned to fight in another. You'll see the officer actually turned Mr. Moya. So you could go back, Kelly. The officer turned Mr. Moya. Mr. Moya didn't turn to fight the officers. He didn't turn to flee. The officer behind him puts him in an arm lock and turns him. And this is the basis of their felony obstruction, that he meant to do harm to the officers by turning to fight. He clearly, from the video they have, that they've seen, was not turning to fight. He's in an arm lock, complying. And he's charged with felony obstruction. This is the state of policing in these instances. This is what's making the good cops out there look bad. This report is an actual legal document. They have lied in an official legal document, and furthermore, the department supported it by their official summary. And yet, if they wouldn't have lawyers highlighting this man who has a job, has a family, would have a felony on his record, probably never be able to work again, and lose everything because of lies. In an official report, suddenly turned his body in an attempt to get away from officers. Absolute lie. And they knew this because they've seen the body cam, they've seen the videos. When did he turn his body in an attempt to get away from officers? Now, why that is also significant is that as they take him down, let's say in their mind they're justified to take him to the ground to facilitate an arrest. A reasonable officer tries to handcuff them using their physicality. Officer Esposito waited 3 seconds, actually a little bit less than 3 seconds, before using the K9 to attack. He didn't give the officers time to finish getting him in cuffs. He didn't give the officers time to finish the arrest. He wanted to let the dog loose, and he had to move an officer out the way who was trying to do his job to let the dog loose. He waited 3 seconds. No reasonable K9 handler would act in this manner, especially when Mr. Moya had not been violent. He did not have a weapon. He was not being argumentative. He was calling them brother. And they let the dog loose in 3 seconds. Now, they say in the report, Officer Esposito released the K9. He latched onto his left upper arm. We were finally able to get handcuffs on Mr. Moya, and K9 Aries detached from Mr. Moya's arm, which is also a complete lie. After he was subdued, not resisting, hands behind his back, cuffs on, The dog continued to maul him.
Hey, get a turn to I'm gonna need you 20-something minutes. Plenty of opportunity.
So once again, we've been listening in as this attorney is pointing out just some of the differences between the police report and what actually they're seeing in the body camera footage. So this Georgia man did say he had some severe wounds from this interaction with the police canine during this incident, and it is obviously going to be an ongoing lawsuit between the Alpharetta Police Department and this 36-year-old Georgia man. What we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. We do have our Attorney General Garland, who stepped up to the podium. We're going to be jumping out to that after a quick, again, 2-minute commercial break. Good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been jumping around to different live events. We do have Attorney General Garland. He is speaking to announcing a case against the city of Phoenix and the Phoenix Police Department. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
It should not be handled by our criminal justice system. This makes police officers' jobs more difficult, increases unnecessary confrontations with law enforcement, and hinders public safety. This past week, there has been much attention to the impending risk of mass evictions, which would put millions of tenants at risk of losing shelter. Needless to say, the impact on individuals and families would be devastating, and as the CDC has made clear, the impact on public health would likewise be devastating, fueling the spread of COVID-19 infections in the affected communities. Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta is leading a Justice Department effort with state court leaders on this problem. On June 24th, she sent a letter to state courts urging them to implement eviction diversion strategies that will increase the chances that families can stay in their homes. Mass evictions would also have serious implications for law enforcement, adding to a crisis of homelessness that strains but cannot be solved by the criminal justice system. The ramifications do not end there. Far too often, police officers are the first ones called when someone is experiencing a mental health crisis in any setting. But it is almost certain that police will be called to respond to someone experiencing a mental health crisis if that person is also without housing. And as we have repeatedly seen, the risks to everyone involved in such interactions are enormous. These issues must be addressed if we are to ease the burdens that our society places on law enforcement and ensure the safety of our communities. The Justice Department, through grant-making, technical assistance, and training, supports law enforcement and community-based programs to tackle these challenges. I will now turn the podium over to Assistant Attorney General Clark, who will talk more about our pattern or practice investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Protecting the rule of law demands that those who enforce our laws also abide by them. Ensuring that law enforcement acts in a lawful and accountable manner is a priority for the Civil Rights Division. As the Attorney General has just announced, following an extensive review of publicly available information regarding the Phoenix Police Department, today we are opening a civil pattern or practice investigation into the City of Phoenix and the Phoenix Police Department. We have reviewed court files, media reports, citizen complaints, and we also considered factors that we ordinarily weigh in determining whether to open an investigation, including the nature and seriousness of the allegations, the number of allegations, the steps that a department may be taking to address the allegations, and the history of the department. We found that the evidence here warrants a full investigation, but we approach this process with no predispositions or pre-drawn conclusions. Our pattern or practice investigations have been successful at identifying not only whether systemic misconduct is occurring, but also its root causes, so that those root causes can ultimately be fixed. As part of our investigation in Phoenix, we will meet with officers and command staff, as well as members of the broader Phoenix community. We will review incident reports, body-worn camera footage, and other data and documentation collected by the department. We will also review the department's policies, training materials, and supervision records, as well as documents related to systems of accountability, including how complaints are investigated and how discipline is imposed. As you know, about 3 months ago, we launched similar investigations into the City of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Police Department, as well as the City of Louisville and the Louisville Police Department. In both cities, as in Phoenix, we've been fortunate to have the support of city officials and police chiefs. In that short time, Justice Department lawyers have had in-person and virtual meetings with close to 1,000 community stakeholders in Minneapolis and Louisville. Hundreds more have submitted messages to the Justice Department. Department lawyers have participated in over 50 ride-alongs with officers. We have had 4 meetings with full command staff and spoken to officers across both individual interviews and roll call briefings. We will take the same approach in Phoenix. Our career attorneys have decades of experience working on investigations like the one we open here today. One thing we have learned over the decades is that we must and will work collaboratively with the Phoenix community and with the Phoenix Police Department. If we conclude that there are no systemic violations of constitutional or federal statutory rights by the city or Phoenix Police Department, we will make that known. If, on the other hand, we conclude that there is reasonable cause to believe that such violations are occurring, we will issue a report describing our findings and then aim to work cooperatively with the city to reach agreement on the best remedies. If an appropriate remedy cannot be achieved through agreement, the Attorney General is authorized to bring litigation to secure an appropriate injunctive remedy. This morning, our team had the opportunity to speak with city officials about our investigation. We are pleased that Mayor Gallego and Chief Williams have pledged their full support. I will repeat the same message our team conveyed to city officials and city leaders this morning. We're committed to following the facts where they lead and doing so in a timely manner so that we can expeditiously address any pattern or practice of unlawful conduct that may be identified. We look forward to working together with the city and the Phoenix Police Department toward the shared goals of ensuring constitutional policing and fostering greater cooperation between law enforcement officers and the community members that they serve.
Great, we'll take a couple questions.
Was there a final straw in Phoenix?
I'm going to leave that question because it's specifically about the Phoenix investigation to the Assistant Attorney General.
Our investigation looked into a number of issues. What we're planning to roll up our sleeves and look at closely is whether or not the Phoenix Police Department uses force unconstitutionally, including deadly force, whether the department engages in discriminatory policing, whether the department engages in retaliatory conduct by making arrest or using force against individuals engaged in peaceful, expressive activities. We're going to look at whether the city and the police department discriminate against people with disabilities in violation of the ADA. We're going to look at the department and whether they violate the rights of people experiencing homelessness by unlawfully seizing or disposing of personal property during cleanings or sweeps of encampments. And we're also going to look at the department's policies and training, as well as how they investigate and hold officers accountable for misconduct, as failures of these systems may contribute to violations of federal law.
This is also for Ms. Clark. Sorry. The investigation, the nature of the investigation with respect to people experiencing homelessness seems new. I wonder if you could speak as to some of the legal issues you're looking at there, Fourth Amendment and the like, and also whether this is intended to send a message to other law enforcement entities which routinely sweep across the country and cities across the country the belongings of the homeless.
The basis for our investigation includes the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994. Whether those sweeps, unlawfully seizing and disposing the belongings of persons experiencing homelessness, may indeed trigger a violation of the 4th and 14th Amendments. And so that is another basis for the investigation that we are launching today.
Mr. Attorney General, you mentioned the eviction crisis and the dangers posed by mass evictions. Can you tell us?
And just want to give some of our viewers a heads up. We're going to continue to listen in as they're being asked multiple questions outside of this investigation. But again, they are launching an investigation into the city of Phoenix and also the Phoenix Police Department. Some of our folks are going off into a quick 2-minute break. We'll be listening into this event if it's still going on again after that 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We did have, unfortunately, the Attorney General's press conference end while we were in that break, but we have had a response from Mayor Gallego as, again, this investigation is going to be taking place in the city of Phoenix. We just heard them talk about it, but they do say that they're welcoming the U.S. Department of Justice and will try to lend a hand in any way that they can. So we'll have more as this continues to develop, but we're going to continue things along, go out to more live events that are taking place across the U.S. We're going to go down to Florida in Tampa. I saw Ron DeSantis just left the podium, but he is out at one of the hospitals. Again, Florida seeing a huge surge in COVID-19 cases. Let's go listen in to what they have to say here on Live Now from Fox.
And not just with Tampa General, but with the entire healthcare community across the entire state. Regeneron is a great example. Early on, when we didn't know what we didn't know because this pandemic is new, it's novel, the state was with us every step. And when the governor called and said, do you need help with Regeneron? And I was fortunate enough to say, no, we've got this because of our partnership with USF and USF Health, because under Dr. Kami Kim's leadership and our dean, Dr. Charlie Lockwood, we were doing research with Regeneron and Eli Lilly way ahead of so many. I said, we're on top of it. But the governor made it very clear that if we needed anything, we just needed to pick up the phone and ask. And that was for not just Regeneron, but for, quite frankly, anything we needed to deal with and combat COVID-19. So I want to thank you for that, not just on behalf of Tampa General and USF, but really the entire healthcare industry. I also want to thank and recognize our doctors, our nurses, our respiratory therapists, our environmental service workers, our transporters, our patient transporters, and so many others that are sacrificing every day through this surge. They are truly sacrificing for their communities and for this state, and they are doing an incredible job, and they need to hear this. They need to be recognized, they need to be celebrated, because they are saving lives and they are making a difference, and they are sacrificing for all of us. Now, as it relates to the response and the impact that's happening at Tampa General, we currently, just to kind of give you situational awareness, we have 136 COVID patients currently in-house. This is as of this morning, 7:30 this morning. And this is very fluid, everyone. You know, volumes are fluid, severity of illness is fluid. The whole pandemic, as you all know, is very fluid. But as of this morning, we have 136 patients. 54 are in our ICUs. 13 of the 54 are on ventilators. We admitted 22 patients in the last 24 hours, but we also discharged 15 patients healthy into home in the last 24 hours, 15 patients discharged. The average length of stay for a patient in a med-surg COVID unit, not in the ICU, is 5.5 days. The average length of stay for a patient in our ICUs is a little over 14 days. 85% of our patients are unvaccinated right now. The 15% that are vaccinated, and this is really tricky, and I know that this entire pandemic is complicated, it can get confusing, and quite frankly, it can be anxiety-provoking to those that are not close to it. When they look at this and they think, wow, there's a lot of vaccinated patients coming into the hospital and being admitted, people have to realize that the vast majority of the 15% of the vaccinated patients that we're caring for, and we're a microcosm of what's happening across the state, and I would submit to you probably across the country, are patients that are already immunosuppressed. And those patients are transplant patients, they're cancer patients, they're individuals that have been vaccinated, didn't have the response to the vaccine that maybe you and I might have had. Then they get COVID, no fault of their own, and then they get sick, and they end up in an institution like Tampa General Hospital, because we're an institution that tends to take care of the sickest and most complex patients in the region. So most of these patients are those types of individuals. And then the balance are older patients, people that are in their 70s and 80s, and even in their 90s that have comorbid conditions. And I think it's very important for the public to understand that as they think about and learn more about the COVID-19. Now, what's also very important is Tampa General Hospital is open for business. Please, if you're listening to this, do not delay care if you're out in the community. If you have chest pain, if you're suffering from stroke symptoms, come to the emergency room. Ideally, the closest ER to you. Do not delay needed care. Hospitals across this state are open and they're taking care of people that need health care. That is very, very important. At Tampa General, not only are our ERs open, but our surgery schedules are open. We are treating patients. We are operating on patients. Now, don't get me wrong. Our staffing is tight. Our ERs are full. And if you're coming to the ER and you have a sprained ankle and you want to be seen, yes, you might wait longer than you typically would wait because we're caring for those with chest pains and stroke symptoms and trauma-related injuries in COVID patients. So you might wait a bit longer. But the institution is open and we're operating and we are watching this moment by moment. So if we believe that we're in an unsafe environment and we need to slow down surgeries, we will do that. We will absolutely do that. Our operating and clinical teams watch this hour by hour. And you can be rest assured that we are absolutely on top of this. What's going to happen now is I'm going to invite our dean and then Dr. Kami Kim up to talk about the monoclonal antibodies. One of the things we're very proud of is the Global Emerging Diseases Institute that we established a year ago in collaboration with USF Health to deal with infectious disease and to really tackle COVID-19. And one of the outcomes of that is the monoclonal antibody work that we're doing. And the governor is absolutely spot on. This is a therapy that is effective. This is a therapy that is less known. This is a therapy that needs to be taken advantage of. And this is a therapy that Tampa General Hospital and USF and our private practice physicians are using very successfully on positive COVID-19 patients. And with that, I'd like to introduce the Dean of the Masani College of Medicine at USF Health, Dr. Charlie Lockwood. Thank you very much.
Well, let me reiterate, first of all, thank you for your leadership. It's been terrific to kind of know you have our back. And secondly, thank you for your leadership. It really has been a textbook of how to lead, and we are all very grateful for that. So we're very proud of our partnership with Tampa General. We have literally taken care of the sickest patients in the region with some of the best outcomes in the country, particularly for the really critically ill patients that are on what's called ECMO. We've launched over 60 clinical trials, and Dr. Kim deserves, I think, a medal for that. I think it was the fastest rollout of clinical trials, certainly in USF's history. We developed a 3D printed flock nasopharyngeal swab because we knew there was a shortage of these swabs for collecting kits. We released that formula worldwide. Over 70 million of these have been made, which is an incredible achievement. We covered our county testing sites. We performed over 50,000 tests. I was out there for many weeks sweating and didn't lose any weight, but we were happy to do that. With the help of actually the governor, the White House task force came here. They worked with us to develop pool testing, so we're able to use our research labs to screen our students. And because of that and other mitigation steps, USF's campus has had one of the lowest infection rates among our students, faculty, and staff of any university in the country. We developed a COVID continuity clinic to help county patients that didn't have docs. We would follow them virtually with telehealth. We began to give them monoclonal antibodies to keep them out of the hospital, and you'll hear more about that from Dr. Kim. Chronic COVID clinics, because long-term COVID care is going to be a big part of what we need to do. And this facility, which was the brainchild of Dr. Corris, John Corus, soon to be doctor. He's getting his business PhD. And in fact, this has been a godsend because it's expanded our capability of taking care of these patients, provided many additional ventilators if needed, hopefully won't be, and been a platform for doing these clinical trials. So we can take care of you if you're sick, but we'd rather you not come here. And the way to avoid coming here is to get vaccinated. So vaccination, and I'm going to kind of pull a bunch of data for simplicity's sake, protects you from hospitalization, from death, and from long-term COVID symptoms by about 90%. If you have been vaccinated, you have about a 70% protection against mild to moderate infections. Now, vaccinated people can still get infected. We've had 3 people on my team in the last 2 weeks that have gotten infected, and they were all vaccinated. But unless you're immunocompromised, as John pointed out, you're going to do pretty well. It's very unlikely that you will end up in the hospital. And vaccinated patients that do develop these so-called breakthrough infections, should stay home. They need to quarantine. They are potentially contagious. They seem to be more contagious than we thought in the past, but probably have a shorter duration of illness and of being infectious. Bottom line is, if you've been vaccinated, this COVID surge, this 4th surge, is the equivalent of an influenza season. So that's why you need to be vaccinated. Now, on the other hand, for those immunosuppressed patients, here at Tampa General, the transplant patients, the cancer patients, patients with rheumatoid arthritis or multiple sclerosis.
All right, guys, we've been listening in as we do have some of our hospital officials speaking to COVID-19, what they're seeing with their patients, how some of these treatments are being handled by some of these patients within their hospital system. We can continue that discussion as they still have this press conference going on after we send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break. So we'll have much more again after 2 quick minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we have been giving you a lot of press conferences that have been taking place all the way out from Washington, D.C. down to Florida. And that's exactly where we're going to head back into. We've been hearing from some hospital officials in Tampa as they continue to talk about the rise in COVID cases and what kind of treatments are available and what they're doing with their patients they're seeing being admitted into their hospitals. We're going to jump back up into that press conference live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Are these antibodies very effective for treatment of COVID, but they seem to be very important tool for potentially preventing COVID in people who have been exposed. So this is also exciting new data. And so what are these monoclonal antibodies? So this is an infusion of antibodies that fight the infection. They're targeted toward the virus, and while it's in your body, and preventing it from basically attacking the cells in your body. And so so people are a little bit confused. Is this new? Should I be afraid of the treatment? In this particular case, the monoclonal antibodies are a type of drug that are well established in treatment of autoimmune disease, cancer. They're life-saving treatments that have been used for decades. And so this is just a new drug used to combat COVID for something that's well established for complicated patients. So as the previous speaker said, this is a treatment that's really important. It attacks the virus, so you want to get it into you early on, within 7 days of when symptoms appear. And it's particularly useful for people who need a little help with their immune system. So ongoing medical conditions, especially those that suppress their immune system. So initially, because obviously we were cautious with a new drug, we treated high-risk individuals, people who were older, who had medical problems, diabetes, heart disease, people who were obese, lung disease, immunosuppression. But now what we found with over 6 months of experience is these treatments are very, very effective in pretty much everybody. And so now the FDA has allowed a lot more discretion. Providers, so physicians, nurse practitioners, and things like that, who talk to their patients and feel that someone's high risk enough that they could benefit from monoclonal antibodies, we have the discretion for administering it to pretty much anyone that might be high risk, and that includes someone who's vaccinated but still is having symptoms that might be severe or otherwise might benefit from the monoclonals. So these are really, really important treatments. They help people recover more quickly. People have less severe disease. They have less virus, so they're less likely to give it to somebody else. And so if you can make people have less severe disease, obviously they're not going to end up in our hospital and in our ICU and potentially dying. So obviously, we have a lot more to offer people than we did even a year ago. We have highly effective vaccines, and that's the first line of defense, so I would encourage everybody to get vaccinated. Obviously, at this point, we've given hundreds of millions of people vaccines, so I think many of the safety concerns seem not to have turned out to be true. However, if you're unlucky enough to get COVID, the monoclonal antibodies clearly work, and they'll help an individual recover more quickly from COVID and also likely prevent them from being hospitalized. So I think this is a really important treatment that we didn't have a year ago. So thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Dr. Kim. Thanks, Dr. Lockwood. Thanks, John. And so these monoclonal antibodies have been used now. So you guys were doing a trial even last fall, but they've been used in earnest pretty much all of 2021. The results have been very, very positive. The key is, though, is you got to get it in time. You got to get it early enough in the infection for it to be able to neutralize the virus. And I think if the fact that people know about it is kind of half the battle, because if you don't know about it and you get test positive, you may think, hey, I'm going to be okay. I don't feel that bad, even if you're high risk. And this is, I think, just saying, talk to your physician, understand this is there, ask questions about it. I think they, here at Tampa General, as I mentioned, they were on it from the very beginning, and they really embraced it, and I think that they've had a really good track record. So, and that's even if you're vaccinated, if you test positive, there are people testing positive. I think sometimes there was a sense that, and look, I had hoped that the vaccines would just completely shut off any chance of infection and that you'd have a big herd immunity. And that obviously isn't happening. I think people are testing positive. But you do have this reduction for the people who are vaccinated, as Dr. Lockwood said, a real reduction in mortality and make it basically a flu level risk. And that's something, particularly for elderly people, that's much better than what it was last summer when we didn't have any of this. And so much better situation to be able to have access to the monoclonals. And we just want people to know that they are being used all throughout Florida. And if you're somebody who, in a high prevalent time, more likely to test positive today than people were 2 months ago, just know that that's there. But just know that you got to do it early. So thanks, everybody, for doing this. Take a couple questions. Yes, ma'am.
COVID patients. Now, because of Seniors First, it is mostly the young people, the
Yeah.
unvaccinated people. But, Governor, why do you think we are seeing this peak, and what is the state doing to it?
So I think we anticipated, and I said publicly, this is our COVID season. We thought we would see an increase. I don't know that we thought we would necessarily see this many positive tests and some of the hospital admissions, just because if you look, we've got 91% of seniors who are the most likely to be hospitalized have gotten at least one shot. It's pretty much of age 50 and above. It's 80% roughly who are vaccinated. And of course, people have recovered from COVID in those age groups too. So that's even more in terms of the immunity. But I think that this Delta variant is more contagious. I think it's aerosolized. I think it's highly transmissible. We saw that in the United Kingdom. Saw a really quick ascent. And it tops off and then comes down. So I think that it's following similar pattern. It's just going very quickly. And but I do think, as John Corus said, they're handling it. It's interesting. Tampa, Orlando had more COVID patients this summer than they did last summer. Miami-Dade and some of them, they have less. Jackson Hospital System is about 50% of where they were. So they've increased this summer, but they've not gotten close. I think part of it is they just got hit a lot harder, and they have more natural immunity based on last summer. But we think sending the message about the monoclonals, we obviously worked very hard to offer the vaccines to seniors first, but then to everyone who wanted it. But certainly. The name of the game is, if you're infected, we just want you to be okay. And if you do this, the chance of you having one of those 14-day hospital stays in the ICU goes down dramatically. And of course, the chance of surviving it increases significantly. And so that's really the name of the game. And I think it has made a big difference. But I think if this can now tell people who may not have known about this, maybe they make that phone call 2 days earlier because they know that this is something you got to take earlier, and I think that could be very positive.
Governor, 6 attorneys in Tampa Bay are planning on filing a lawsuit in the coming days challenging your executive order banning mask requirements in schools. I just spoke with them a little bit ago. They said that it's unconstitutional because it should be left up to school boards. What is your response?
So the legislature passed a Parents' Bill of Rights that I signed into law about a month and a half ago and laid down the law in the state of Florida is that parents have the fundamental right to raise their children, their health and well-being, and that has to be respected by the state at all levels of government. And so it's our belief that this should be a parent's choice. I think it flows directly from that bill, and I think we'll end up winning to do. At the end of the day, as a parent, I would like that choice. Particularly for young kids, many of these kids, by the way, have recovered from COVID, and so there's really no scientific justification to put it on at that point if there is to begin with. But I think a lot of the parents would just want to have that ability. I know they've had all this time to study. What are the harmful effects of putting a kindergartner in a mask for 7 hours? Have they talked about the emotional, the academic, the physiological? Why isn't CDC studying that? They've had a lot of time to do it, but yet you don't do it. And to act like somehow that this is just something that we shouldn't worry about, I don't think is acceptable. So I think the fairest thing to do is just say let parents make the decisions. I can tell you from having a whole school year under our belt, because you remember we were the only large state that had 5 days a week in person from the beginning of the school year for the whole year. We had about 60% of school districts in Florida had mask requirements. About 40% did not. Most of the charter schools did not have those requirements, and most private schools did not. There's the no mask mandate counties had lower per capita cases. So certainly you can't show any type of causal relationship there. And so we did that. I mean, we had the whole school year, and you can look at all these different jurisdictions and see how it was performed. So we believe that the Parents' Bill of Rights was a good bill to sign, and we believe because the legislature passed that, providing parents with this choice flows directly from that. And we think we'll win. We also, though, I think you will see, we obviously have backup plans if there's any type of hiccup along the way. Yes, sir.
All right, Governor Ron DeSantis answering more reporter questions. Some of our folks going off into one last 2-minute break, and then we'll have more when you return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue giving you more news stories that are coming in across the country. Ron DeSantis did wrap things up down in Tampa. So what we're going to do is move things along, step away from COVID-19, because although it is a big topic and a concern for many Americans, there's also been a concern for the rise in violent crimes that have been happening across the country. And the city of Chicago is very familiar with that happening, not only each and every single day, but of course after those violent weekends. So we do have the Chicago mayor who is giving a safety update along with some other city leaders. Let's jump into that here on Live Now from Fox.
A crisis that has raged through the pandemic that needs much more focus by us in the city. A couple of data points on that. Right now, our city is seeing over an 80% increase in fatal and non-fatal shootings related to domestic violence. And Black women and girls continue to experience gender-based violence at disproportionate levels. So we need to be very focused on the terrible surge in gender-based violence that is overcoming too many of our families and too many of our neighborhoods. And we know also from the data that when children grow up in a home where there is violence, they are more likely to be victimized, but also themselves to become violent. So we've got to attack this problem at the source and make sure that we don't sweep this under the rug. We've got to tackle gender-based violence head on, and we will do just that. We also need to be more focused, as I said, on the continued explosion of opioid addictions and overdoses that surged during COVID. And of course, we can never lose sight of the trauma that plagues way too many of our communities. And we must do all of this work in partnership, as I said, with a humble heart, a listening ear, and our hand extended to work together with the people who are already doing the Lord's work on all of these issues and more that will be so critical for our work to try to bend the curve of the violence, not just on a short-term basis, but once and for all. I read a story recently. It was about Mexico City in Mexico and some of the violence that's happening there. And there was a woman quoted in the article whose words just struck me to my core. And she said, you know what? Governments come and go, mayors come and go, but violence lasts forever. I bet that woman's words resonate with so many people in our city. And ladies and gentlemen, I am determined that will not be the lesson in the story of the city of Chicago. We have to be all in on this. As I've been saying, we have a lot to celebrate in the city of Chicago. We have a lot to be grateful for coming out of the pandemic. We literally banded together lives in the face of a terrible, deadly virus that is still here, that is still challenging us. Our economy is coming back. We have good news on almost every front. But none of that matters to the child in North Lawndale, or in Inglewood, or in Roseland, or in South Shore, or so many other places in our city that doesn't feel safe even in her home. It's heartbreaking, but more to the point, it is unacceptable. It is unacceptable, and we need to stand together united, not just to say words, but to take action. There was a young man that challenged me, rightfully so, following the murder of Adam Toledo. And he said to me, Mayor, I want to know what tangible, concrete steps you are going to take. That young man's words have come back to me over and over again because he was right. We need to demonstrate tangible, concrete steps that we are taking in every neighborhood where violence has robbed too many people of their faith in themselves, in their community, and in our city. We need to be able to speak to the people who feel such pain and trauma by what is happening on their block every single day. We need to step up and do more. And let this day mark that day. The day that we brought all of our city government focused together on the singular mission and challenge of our lifetime, and that is restoring peace in our neighborhoods. I accept that challenge. I accept that challenge because that is my obligation as mayor, but it's my obligation as a resident of this city. I've lived here for more of my life than any place else. I love this city. I love the people. And we have to stand together if we are going to solve this challenge of our lifetime. People are here from all over, from community-based organizations. We will be reaching out and bringing in members of our faith community. Our men and women in organized labor, I can't tell you how much it means for you to be here and to say, we're with you in this fight. We all have to be in this fight together. It means everything to the future of our city, who we identify as Chicagoans. We have to make a difference in this moment. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm determined, but more importantly, I'm convinced that we will. We fought for our lives against COVID. We must similarly fight for our lives against this violence. Join me in this fight. Together, I know we can make a difference. Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon. It's a tough act to follow, our mayor. Once again for our mayor. So my name is Norman Kerr. I'm with the Office of Violence Reduction in the City of Chicago's office. And this is a great day. It's a beautiful day. We're on a beautiful campus, UCAN's beautiful campus. Look at this. A residential facility that houses young people, administrative office in the North Lawndale community on the west.
Just want to say thanks again to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. Going to pop up a small box for us to keep an eye on. We are expecting here very soon President Biden. He is going to be making some remarks on the steps his administration is taking to strengthen American leadership on clean cars and trucks. So we are expecting that to happen any moment. It was scheduled for right now at noon Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern, but it has not quite yet started. As soon as it does, though, we can jump out to that live for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. So again, waiting for that event to kick off, and as soon as it does, when we see President Biden walk out there on the South Lawn, of course, we'll be going into that here on Live Now from Fox.
This process will engage residents and organizations in ways that are inclusive of whole community and include representatives from all sectors. Provide transparent data sources and analysis on violent crime and the root causes of violence. Listen to communities to identify what capabilities already exist to prevent and reduce violence, in garnering additional resources, and coordinate city services to rapidly respond to the needs identified by community members to prevent and reduce violence. As the summer safety strategy, which we've been implementing for the last 16 weeks, builds on our City, Our Safety plan and addresses violence at the hyper-local level. It is a coordinated effort that includes participation from various city departments and community-based partners to collectively focus on 15 police beats on the south and west sides of Chicago. These beats were selected using data indicating that these areas had the highest levels of violence over the past 3 summers, 2018, 2019, and 2020. In late April, we designated the 15 beats into 4 zones, 2 on the west side, 2 on the south side, and we have now been meeting for the last 16 weeks with 1 zone meeting occurring each day, Tuesday through Friday, with discussions about recent incidents of violence over the last week in each zone, city departments allocating their services in real time to support each zone and coordinating various activities to increase presence and safety as well. We have been relying on community partner organizations, such as street outreach groups. Many of them are here today. And LASE, INVC, UCAN, of course, Target Area, and we thank you for your work. Also, youth development partners and mental health providers to lead community engagement activities and events to increase presence. According to the Violence Reduction Dashboard, a public-facing data portal that shares real-time crime data from the police department, anybody can access this data. The preliminary data indicates thus far that we've seen overall combined reductions of 35% in homicides and 10% in shootings in these 4 zones in comparison to the same time frame in 2020. We believe that we're headed in the right direction, utilizing lessons learned from the summer safety strategy as we move forward with the Community Safety Coordination Center. This requires more than government partners. We need community partners in this effort to co-lead and collaborate. I want to truly express my thanks to all our partners in city departments and those in the trenches in communities that have worked tirelessly to support these efforts. Looking forward to continuing this work with an all-city approach to creating a safer Chicago. I want to thank you all again.
Thank you all so much for being here. Allison Arwady, Commissioner at the Chicago Department of Public Health. I'll be brief. Obviously, we have learned a lot of messages. We've learned a lot of lessons from COVID. I think and I hope one of the most important ones is that when any part of our city is not well, our city is not well. That is not only true for infectious diseases, it is also true for issues of community violence and behavioral health. And I'll tell you, throughout this whole COVID pandemic, of course, the huge majority of the people who work for CDPH were pulled into the COVID response. But the one group we did not touch were our folks working in behavioral health, mental health, substance use, violence prevention, because those two were on the rise. They're affected by everything else that is happening in community. And we've made investments, we've made work, but we want to take the approaches that we've used in COVID, take those lessons and say, let's take the ideas that everybody has, get coordinated, and try to implement them. We talk a lot about using data, right? And in COVID as well. But for COVID, we don't just say, where are we seeing the cases? We say, what's the data around what we're doing about it? Where are we putting testing? What are we doing around vaccine? What are the community groups doing? What is the healthcare system doing? And where we think about for so long how we've talked about violence and violence data, we talk about the outcomes, we talk about the homicides, we talk about the domestic-based violence and other violence, and that's critical and important. But we have to use that data, pair it with the data of our response. And when I say our response, I don't just mean government. I mean the dozens and dozens and dozens of groups around this city that are working so hard on this issue. We do not have all of the answers about this. I was just talking before, we don't have a vaccine for violence in the way that we do for COVID. But we have seen the power of an entire city coming together around COVID. And that's because we've taken not just a whole of government approach, but a whole of city approach. We've been nimble, we've admitted when we've gotten it wrong, and we've stepped back up the next day and said, let's try to do it again better. We've got to take that same approach, and we've got to do it in a way that's coordinated. We'll use data. Healthy Chicago 2025, which even before COVID was the blueprint for the health department for the next 5 years in terms of not just what we were going to do, but with cities across the whole city. It's focused on the racial life expectancy gap. Number one, prior to COVID, chronic diseases, which gets to all the root causes. Number two is gun-related homicide. Number three is infant mortality. Number four is HIV and other infectious diseases, which in COVID, of course, has risen up. And number five is opioid overdose. So we're not taking our eye off the ball with COVID, but we're taking the lessons to focus on those other parts related to behavioral health where our city is also hurting and where when one part of the city is not well, the whole city is not well. We're thrilled to be supporting this effort. CDPH will be putting its resources related to behavioral health into it. Looking forward to learning from people who have been working in this space, using our data chops, and trying to take the lessons that we've learned so far. And I agree with the mayor. This is the issue that we've all got to put front and center. Thank you.
Good morning. Keith Richardson, the president of the American Postal Workers Union, Chicago, Local 1. Today is a sad day, and if I can take a moment, I just want to announce this morning we lost a great man. The national president of the AFL-CIO, Richard Trumka, he passed away this morning. And on behalf of the Chicago Federation of Labor, my union, the American Postal Worker Union, and all of our union folks here in Chicago, we just want to reach out to Brother Trumka's family, give our heartfelt condolences, and we know that heaven has gained a true champion this morning. Again, like I said, I'm Keith Richardson, the president of the American Postal Workers Union, Chicago, Local 1. I'm also the chair of the Chicago Federation of Labor Civil Rights and Human Relations Committee. Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot, for inviting me today. The centralized coordination of resources is a crucial step in getting our most at-risk residents meaningful employment opportunities that can steer them away from a life of violence. I want to commend Mayor Lightfoot for starting up the Violence Intervention Coordination Center to act as a bay of operations toward ensuring our work to empower Chicagoans is collaborative and community-driven. The diversity of the labor movement in Chicago is representative of the diversity of the people of Chicago. 500,000 working women and men, black, white, Hispanic, and Asian, are all union members. Labor leaders of color, like myself, and their members live and work across our city. After a day's work, they return to their families, to neighborhoods on the south side, west side, east, and north. They are active in their community, block clubs, neighborhoods, and churches. Many labor leaders and members have felt the pain of crime and violence that happens in our city. For many, the shootings and murders have struck close to home. My family is no exception. In the summer of 1999, my older brother Federo, he was kidnapped and stuffed in the trunk of his car. He was brutally murdered by violence that started here in this city. My mother was heartbroken, and she had to lay her oldest son to rest. Until the day she died, she was grief-stricken. Her own quality of life was diminished by the heinous act. She was never the same. His children were left without a father, and his grandchildren will never know their granddad. It was tragic then, and even more tragic now that similar instances continue to happen. Kids are gunned down, people can't drive down the street to make it home. It's crazy, it's senseless, and it has to and needs to stop. In the labor movement, when one worker is injured, we are all injured. In that spirit of solidarity that drives the labor movement to lift up workers and fight for dignity, respect, and value. We need to have that same solidarity here in our city to bring peace. When a person is a victim of violence, it affects us all. Take a cue from the labor movement. We are all connected. When my brother, your brother, my sister or yours on the south side is hurting from the violence, it touches me. I know it touches you. We have to come together to send a message that it's not okay. No snitching is not okay. If you see something, you need to say something. In that spirit of solidarity, the same spirit that lifts up all working families, we call for peace in our city, to end the violence, to end the pain that our sisters and brothers are feeling. Thank you, and solidarity.
Good afternoon, everyone. About over 152 years ago, UCAN started. We originally started out as an orphanage, which today is known as a residential facility. From there, we expanded into trauma-informed care, clinical services, case management, all kind of other services, alternative schools, whatever you find in the case management service world, we do. For the last 8 or so years, under the former leadership of Mr. Norman Kerr, we expanded into violence intervention prevention services. During those 8 years, we have had the opportunity to hire a bunch of people from the community as outreach workers and violence interrupters, whose job it is to be in the front lines, be in the trenches, as some language has been used, to try to prevent violence in the first place or try to prevent retaliation afterwards. That is not a 9-to-5 job. Right now, my people are working some 7 days a week into the wee morning hours, and they're on call 24 hours a day when there's a shooting that occurs. I would say thank you to our Commander Calderon and First Deputy. Give them a hand because they're at the forefront of helping us with this stuff. All right? We have a problem. You know, we've talked about COVID, but we have an epidemic as well of violence in this city. You know, our saying here at UCAN is that youth who have experienced trauma in their lives, they're our future leaders. Whether you like it or not, they're our future leaders, and we better do something about this. And under the leadership of this mayor, we are doing something. Her predecessor did not invest like she's investing. The predecessor to that predecessor didn't invest like she's investing. By the way, you've been talking about, you're thinking about leaving, that you're not going to run again. You better stop thinking like that. All right? This did not happen. This violence took a long time to get here. Mayor, it's not going to take 2 years to go away. We need leaders like you, leaders like Norm, other leaders in our departments and whatnot, our various city departments, to be at the forefront to try to stop this violence. Because if we don't stop this, my God, you're seeing these mass shootings. You know, we had a couple of weeks ago, 5 people being shot at a time. The commanders in the police department will tell you, weapons of destruction, of military type weapons are in our communities. We've got to do something about that. But let me make this perfectly clear. We can't lock away people in mass numbers. We've got to get to them before they get infected with this violence. Someone was talking about our young.
All right, guys, we've been listening in again, leaders in Chicago talking about how they need to crack down on the violent crime that continues to happen in their city. We can always play out the rest of that press conference a little later, but I do want to send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We are still waiting for President Biden, who's expected to make some remarks on his administration's moves to try to get America to cleaner cars, going towards electric vehicles, setting new goals by 2030. We'll be listening into those remarks a little bit later once we do have that available. They took away the shot that we were showing some of our viewers here earlier of the South Lawn, but that is where that press remarks are supposed to be made. So again, we'll be going out to that here in a little bit. We're also going to be headed down to Georgia talking about an update with the DA as they're talking about a woman who was unfortunately stabbed to death while walking her dog. We'll have much more coming up here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox after a quick 2-minute commercial break. Well, welcome back to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. We continue to wait for President Biden to make some remarks on electric vehicles. But let's take a look at this Dow. We are seeing our big board all in the green here on this Thursday. We are getting close to the closing of the markets as we continue to stay up more than 180 points here on this Thursday afternoon. So what we want to do is continue to give our viewers more stories from across the country. Going to head out to Georgia, where Atlanta police continue to update everyone on this deadly park stabbing. A woman was walking her dog, both of them stabbed and killed. We're expecting Fulton County District Attorney and County Sheriffs to be making some comments on this in this press conference. So we're going to be listening in here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm honored to have here with us the Fulton County Sheriff, Patrick Labatt, who is going to be addressing you first. Kurt Erskine, the United States Attorney for the Northern District, as well as Officer Coit, Captain Sergeant Coit. Sorry, I think he has Assistant Chief Coit. I never know should it be Captain or Assistant Chief Coit. And members of my staff, Michael Carlson, who is the head of the Major Crimes Division, are all joining us here today. We wanted to speak to you. We've all been getting calls from the community about their concerns regarding what happened at Piedmont Park, and I wanted to allow Sheriff Labatt to address you first.
First of all, good afternoon. I do want to take an opportunity to thank my team as well, Chief Deputy Antonio Johnson, Lieutenant Colonel Willis, and certainly many of you have seen Captain Butler out and about. The summer is absolutely a challenging time for us, and we certainly see an increase in that space and that time. As we continue to really think about how we affect crime, one of the things that your sheriff's office has done is created a Think Twice, Save a Life program. This initiative in and of itself is, you'll see countywide signage, but more importantly, you'll see countywide and Fulton County patrols as we continue to go out and about and urge our citizens, our community, to really put down weapons, to be in a space where you think twice before you pull the trigger. Often we see a small disagreement escalate into something that is really life-changing for all parties involved. The Think Twice, Save a Life program itself, it coincides with the national response to violence across the country with respect to gun violence and what it's targeting. I believe the conversation, though, is quite simply around how do we intervene and how do we create programs such as Think Twice, Save a Life to really combat crime in our communities. So let me share with you really quickly some of the things that your Fulton County Sheriff's Office is doing. We have increased the number of patrols to include those areas that have been recently affected through violent crime. We have put more deputies on the street. That is one of our key partnerships with APD and with other jurisdictions across the country. Our goal is to eventually get to 200 additional deputies on the street. Now, nearly 1 month ago, we started a Scorpion unit, and while many thought we were out of our leagues, Michael Cuffey, when we started this, we really we were laser focused on going after violent offenders. This crime suppression unit, be it new, specializes in gangs, investigations, and really reducing gang activity and violence and creating an overall safer Fulton County. Within the first few weeks, let me tell you what the Scorpion unit's been able to do. In conjunction with GSP and certainly our partners at the Atlanta Police Department, we've run 4 joint operations. We've had 32 individual details. That has resulted in 15 felony arrests, 13 misdemeanor arrests, as well as 13 wanted persons located. Nearly 250 citations, vehicles recovered, stolen vehicles recovered, and 2 weapons, including an AR-15. So in February, many of you may remember, we started a Rapids crime reduction program. That is to leverage technology, figure out how we together through technology sharing, can really get in front of this conversation. The reinvestment grant itself is from the National Sheriff's Association, and the Bureau of Justice Assistance has provided nearly $3 million for us to interact with the FBI, interact with our local jurisdictions to really make people understand and rest assured that we are getting in front of the conversation. Now, the grant itself, through technology, focuses on not just the arrest and the booking process, but through to convictions, release, probation, reentry, as well as technology platforms to increase data sharing. So we've done that, but not just in Fulton County. It extends to Cobb County, Gwinnett County, DeKalb, and Henry, so that we can do a better job sharing information. We are continually focused on strengthening our relationships, certainly with Madam DA and her staff. What this looks like across the county is a collaborative effort for us to improve.
All right, guys, going to be switching gears here because you can see we do have the president walking out here onto the South Lawn as he is going to be giving some remarks on the future of electric vehicles here in America. Again, this is a press conference or some remarks that we're bringing to you here live on Unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernie Rickey, and I'm president of UAW Local 600 in Dearborn, Michigan, home of the historic Rouge Complex and the Ford Lightning. Mr. President, it is my honor to be here with you today. We know that the UAW and Joe Biden have worked together from your earliest days in Delaware, where we supported you in your first run for office. We were there at the beginning, and we are so proud to be here now with our brother in the White House here today. UAW members are excited about the future. The UAW is ready to build these electric cars, trucks, and the batteries that go in them. We know that President Biden has our back. We know he understands that we can grow our industry and preserve and create more good-paying union jobs through his Build Back Better plan. We know that this president understands that as we move towards this bright future, none of us will be left behind, that we are the true engine in making this technology work, grow, and power America's middle class. That is why I'm proud to introduce President Biden today as a UAW member and a proud American. Mr. President, you have our back and we have yours. Thank you, President Biden.
Please, everybody sit down. Please, please, please. Good afternoon. Before I begin, let me start with something, I apologize, more somber. I learned a couple of hours ago when my staff came in that a close friend of mine, and I think of many of you as well, Rich Trumpka, died today from a heart attack. The reason I was a few minutes late coming out, and I apologize for that, I was talking to his wife and to his son who called. He wasn't just a great labor leader. He was a friend. He's a friend of yours too, Debbie, I think. And he's someone I could confide in, and you knew whatever he said he'd do, he would do. It was simple, Tommy. You knew him well as well. He was always there. He was an American worker, always fighting for working people, protecting their wages, their safety, their pensions, and their ability to build a middle-class life. I've also believed that the middle class built America, but I know who built the middle class: unions. Unions built the middle class. There's no doubt that Rich Trumpka helped build unions all across this country. My heart goes out to Barbara and Rich Jr. and the grandkids. And I might point out that, I used to always kid him. He was from soft coal country. I was from hard coal country. We used to have this thing about, he used to be president of the United Mine Workers, and that's how he got started. Folks, let me now turn to today's event. I want to thank Bernie for the introduction and for being part of the best auto workers in the world. Thank you, Ray Curry, president of UAW. You're here, Ray. I was in with you. It's good to see you, pal. And I also want to thank the leaders of the big three companies for being here today. Mary Barry, she General Motors. I want to tell you, I think she's one of the reasons we're here today. We had a long discussion on a Zoom call with a bunch of labor leaders and other major business leaders, and she made a commitment, and she's keeping it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Jim Farley of Ford. And by the way, my dad was in the automobile business. He sold Fords for a while, but mostly General Motors products. But you see that sucker over there? 0 to 60 in 4.1 seconds. It's all electric. I tell you what, and I want to say publicly, I have a commitment from Mary. When they make the first electric Corvette, I get to drive it. Right, Mary? You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. And my entire Secret Service detail went, oh my God, let's go. And Mark Stewart of Stellantis, Mark, we used to have one of your big plants in my state, and as the man I'm about to recognize, a special thanks to all the members of Congress who are here, but I want to pay particular recognition to my chairman, my buddy, we served together for years, Tommy Carper. Tom, and I know that I kid my Michigan friends, but I just want you to know, say to Senators Heinrich and Markey and Whitehouse and Padilla and Duckworth, and I'm leaving some folks out, I'm sure, Representative Kathy Castor, and the Michigan delegation that's here today, Debbie Stabenow, Senator Gary Peters, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who is automobiles, and Dan Kildee. But I want you all to know, I remind the Michigan delegation of this. It used to be when I first got elected, Deb, and I used to tell your husband this as well, we had a higher percentage of auto workers in Delaware than any state in the union, including Michigan. Now, the fact we had a very small population, and we had almost 100,000 auto workers in our states, counting the Autolite and others, had something to do with it. But I just want to be very straightforward. UAW brung me to the dance, as they say. And I also know we're missing someone truly special and a dear friend of all of us, Senator Carl Levin, who passed away last week. Carl and I served together for 30 years in the United States Senate together. He was one of the most, I think all my colleagues in Newham will attest to this, one of the most honorable people, most decent people I've not only served with, but I've ever known. He was a tireless champion of the American worker and the iconic American automobile industry. And so he embodied everything that his beloved Michigan and our country represents. Respect, dignity, pride in the nation and pride in what we built. And so today, labor and industry, state and local leaders, we're all working together to write the next chapter of the American story. As I've said before, we're in competition with China and many other nations for the 21st century. To win, we're going to have to make sure the future will be made in America. Back in May, I toured the Ford plant, as I mentioned, a state-of-the-art facility in Dearborn, where the UAW workers like Bernie are building the first ever all-electric Ford 150. And as I said, the best part is I got to drive it. It's incredible, and just like the other vehicles that are behind me today. They're a vision of the future that is now beginning to happen, a future of the automobile industry that is electric, battery electric, plug-in hybrid electric, fuel cell electric. It's electric, and there's no turning back. The question is whether we'll lead or fall behind in the race for the future. It's whether we'll build these vehicles and the batteries that got them to where they are in the United States, here in the United States, or we're going to have to rely on other countries for those batteries. Whether or not the job to build these vehicles and batteries are good-paying union jobs, jobs with benefits, jobs that's going to sustain the continued growth of the middle class. They have to be. They have to be made here in America. Right now, China's leading the race. It is one of the largest and fastest growing electric vehicle markets in the world. And a key part of the electric vehicle, to state the obvious, is the battery. And right now, 80% of the manufacturing capacity for these batteries is done in China. And here's the deal. It's not China's battery technology that's much more innovative than anyone else's. Remember, our national labs in America, our universities, our automakers led in the development of this technology. We led in the development of this technology. And there's no reason why we can't reclaim that leadership and lead again. But we just have to move, and we have to move fast. You know, when Barack and I were in office, President Obama and I were in office, that's what we were doing. In 2009, the automobile industry was flat on its back. We were told that we'd never be able to sell American-made cars at the same rate as we did before. But we didn't listen to the naysayers. We even had some in both parties who didn't think we should, quote, bail out the industry, if you remember. Well, we bet on the American worker, and we extended a lifeline, and they stepped up, made sacrifices to do it, and we've saved more than 1 million jobs in the process. Working with the auto industry, we set fuel efficiency standards and provided incentives for folks to buy fuel-efficient vehicles. Through the Recovery Act, we made the largest investment in clean energy and battery technology ever made. And then the previous administration came along into office, and they rolled back the standards we set. Despite bipartisan support for consumer incentives, they also let the federal tax credit expire, penalizing auto workers who were at the time selling most electric vehicles in the world, in the United States. They announced Infrastructure Week. They did it for every week for 4 years, and not once got anything done. Not once. Folks, the rest of the world is moving ahead. We've just got to step up. Government, labor, and industry working together, which you're seeing here today. We have a playbook, and it's going to work. Today, I'm announcing steps we're taking to set a new pace for electric vehicles. First, I'm following through on the campaign commitment to reverse the previous administration's short-sighted rollback of vehicle emissions and efficiency standards. I'm doing so with the support of the auto industry, the automobile industry. Today, the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Transportation are unveiling proposals to do just that. These agencies are beginning to work on the next round of standards for a broad class of vehicles, for cars, SUVs, pickup trucks, medium and heavy-duty vehicles. Importantly, we have announcements today from automakers representing nearly the entire auto industry market who have positioned around the ambition of 40 to 50% of all vehicles sold by 2030 in America being electric. This is a big deal. But to unlock the full potential, we have to keep investing in our workers and our manufacturing capacity. And that's what our Build Back Better plan is all about. It's about leveraging once-in-a-generation investments in a whole-of-government effort to lift up American auto workers and strengthen the American leadership in the world in a clean car technology, trucks, and not just cars, but trucks as well, and buses. You know, that's why today I'm signing an executive order setting out a target of 50% of all passenger vehicles sold by 2030 will be electric, and set in motion an all-out effort. That's why, along with the members of Congress here today, we're working around the clock on the Build Back Better plan, which does 3 critical things. 1, it transforms our infrastructure. We're going to put Americans to work modernizing our roads, our highways, our ports, our airports, rail, and transit systems. You know, that included putting IBEW members and other union workers to work, installing a national network of 500,000 charging stations along our roads and highways and at our homes and our apartments. 2, we're going to boost our manufacturing capacity. The Build Back Better plan invests in new and retool facilities and employs workers with good paying wages, good jobs. It grants to kickstart new battery and parts production, loans and tax credits to boost manufacturing of these clean vehicles. And our Build Back Better plan makes the largest investment in research and development in generations. This will help innovate, manufacture, and build the supply chains for batteries, semiconductors, And those small computer chips and electric trucks and cars are going to be even more reliant upon as we move forward. Never again should we be in a situation we face today with a semiconductor shortage. And we know these kinds of federal investments, we know that they work. It was the Defense Department and NASA that got the modern semiconductor industry on its feet decades ago. Our own Department of Energy pioneered and transformed the battery industry where Barack and I, when we were in office. And with the help of the Recovery Act, grants and loans, battery prices dropped 85% because we were forward-looking. We need that same mindset today. Thirdly, support of consumers and fleets. That means purchasing incentives for consumers to buy clean vehicles, union-made right here in America, like the ones championed by Debbie Stabenow and Ron Wyden in the Senate, which provides $7,500 basic credit, $2,500 credit for vehicles made in America, and an additional $2,500 credit for union-made vehicles. That means spurring demand by converting the federal government's enormous fleet of vehicles. We have over 600,000 of vehicles, we have a lot of vehicles, 60,000 of them, I should say, into an all-American made clean vehicles. So that's what we're going to do as we roll out and get rid of the existing fleet. We're going to support the electric transit system as well and the electric school buses. Look, and there's one other thing we have in our playbook that will help us outcompete other nations: the American worker. The American worker. I really believe this, and I know you guys do too. The American worker is our ace in the deck. Now I know many of you watching at home are like the folks I grew up in Scranton and Claymont, Delaware. They feel left out, left behind in an economy and an industry that's rapidly changing. I get it. I understand it. But we're going to leave no one behind. Nearly 90% of the jobs created in our infrastructure plan do not require a bachelor's degree. And when we invest in our infrastructure, we're going to buy American products, American materials, and services from American businesses made in America by American workers. And we're going to do everything in our power to encourage and protect the right of workers to unionize and collectively bargain. The bottom line is, we are proposing a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. That's what it's going to be. And we need automakers and other companies to keep investing in America. We need them not to take the benefits of our public investments and expand electric vehicles and battery manufacturing production abroad. We need you to deepen your partnership with the UAW, continue to pay good wages, support local communities across the country. That's why I'm so proud the UAW is standing here today as well. It's why I'm proud that the three largest employers are sitting here and their sights are set not only on electric vehicles, but on expansion, expanding union jobs, expanding the middle class. It matters. You know, in the spring, I kept my commitment to convene leaders of all the major economies in the world it was not in person, but we did it on a Zoom call with a whole bunch of folks, including the heads of state of China, India, Japan, the European Union, for a meeting hosted in the White House on the most consequential issues facing the world. And the agreement was, it's the climate crisis. And I made clear what I've long believed and I think of when I think of the climate crisis. Beyond the devastation of the lives and livelihoods and the health of our very planet, when I hear climate, I think jobs, good paying union jobs. I wanted the world to see there was a consensus that we're at an inflection point in world history. If we act to save the planet, we can also come out of it better. We can create millions of good-paying jobs that generate significant economic growth and opportunity, and raise the standard of living for people not only here, but around the world. But I also wanted to put the world on notice. America is back. America is back. We're in the competition for the 21st century, the future that will be built right here in America. Let me close with this. Our economy is recovering. In 6 months, we're seeing the fastest job growth on record at this point in any administration in history, the fastest economic growth in nearly 40 years. And we've shown each other in the world that there's no quit in America. None, none, none. And it's never, ever, ever been a good bet to bet against America. We are the United States of America. There's not a single solitary thing, nothing, beyond our capacity to get done when we do it together. We have to act, and that's what we're doing today. And again, I want to thank the CEOs of the automobile companies, and I also want to thank all the auto workers. Thank you all for being here today. Now I'm going to sign the executive order, but I'd like to invite my congressional colleagues to come up if they're willing to stand behind me here when we do this, and others who know they're supposed to come on up. Thank you all very much.
Certainly willing. President? Good to see you. How are you? Mr. President? Good to see you.
I love that amendment. I hope I didn't get in trouble by saying it.
You didn't.
Tommy, good to see you, pal.
Good to see you.
How are you, man?
Good to see you. Good to see you. It's exciting.
Come on, let's let the CEOs go through too.
Yes.
Now, when I sign, it's so bright. When I sign this executive order, usually I'm able to give a pen to all the folks who are part of it. I've got one pen, but I'm going to make sure you each.
We're going to fight.
You each are going to get a pen. I promise you. This is an executive order strengthening America's leadership in clean cars and trucks. And again, let me start off by thanking the CEOs as well as the UAW. But you all you electeds are the reason why it's happening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, I just
the big commitment. 50% of the U.S.
was on a campus. Thank you. Really.
Yes. The demand is so much more.
But
the pieces that you described,
He's up there smiling about all of this.
I think he is. By the way, taking the digits, who turns a lot of us around and get in trouble.
That's always the difficult thing is for us CEOs to allocate the money for this country.
All right, so President Biden wrapping things up with that executive order signing, as well as speaking with some of those leaders who are involved with pushing America towards electric vehicles. Again, Biden administration moving to try to have the vehicles that are sold in 2030, at least 50% of them electric vehicles. So we do follow this here on Live Now from Fox. If there's more developments, we can bring them to you here again on our stream. But we are also expecting President Biden later here this afternoon. He's expected to once again do another signing, but this time it's something that we brought to you earlier this week. He's going to be signing that House bill that is going to be awarding 4 congressional gold medals to the U.S. Capitol Police. That will be an event taking place in the Rose Garden. We'll be, of course, trying to jump out to that for all of our viewers here with us when that does happen. What we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more news your way after you return. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. What we want to do is just show you, it looked like President Biden excited, giddy, as he was running, attempting to run. He was kind of doing a little jog out to this car. Now, one of the things that we've seen time and time again is when he has been at some of these facilities where they're making the cars or whenever there's one available, he always likes to test drive them. So here's a shot as we bring this to you live on Unfiltered of the president. He is out on the front lawn and he is driving away. So it looks like he's going to be enjoying the rest of his afternoon. Again, we are still waiting, though, for another event with the president. He's expected to sign that H.R. Bill 3325. So that is the act to award 4 congressional gold medals to the U.S. Capitol Police into law. So that will be taking place a little bit later here today. We're expecting that it's set for about 40 more minutes from now, but we'll just have to keep our eyes on it, see if he ever drives back from the White House. So once again, this is just a live picture. We always like to bring you some of these different live shots that we have here coming into our news desk. So one of the great things about Live Now is we always bring you some of these different shots, and it's not just the press conference, it's not just a small portion of what they said, it's the entire press conferences, it's the behind the scenes shots just like this where President Biden is driving around here at the White House. And just because I had watched the TV show, I know that presidents here obviously have to have a lot of security surrounding them all the time, so he obviously wouldn't be allowed outside of the White House grounds here. But he did take it for a little test drive. Looks like he is smiling with joy as he gets to be out and about here, just doing his own thing. And as he goes to take another little loop around the White House grounds, what we're going to do is switch gears here for our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be turning back to some news that we brought to you just a little bit earlier here on our stream, and I'll explain why here in a second. We're going to be playing the Attorney General's press conference announcement of an investigation into the city of Phoenix and the Phoenix Police Department. Now, we do have the mayor who's already said that they're going to be fully involved in this investigation, but we are expecting to hear from Phoenix Police Department here very shortly. We're about 8 minutes out from a scheduled press conference, so as soon as that does take place, we'll be jumping into that live. But until that time, let's go out to that press conference where they announced this investigation just a little bit earlier here this morning.
Good afternoon. I'm joined here today by Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Kristen Clark. Today, we are announcing that the Justice Department is opening an investigation into the city of Phoenix and the Phoenix Police Department. The investigation will determine whether the Phoenix Police Department engages in a pattern or practice of violations of the Constitution or federal law. This is the third pattern or practice investigation I have announced as Attorney General. Each time, I have noted that these investigations aim to promote transparency and accountability. This increases public trust, which in turn increases public safety. We know that law enforcement shares these goals. The Justice Department has briefed Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego and Police Chief Jerry Williams about the investigation. We are pleased by their pledge of support. They too recognize that we share common aims. Our investigation in Phoenix will be led by the Justice Department Civil Rights Division. It is based on the division's extensive review of publicly available information, and it will consider several issues. First, whether the Phoenix Police Department uses excessive force in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Second, whether the Phoenix Police Department engages in discriminatory policing practices that violate the Constitution and federal law. Third, whether the department violates the First Amendment by retaliating against individuals who are engaged in protected expressive activities. Fourth, whether the city and its police department respond to people with disabilities in a manner that violates the Americans with Disabilities Act. This includes whether decisions to criminally detain individuals with behavioral health disabilities are proper. And fifth, whether the Phoenix Police Department violates the rights of individuals experiencing homelessness by seizing and disposing of their belongings in a manner that violates the Constitution. Those last two areas of investigative focus speak to an important issue that is broader than the Phoenix investigation. Our society is straining the policing profession by turning to law enforcement to address a wide array of social problems. Too often, we ask law enforcement officers to be the first and last option for addressing issues that should not be handled by our criminal justice system. This makes police officers' jobs more difficult, increases unnecessary confrontations with law enforcement, and hinders public safety. This past week, there has been much attention to the impending risk of mass evictions, which would put millions of tenants at risk of losing shelter. Needless to say, the impact on individuals and families would be devastating, and as the CDC has made clear, the impact on public health would likewise be devastating, fueling the spread of COVID-19 infections in the affected communities. Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta is leading a Justice Department effort with state court leaders on this problem. On June 24th, she sent a letter to state courts urging them to implement eviction diversion strategies that will increase the chances that families can stay in their homes. Mass evictions would also have serious implications for law enforcement, adding to a crisis of homelessness that strains but cannot be solved by the criminal justice system.